As these heifers pull around, what a great way to start the morning. Excited to be here and part of Rodeo Austin. Been a couple of years since I was here for your steer show, and really excited for a great American division. What a great way to start off the morning. You know, for those of you around ringside, if you don't have access to a program, we got a big age separation in these cattle, and I think you need to understand that as we get them out here in this lineup. And we run from September baby calves all the way up to April coming yearling heifers. So I think you've got to take note of that, make sure that you understand that as you look at part of this decision, because the ones that are bigger out here in a lot of cases should be bigger because they're significantly older. I think it's about quality, and from the minute they hit the ring, the brindle-colored heifer here that leads off, to me, was an easy winner. And it's not that she's without fault or little things we could pick in, but right there's your look. Beautifully balanced, really attractive look to that female as we study her from the side. A heifer that's got a beautiful turn to her rib and comes back with tremendous dimension back to her pin set. She's not the deepest ribbed heifer out here, but I love the boldness and the turn and shape she's got to her rib cage. To be ideal, I'd like to change that hock just a little bit. She needs to be cleaned up in that joint. She needs to be able to reach with just a tick more flex as you get out of her hind leg. But that's pretty nitpicky on a heifer that I think really puts a lot of good together. A May heifer that I think's in a relatively appropriate size and weight, maybe on the upper end, but I think still very acceptable. Guys, I like this little July heifer quite a bit that stands second. I like her breed character. I like her balance. I think she's very functional in terms of her feet and leg structure. I think a heifer that, again, sits in a very appropriate frame size from a maturity standpoint. She's very feminine in the way she's shaped up there up front. Come back, good sweep to her body. She's not as bold. She's not as powerful as that heifer that leads off, but a heifer that, to me, is stout and good to the ground, with still the right kind of shape to her joints, the angles to her skeleton. I think just an awfully nice brood cow, and on top of that, those teats set out on the corners where they need to. She's not in the same league as that class winner just in terms of elite quality and power, but I think a really nice cow. The heifer here in third, I consider to switch. She's a July also, so I think she's, was she a July? May. She was a May like our class winner. If she'd hook up better right behind her shoulder, I'd have switched that pair. I think that one runs downhill just a little too much, has a little bit of a lower shoulder in her, and gets too weak right there behind her shoulder blade. We hook her up different there, I'd switch the pair because I like her stoutness, I like her turn and shape she's got to her body. That's a July heifer then that stands behind her that's in fourth, a little bigger frame kind, maybe one that I'd like to slow down in terms of her growth curve and let her start powering up just a little bit, but structurally she fits in with that top trio. She's long, she's a little leveler in her top line than that heifer right in front of her. I love this heifer in fifth, and again, she's one of those that she just falls apart too much when we get her at the stand. That top line is just not good enough. She's not good enough in the way she blends into her lower shoulder and then her forerib. She has an awesome set of feet and legs underneath of her. She's stout boned but still clean jointed, a heifer that's really good out of her hip and off of her hind leg. She just comes in too many pieces when we get her there at the profile for me to get her any higher. In contrast, a big heifer that comes next, and I'm not saying we need to gauge which is where we get to too big, but she's plenty big. A heifer, though, that really balances out good. She is really strong and good down that top line, good in her lower body. Maybe a heifer that doesn't have some of the same breed type characteristics as a few in front of her. But the biggest thing to me, just a little too straight in the angle of her shoulder. I wish she would stride longer up front for me to get her any higher in this class. That's the biggest issue I have there. Then we've got a little heifer, a little August-born heifer that I think's got some quality. She's sound, she's stout, she's fighting the halter just a little bit, gets a little cresty at the top of her neck, as does the next heifer. Then a couple of good brood cows that we had left in the lineup. I wish the young lady's heifer had a little more stability off of her hind leg, and we could neaten her, make her a little more refined in the shape of that head. And the brindle-colored heifer, just a little too straight in her front end structure. Guys, this was an excellent class, top to bottom. Probably one of the bigger classes we'll have today, but really elite quality all the way through. Give those exhibitors one nice round of applause, all of them, as they head out of the ring.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. First place out of Class 1 Beefmaster goes to Emily Merrick of Industrial FFA. In second place is Bailey Allison of McLennan County 4-H. Third place, Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA. Fourth place, Christian Simano of Decatur FFA. In fifth is Mackenzie Lapierre of Grapevine FFA. Sixth place, Wade St. John of Callisburg FFA. In seventh was Robbie Green of Bowie FFA. Eighth place went to Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. Ninth place, Brayley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. And 10th place went to Ryan Longoria of Shareland Pioneer FFA. Now ready for class number 2 in our Beefmaster show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Class 3 Beefmasters, we need you to the staging area. Class 4 Beefmasters, start making your way to the staging.
Well, class of March-born heifers here. Again, outstanding group of cattle. These top three heifers kind of came up for me, but I'll be honest, outside of attitude and the challenge of showing our class winner, she was a pretty easy start for me. I really like the cow look of that female. Her rib and body at this stage of the game is just outstanding, and she couples it with a look of femininity and refinement. The shape of her neck, the length of her front end, the way she blends into her shoulder. I know with hopefully more times in the ring and a little more comfort for this young lady, good things are going to happen, because guys, that's a heck of a cow prospect. I like her just maternal image a little better than our second place heifer. She's maybe got a little set to her hind leg, but I still think she handles her hock a bit nicer. Hey guys, just hold up on those. Don't kick them all out yet. I want to make a couple comments on our next couple there. A good heifer here in second, though, really strong in her top line and comes together nice from the profile. Just a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder than I would prefer. But boy, that young lady gets the most out of a nice heifer there from the side. She just stays together a little better than does our third place heifer. I like the refinement, the extension up front of the third heifer. You can see it right there. She fights things and gets a little up and down in her top line. I'd like to clean that chest floor up there in her just a little bit to make her the balanced heifer we find in the top pair. Then a really nice cow that just needs to be better off her hind leg that sits here in fourth. I think she matches our top trio. Buddy, you can come break calves at my house any day. Good job. Yeah, nice cow, good bodied, stout enough, just needs to be better on her hind leg. We get down into a couple heifers. I wanted to make comment before we let them go out of the ring. To me, the next three heifers in particular, moderate, good bodied, plenty of dimension to them, just not quite the balance, the extra eye appeal and look that you find in those cattle that precede them. But I didn't want them just heading out of the ring without making mention of them, because I think those are awfully good cow prospects. Then we follow things up with some cattle that maybe have some slight structural issues that slide them down further in this particular lineup. But guys, this is really a nice set of Beefmaster cattle, top to bottom. Those are good cattle. Give them one more nice round of applause, and they can go ahead and head on out the ring.
Beefmaster exhibitors, Class 4, we need you to staging. Class 4 Beefmasters, we need you in staging. Class 5 or 7, start making your way toward staging as well. We have results from class number 2 of Beefmaster Heifer Show. First place goes to Brindley Allison of McLennan County 4-H. Second place is Brayley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. In third, Madison Hornt of LaGrange FFA. Fourth place was Richard Longoria of Shareland Pioneer FFA. Fifth place, Andrew Horn, Brenham FFA. Sixth place, C.J. Ellison of Merkel FFA. Seventh place goes to Hutton Lusty of San Saba County 4-H. Eighth place is Madison Lee of Austin County 4-H. And ninth was Cortland Branter of Sealy FFA. And 10th place was Emily Martin of Belleville FFA. Moving into the ring, we've got class number 3 in our Beefmaster show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015. Class 4 Beefmasters, we need you in staging. Class number 5 and 6 will be our junior or calf division champion. Class 5 and 6 will be our calf division champion, and then we'll move into Class 7. So Class 7 Beefmaster heifers, start making your way to the staging area.
Well, great class. I guess February-born heifers here, and it doesn't take long, I don't think, to find, first of all, I guess these 3 heifers, but even amongst those 3, I think they just fall into the lineup the way we see them. And, you know, the red heifer that leads off, she hit me pretty hard the minute she hit the ring. And regardless of what kind you like, whether you like power or you like a little extra look, there's one that wraps it into a pretty complete kind of package. I think a beautiful balanced heifer. That neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder the way you want it to. She gets out and handles herself really well on the move. A heifer that's really bold and true in the shape of her body. She's got growth and performance, and yet she's still, you know, to me, in an appropriate degree of condition. We'll see that in a couple of heifers standing 4th, 5th in this lineup that need to be leaner. You could clean that one's joint up just the slightest little bit, but that's an awfully good heifer, guys. It leads off this thing pretty easy. The heifer most like her is the heifer in second in terms of body and mass and performance. I think she slides into that second hole. For me, both the second and third heifers maybe could be cleaned up a little in their underline, and in particular the way it ties back into that forerudder. I'd like to see a little more separation there. But we get off to the side, and the extra length and the extra sweep and depth through the rib of our second place heifer is what gives her the nod versus 3 here. Again, you get in behind this one, I sure wouldn't mind changing her hock up a little bit. She's got some joint, some swelling even on the inside portion of her hock. Boy, you'd never know it really to watch her move and handle that hind leg from the side. But I'd like to clean her up there, and I think that goes with her just being a tick coarser in her general makeup than the heifer that leads off. If the heifer in third had just a little more depth of rib and body in her, I could consider that switch. She's definitely one that I like the condition she comes to us in versus the next couple heifers, and she'll surprise you. She's got a big top. She's wide back to her pins. It's not that those 2 heifers are significantly more powerful than her in terms of muscle. It's just that extra body volume that makes them a little more of a pair, but a nice trio of heifers here at the top end. I like the blue heifer that comes in 4th. She's big-bodied. She's really stout to the ground, a big old foot underneath of her. I think in terms of doability and fleshing ease, she's always going to be good. A heifer that just needs to be a little neater and nicer balanced. I think we have a tendency to kind of pair the next 2 heifers up. This one's got a lot of extra skin, and I'm okay with that. the next one's got a little too much excess condition. And that's where I'd like to lean her up and make her fresher as she comes to us today. But I think they pair up in terms of body volume and doability. Round things out with a pair of heifers there that have the yellow and white heifer's got some length. She's correct in her top line. She's definitely cleaner conditioned than a couple in front of her, just not quite stout enough. And then the final heifer, a little shorter bodied, a little straight in the angle of her shoulder. A heifer, though, I like that depth, the turn of her rib. I thought those final couple were pretty close. Again, a really, really nice class, outstanding winner. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Great set of Beefmaster heifers there.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 3 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. And second, it's Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. Third place, Presley Spoonmore of Detroit FFA. Fourth place, Ryan Longoria of Shareland Pioneer FFA. In fifth place is Brenda Garcia of Harris County 4-H. Sixth place, Brayley Lusty of San Saba County 4-H. And seventh place was Alex Norwood of May Creek FFA. Now moving into the arena, we have class number 4 in our Beefmaster show. These are heifers that were born in January of 2015. Following this class, our judge will select our calf champion in our Beefmaster show. So we need all of our first and second place class winners for the previous 3 classes to be in the staging area. Also need class number 7 Beefmaster heifers to staging. Beefmaster exhibitors, class number 7, we need you in the staging area. Class 7 Beefmasters, we need you in staging. Class 8, this is your first call.
Well, as we get ready to go into our first division of the day, this is going to be an awfully nice set of heifer calves contending for our champion in this first division. And this class may not have that one heifer that immediately jumps out at you, but I encourage you to just study this brindle-colored heifer here that leads things off. I think right there is what you need to see. I think she matches up very nicely with some of those other class winners in terms of a look of quality and balance and female character. She's not overpowering. She could use a shot more dimension as you get right behind her, but to me, she's the heifer that really balances out and fundamentally is just an awfully nice cow prospect. She's moderate, and what I like is she's really fresh and honest in the condition she comes to us today. I think that just highlights the balance and the quality that she's already got. Nice way to start things off. There is more power in the heifer here in second. It's got the cedar in her, really a bold rib, big hip female, lots and lots of dimension. But you step off here to the side, and I just don't see that same look of female quality and refinement as you study her up through her front 1/3 relative to that heifer that wins. If you'd like a shot more power and you want to switch them because of it, I'm fine, but I think you'll see all day if I'm going to lean one way, it's going to be not to shy away from power, but to find those that can blend it with an elite look of a female, and that's the difference to me between 1 and 2. From there, I think you could do some different things. The next 3 or 4 heifers, I think, have some give and take. The next heifer's a little plain for me, a little thicker up through her neck, and I wish she had that same sweep to her lower body as that top pair. But boy, she's bold in her rib cage. She's stout hips. She's moderate in her frame. I think she's still fundamentally pretty nice in terms of her structure, so that's why she slides there into the 3rd hole. The brindle heifer here just gets too off in her hip structure for me to get her any higher than where we've got her. She curls that hind leg up under her, drops those pins as she goes. I like her length, I like her dimension and her performance. And a heifer that's got some quality to her from her hip forward, I just like to change that hip and hind leg. The yellow heifer that comes next, I think just pairs up with her. I don't think she's got quite the refinement as you study her, but I think a heifer that's got some length and sure some power. She's sound in terms of her feet and legs. The next heifer, I think, can go a lot of different places in here. From a balance standpoint, I really want to move her up a spot or two. Then you step behind her, you study her in the shape of her forerib. I just don't know if she'll ever have quite the natural dimension she needs. Just a little too flat in her general makeup. But right there, that's a good balanced heifer that's got some quality to her. Then we round things out with a group of heifers that maybe don't have quite the extension, the attractiveness, the balance there toward the end, some structural things. But guys, once again, these young people have worked really hard to get these cattle here at Rodeo Austin. They're excellent from top to bottom. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we're going to have a really good calf champion drive.
Results from class number 4 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Braley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. And second is Cody Brantner of Sealy FFA. Third place is Braley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. In fourth is Brindley Allison of McLennan County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Christian Simano of Decatur FFA. And sixth is Robbie Kelly of Moody FFA. Seventh place, Huston Myers of Alvord FFA. Eighth place is Richard Longoria of Sharyland Pioneer FFA. In ninth was Bailey Kilman of Aledo FFA. And 10th place went to Rainey Binke of Somerville FFA. We'll now bring back our class winners from the first 4 classes, and our judge will select our heifer calf champion in our Beefmaster show.
Well, what a wonderful way to start off the day. And, I was excited to come this morning and be a part of this American division. And this has really been already maybe more than I expected. This Beefmaster division's been great. And we've had lots of quality. Each one of these classes has been good. And rarely did I have to step away from the kind I'd like to use to find a class winner. That's not to say each of these are exactly the same that stand out here that won classes, but fundamentally we could tweak some little things structurally. There's sound and good brood cows to start with, and then we throw some extra eliteness and quality and a shot of extra dimension in these cattle too. But this has really been fun. And with that said, you get these class winners back out here, and I'm sure we're going to have some challenging decisions during the course of the day. In my opinion, this is not one of them. There is an easy winner. These are 4 good class winners. But young lady, bring your February heifer on out. You're going to have our champion in this calf division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf out of the Beefmaster breed comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA.
For me, it does get a little closer in the reserve slot, and I think you could do some different things here. Each of these heifers, I think, are really nice. Class 2 and 4, probably cattle that, in my opinion, are the kind that we can always utilize. They're sound. They're really, really good bodied. They're fresh in terms of their condition. They're cattle that have the right kind of body shape. Maybe not that extra elite pieces that some of these other heifers have had out here. This heifer out of class 2, if hopefully one of these days she's going to cooperate a little better too, and you'll see all that I see in her. But at this particular time, I think it's the other 2 heifers that do those things with maybe just a shot more power and natural dimension. There's a tweak I'd make in both of them. It's similar though. Their hock, the shape of their hock needs to be changed just the slightest little bit. Both of them, I think, move very, very acceptable. They wouldn't win their classes if I didn't think they were sound. The one to me, though, that strikes me just with a little more look, a little more quality, and follows up with our champion is going to be this young lady's May heifer out of class 1. Give her a nice round of applause.
And reserve champion heifer calf in the Beefmaster breed comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Emily Merrick of Industrial FFA. Congratulations to our heifer calf champion division winners. Now ready for class number 7 in our Beefmaster show. These are going to be heifers that are born in November and December of 2014, class number 7. So we need class number 8 Beefmasters to staging. Class 8 Beefmasters to staging.
Well, nice set of all-born heifers here. I think this young man's got some fans over here. He's getting pretty excited. Good pair of heifers here at the top end. To me, the two best heifers, but this is one of those classes where we don't have huge numbers, and the two best heifers aren't exactly alike. I think you can see the good in both cattle. I think there's give and take, but again, this is one of those times where you have the opportunity to use one that's just a little more your kind. And this heifer that leads off, first of all, I will say, performance, although you look at those cattle and you think, well, you use that one because she's bigger. No, that really has nothing to do with it. There's about a month and a half, a little over a month age difference between those two cattle. Really, performance is pretty comparable in those two heifers. I use that one to win because she's more maternal looking to me. She's more feminine in the way she's shaped up front and the top side of her neck, the way it comes into her shoulder, the sweep and the turn to her lower body, to me is just more maternal in terms of her look and image as we get her to the side. Go ahead and lead her out, bud. As that young man gets an opportunity to get that heifer in and out of the ring more, he's going to get the most out of her like our second place showman probably does. But I think that one, in terms of feet and legs, joints, depth, shape of body, I think that's the real cow prospect in here. First of all, I'll tell the young man in second, thank you for bringing a heifer in, knowing what age she is, knowing about your heifer. Young man in front of you just had a better heifer today, but it's not because he outshowed you. I appreciate that, and I thank you for that. There's a heifer that's stout. She's got an advantage in terms of power and natural width as you get behind her. Study her down her top line. She's really level. A heifer that's just a little coarser everywhere you study her as well. The build of her shoulder, the crest of her neck, her joints, all of those things to me, just not as refined, not as feminine. And obviously, I think you can all see she doesn't have that same extra depth of body. But those are two really nice heifers, just very different on the top end. In three, we've got a long-bodied heifer, a heifer that's pretty smooth in terms of her makeup. I'd like to pick her pin set up just a little bit. And to me, those two heifers in front of her are just elite in so many different areas that there's no way she can get around them. Just a little extra set, a little low in her pin set, but still a pretty solid heifer that's fresh in her condition as she comes to us. A moderate, deep-bodied heifer that just needs to be a little more feminine up front and a little more correct in the way she travels out of her front end that comes here in fourth. Not the biggest heifer in the world, but I think she's got doability and a practical image about her. As we work our way on down the line up here in this particular class, a red and white heifer that I think was close here with the heifer right in front of her. She's got more length, she's got more performance. I didn't see quite the balance in her at the top end of this class. And then a trio of heifers that just have some give and take in terms of some structural flaws. They're each a little different in their kind as we round out the class. Young man here next to the bottom, that's a stout heifer that needs to be sounder. And then our final heifer is one that just needs to have more dimension all the way through. Again, a very nice class, two really good heifers there at the top end. Very different, but both good in their own right. Again, give those exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing us a really good set of fall-born heifers.
Results from class number 7 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Benny Jansen of Victoria County 4-H. Second place is Seth Byers of Wise County 4-H. And third was Bailey Allison of McLennan County 4-H. Fourth place, Claiborne Jansen of Victoria County 4-H. Fifth place, Jenny Pierce of Royal FFA. And sixth was Haley Short of Ellison FFA. Seventh place, Justin Barlow of Alvin FFA. Eighth place was Emily Lancaster of Wunshie FFA. And we're now ready for class number 8 in our Beefmaster show. These are the heifers that are moving into the arena. These are heifers that were born October and September of 2014. We need classes number 9 and 10, Beefmasters to staging. Classes 9 and 10, Beefmaster heifers, we need you in staging.
Well, certainly, I hope you around ringside can appreciate just a deep, high-quality class. Give these exhibitors a nice hand, if you would, on a good set of early fall-born heifers here. Here on the top end, again, I think there's some things that we can do and some, if you want to put your emphasis in some slightly different areas, I certainly couldn't argue with that. You know, no question the heifer that leads off the class is the striking heifer that we have here in the lineup. You know, I'm sure that some probably walk up and say, wow, that's an easy winner. I don't know if that's necessarily the case in this lineup. She's certainly the most different kind of female and different in good ways. I think from a structural standpoint, she's very, very nice. She balances up beautifully. She's fresh in terms of her condition. You know, I know she's the cleanest fronted and the cleanest through her navel. That's not why she wins, though. To me, it's the way everything else blends together. I think she still is just in the shape and the way she's made through her shoulder, just a bit more feminine than the heifer in second. I think that one just has a quality that's tough to get around. For me, she's a little flat and narrow muzzled. I'd like to change her just a little bit there, and she's sure not the biggest ribbed and deepest bodied heifer in the lineup, but I think she puts the most good together out here, and certainly the one that hits you the hardest when you walk out to this lineup. I like a lot about this heifer in second, though. That's a good brood cow. She's sound. She's big ribbed. To me, the second and third heifers are moderate in their kind. This one handles her hind feet and rear pastern just a little better on the move than does the black heifer that follows up with her. I think she still balances up good. Get right around in front of her. She opens up just a little bit at the base of her shoulder. I'd like to lengthen her out of her front end, just make her a tick more refined in that regard. But guys, that's an excellent cow prospect. I think that's two really good heifers at the top end. The black heifer, to me, just keeps growing on you. I think her body shape and dimension is really, really nice. Again, she falls into a really good frame score to me, like our second place heifer does. She just never quite planted and sat down strong and good enough off of her hind leg for me to get her any higher than where she is. But I think she matches up quite well with that second heifer, excuse me. The fourth place heifer, I think, has got a lot of good in her. And this young lady has a tough time maybe getting her stuck all the time, but there's a good look right there. And I think you see how she mirrors a couple of those heifers in front of her. She's quite a bit more moderate, both in her frame and in her mature weight than the next two heifers, and I like that about her. She's fresh conditioned. That heifer just opens up a little in her shoulder and is just a little straight in her front end for me to move her any higher than fourth. Bring those next two heifers, and you can kind of see them as they go out of the ring. I do want to make comment on them because, guys, you know, there'd maybe be a lot of judges who'd move these two heifers up because of unbelievable performance. I don't know personally if we need cattle always to be as heavy maybe as what these are. You know, these are still, you know, just short-bred heifers, and I don't know what those two would cross the scale at. That is a big, stout red heifer there that comes next. Not against a little more growth. To me, she's a little bit coarse, and I'd like to make her better in the angle of her shoulder, and the heifer behind her just needs to be freshened up in terms of her condition. Look at that next group of heifers, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heifers there in the midsection of this particular class that are good-bodied. They're still good enough in their structure. They're going to be low-maintenance kind of cows. They just didn't have that extra shot of balance and eye appeal. We round things out with a trio that probably just need more to them. But, guys, that's a testament to the quality of that lineup to see the group that are walking out the other side of the ring. Really deep, really good, really high-quality set of young people and cattle in that fall heifer class.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 8 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. Second place is Will Tawater of Midway Waco FFA. Third place, Faith Martin of Austin County 4-H. In fourth place is Mackenzie Lee of Austin County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Kyle Barnett of Decatur FFA. Sixth place, Jessica Hollis of Spring Branch FFA. In seventh is Haley Guerrero of Belleville FFA. Eighth place is Christian Simano of Decatur FFA. Ninth place goes to Tanner Thomas of Needville FFA. And 10th place was Robbie Green of Bowie FFA. Now moving into the ring, we've got class number 9. These are heifers that were born in July and August of 2014. We need all Class 10 Beefmaster heifers in the staging. Class 10 Beefmasters to staging. Class 13, this is your first call.
These two young men have a pair of nice summer-born heifers here. They're different, but I think certainly good in their own right. Young man's heifer that's going to lead things off for us, starting to drop some udder. Really a big-bodied, moderate brood cow. I think the advantage she has is pretty evident here from the side. Just that extra body depth, the turn, the shape she's got to her rib cage just makes her the one that studies and looks more like a brood cow at this stage of the game. The black heifer's got a little more length of body to her. I think that's a heifer that's functional in her structure, but the set of her hind leg needs to be changed. She curls it up under her just a little bit and just gets overwhelmed by the extra rib and body volume we've got in that red heifer. But that's a good pair of females there for those two young men. Give them a nice round of applause. Two good summer-born heifers.
Results from class number 9 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA, and second place goes to Ty Williamson of Travis County 4-H. Now ready for class number 10. These are heifers that were born in May and June of 2014. Following this class, our judge will select the junior division champions. We need all of our class winners from classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging. Also need classes 13 Beefmaster to staging.
Well, really a nice class of coming 2-year-old heifers here that have a top pair that I think certainly have some give and take. I think both of those heifers have class leading advantages. Again, like we've seen in some other classes, you know, those two soared up because they're the two better heifers, not because they're exactly alike. Now you can go ahead and kind of pick your preference, so to speak. Here from the side, I think you'll see the things we've probably emphasized in those close pairs all day long. The class winner, to me, comes together just a little nicer from a balance and a femininity standpoint. I like the way she maintains herself down her top line. You look in the way she hooks back in right over her hook bones and into that tail head. I like that a little nicer than is our second place heifer. And then she tops all of those advantages off with a substantial advantage in udder quality, and that's definitely something that plays into my decision. I like the fact that both of those two heifers are showing us some udder development. I see more balance in the udder of the heifer that wins the class. The spacing of her teats is quite a bit better than the second place heifer. I like a lot about this second heifer, though. She is big and good at the ground. She's got great big feet underneath of her. She's stout in her bone work, and yet she's still good in her joints. She can get out and move. She's the power heifer in this class. She's got more dimension. She's got more width to her than the heifer that leads out in front of her. As we mentioned, I'd like to smooth her up as she comes back into that tail head. But most importantly, I'll be honest, in a close pair, the biggest reason she's second is just the way that udder's starting to form on us. Guys, that's two really, really nice heifers, just very, very different. The red heifer's just got more body and more dimension than the black heifer that rounds things out. As we've already alluded to, I like the fact that maybe that top pair is a little further along in calf, showing us more evidence of udder development. But there's a heifer that's got some stoutness, some width, some dimension. I wish she matched that power up high with a little more bone. She gets a little frail for as powerful she is up high, and she's just a little coarse-shouldered. And then the heifer that rounds things out, one that's maybe a little smoother in the way she blends neck to shoulder, shoulder into forerib. She's got enough depth of body, but you step behind her and she's just a little too flat made. I think she needs to be stouter, and she could move just a little sounder out of her front end. Four really nice heifers, two nice heifers there with some give and take on the top end. Again, congratulate those four with a nice round of applause, if you would. Those young ladies have good cow prospects.
Results from class number 10 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Mackenzie Lee of Austin County 4-H. Second place is Abby Hooper of Joaquin FFA. Third place, Victoria Como of Samuel Clemens FFA. And fourth place, Hannah Williams of Weatherford FFA. The judge will now select our junior division champion, our Beefmaster show. We need all class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 back to the arena. Beefmaster heifer exhibitors, we need classes 13 and 14 to make their way to staging. 13, we need you in staging immediately. 14, start making your way to staging.
Our junior division here, it's been a good set of cattle. I think each of these classes has been really nice. There's been some quality at the top end, and yet probably every one of those classes has some give and take and some things that you could maybe tweak here and there. And I compliment each of these young people. This becomes sometimes a little of a challenge just because we have so much age variation, ranging from a coming 2-year-old down here in our final class that's bagging down, ready to calve, a late fall up front, but I think, to me this is no different than if we had just gotten them into a champion drive and you study them relative to their age. Again, there's some challenge in here. I tell you that just a little of what I see. Young man up front, first of all, I'll tell you, I encourage you, get after it and work with this heifer. You've got a heifer that has a lot of quality to her. When she's set out in the lead, I think things come together for us nice. We get her stopped, and maybe he fights her just a little bit, and we don't get the look that she can genuinely have. But hopefully with more time at the stick and at the front of that heifer, that young man's going to get the most out of what I think is an awfully nice cow prospect. She's not quite as stout as some that are out here, but I love her body shape. Stop her right there, buddy. Don't move a thing. That's exactly how she needs to look, and I think she balances out nice. She's got the right kind of body type. Her feet and leg structure is good. Like we said, maybe not overpowering in terms of dimension, but I think that one meets a lot of the basics in terms of just brood cow function. She's fresh, she's good structured. As we said, maybe not always giving us the best look out here, but hopefully now you can see the things that I do. This is a unique heifer that wins Class 2. She definitely comes out and grabs you as the one that's the longest and the neatest up through her front end. As we said in class, to me, these American cattle have extra skin for a reason, and I'm not here to take it away from them. I think we need that. It's more about shape of neck and femininity in other respects. That's a heifer that's really long. She's got a nice turn up high. She's not the biggest bodied. I like to drop her just a little bit through her center body. She gets out and handles herself pretty nice on the move. Kind of a unique female in the things that she blends together. Good solid cow that comes in a little plainer look in the next class, a little off right behind her shoulder, and then one that we like the femininity that won our last class and dropping a nice udder, but needs to be a nickel stouter. So, we had some give and take in this lineup. This is probably a bit more challenging decision in my opinion versus the cattle that we had in that first division and the standout winner they had that particular time. As we start to weigh out things in my mind, I think these cattle still need to, represent what they're supposed to. I think we got to build brood cows in every sense of the word. But then I think when you jump out here, I think all of these are functional enough in terms of structure and build. I think it comes down to some of the other things that make this decision. But it's hard. I'm going to take one more look and select us a champion and reserve. Those are good seconds, and I would venture to say maybe a second that'll jump into this lineup and be part of this reserve decision also, but a really nice set of females. Again, if you would, help me in congratulating this set of young people on a nice set of heifers here in this division. We'll take one more look and select your champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer in the Beefmaster show comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. And reserve champion, also out of the same class, entry number 8621, exhibited by Will Tawater of Midway Waco FFA. And congratulations to our division winners. We'll now move into class number 13 in our Beefmaster show. These are heifers that were born in March and April of 2014. We'll need all Class 14 Beefmasters to make your way to staging. Class 14 Beefmasters to staging. Beefmaster exhibitors, class number 14, we need you in staging. Class 14 Beefmasters, we need you in staging immediately. Class 15, start making your way to the arena as well.
Guys, a wonderful class of 2-year-old heifers here. Give these exhibitors a big hand if you would. Really, really nice cattle, top to bottom once again. I like this top pair of heifers quite a bit. You know, you get these heifers that are right now at or coming to 2 years of age, and you know, each young person kind of makes some different management decisions. We've got a heifer that's got a calf at side, but in the case of all 4 of these top heifers, to me, we're at least showing the udder development that shows us that we're in a position to calve somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 years of age here. And you know, you got to make some management decisions as these young people want to get these cattle out and show them. I understand, you know, maybe holding off or maybe not breeding quite as early, you know, but at least they look like they're going to be in that neighborhood of calving when we want them to. Now it's about finding the best ones. And, you know, to me, this top pair of heifers is really unique. I think, you know, maybe some of your first impressions are not exactly how I read them as you dig in just a little bit deeper, but I like both of those heifers quite well. This young lady's heifer up front, no question, there's a little more of her in terms of just length and volume, so I think you want to label her the more powerful heifer of the pair. To me, that's not actually exactly true. It's more of some of the other subtle features that I like that actually end up allowing her to win this class. The way that neck comes out of the top of her shoulder is just beautiful. I think she's an example of an American that still can be very feminine in the shape of her neck and have the kind of skin that we need these cattle to have to do their purpose. That's a beautiful bodied heifer. A big advantage I think she has versus the second place heifer is the shape and the depth to her forerib in particular. I think she blends smoother into her shoulder. I think she's a little better in her forerib than is our second place heifer. Heifer that, again, as you come from there back, has a notch more length. I love her levelness and correctness back from hooks to pins. Heifer, as we get her out on the lead, there might be times that you say, well, does she miss her stride by the slightest little bit? Honestly, guys, I would tell you, I think that's more of a product of a long-bodied heifer. If you watch her reach and you watch her go, you know, if the only way she was going to hit her stride perfect would be if she ducked her hind leg underneath of herself, and then we'd call her round-hipped. I think she's really nice in her structure. Her joints are still good. I think she moves nice. I think a really, really nice female to win. As far as one dropping an udder, if you want to see what I think a nice young 2-year-old udder should start to look like, I love that in our second place female. It's tight to the body wall. She's long and smooth in that fore-udder attachment. She's got delineation between that navel and her fore-udder. It's not all just coming together underneath of her. Her teats are square. They're sit out on the corners. They're spread good. I love the udder development of that young man's heifer here in second. A unique heifer because you get up on top of her and she's got a tremendous shape. In fact, I think your thought, like we said, was to make the class winner the power heifer. I think this one's actually got more dimension when you study her up high. With that, a little crestier at the top of her neck, a little coarser in the build of her shoulder, not quite as good in her forerib. Those are the differences. 2 excellent females. Congratulations to both of those young people. Again, another nice heifer here in third. Boy, she's big-bodied. She's deep all the way back to her flank. I'd like to spread those teats and square them out. We talk about how good that udder is there in number 2. That's something I'd like to change in this heifer. But I like her moderation. I think she's got just a little more to her than does our fourth place female. Happy to see one that's got a calf at side and starting to do what they're designed to do. And obviously because of that and the fact that she's starting into lactation, she's a little thinner conditioned. I like that. They should be. That's not why she rounds out our top 4. I just wish that cow was a little stouter everywhere I study her. She needs a shot more dimension. She's feminine. I think she's got an acceptable udder, maybe not the most balanced through her udder floor as we look at those front teats, but I think a quality cow prospect that's really in production, showing you what she's capable of already. Nice female there in 4th. Big stout heifer that comes next. A little too much condition for me. And as we look at the remainder of this class, I wish we did see more udder development and evidence of being further along in calf. But boy, she's bold ribbed, she's stout, she's smooth. She just got a little too much condition. Next heifer, we can get her stopped, and she's got a nice look to her. The young man can flat stick her. She's balanced and good, just needs more body volume in her. Round things out with a couple of good performance heifers. Again, just thrown off a little bit from a balance perspective, not quite the quality we see in the top end. Great class, 2 really nice heifers there at the top end. One more time, if you would, congratulate those young people on a good set of coming 2-year-olds there.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Molinix. Results from class number 13 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Braley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. Second place is Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA. Third place, Madison Lee of Austin County 4-H. In 4th place, Anthony Ollis of Wunshie FFA. Fifth place goes to Cutter Carnes of Dimmitt County 4-H. 6th place is Robbie Kelly of Moody FFA. 7th place, Alex Thompson of George Ranch FFA. And 8th place, Timothy Ulrich of Ellison FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 14. These are females that were born January and February of 2014. Beefmaster exhibitors, we need all heifers in class number 15 to staging. Class 15 Beefmasters, we need you to staging immediately. Brahman exhibitors, we are nearing the end of our Beefmaster show, so we'll be calling for our first classes shortly. Brahman exhibitors will be calling for our first classes shortly.
We'll get a nice set of heifers here. again, polar opposites here on the top end, and just a class of 4, and you don't necessarily get to keep 2 that look identical at the top end. They're both good cattle, though, but again, it's a little the same call that we've had to make in some other classes, and the heifer that leads off, the tiger stripe kind of heifer there, just to me balances out better when this young man gets her pulled together and set right. She's so much more feminine in the shape of her head and neck. To me, a little more conservative in terms of frame size and mature size. A heifer that is showing us some udder development, I think going to be acceptable, especially the youthfulness of that udder is going to be nice. A heifer that surprises me. I think her angles of her structure look really nice, and yet we can go ahead and lead her on out the ring, buddy. I think you'll see as she gets out in motion, I don't see any severe issues in her structure. She does come up just a little short in her stride as she goes, but I still think she's very, very sound and good jointed. The heifer that comes next is certainly big and stout and powerful and a bit coarse for me. And it even starts just up there, the shape of her head. That female's a little big and coarse-headed for me. It blends right back into her neck and shoulder. That one's got lots and lots of performance, lots of mass. I like those things about her. I just need them to be a more female-like for this judge here today. Then 3rd and 4th to me is pretty close actually as well. And you know, the heifer in 3rd, I'm going to give up some body here today to take one that's a little more correct and fresher in terms of her condition and the stage that she comes to us. A heifer that I wish was a little deeper. I don't know that there's as much power difference as you think. That heifer's got some top and some width to her hip. A heifer that's got enough dimension. She gets out and moves pretty well. The heifer that comes 4th, if you wanted to switch them because she's got more body depth and you like her moderation of kind, I certainly could see that. A heifer that to me is just way, way past where we need them to be condition-wise. And when you tack on the fact that I don't see a whole lot of udder development, concerns me as she goes into the production stage of her life. We can go ahead and walk her out, and I think you'll still see, though, some good in that female that I like quite well. She's still a nice, there you go, buddy. She's still a nice-bodied heifer with a lot of natural doability, just a little too far along in her condition for this particular judge. Again, an outstanding class, some give and take there, but 4 nice females.
Results from class number 14 in the Beefmaster show. First place goes to Keston Lusty of San Saba County 4-H. Second place, Brianna Harden of Brazoria County 4-H. Third place, Anthony Jimenez of Bel Air FFA. And 4th place, Lane Bronikowski of Brazoria County 4-H. Now ready for class number 15 in our Beefmaster show. These will be heifers that were born September through December of 2013. Following this class, the judge will select our senior division champion heifer, and then we'll follow that up with our grand champion Beefmaster heifer drive. Attention all heifer exhibitors. Just a reminder that releases will be issued at the conclusion of each breed. You do need to go by the livestock office and get your trailer release stamped before you can go pick up your trailer. So you need to go by the livestock office and get your trailer release stamped before you leave to go get your trailer. Also, Show Photo by Katina is the official show photographer for Rodeo Austin Heifer Show. They're taking pictures in the show ring as well as at the backdrop on the north end of the arena. Photos are going to be available to order at their website, which is showphotobykatina.com. All breed champions and reserve breed champions are required to take backdrop pictures, so please make sure that you go by the backdrop if you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion, and go online if you want to order those pictures.
Well, fun class to sort through. Definitely, some things maybe relative to udder structure that I could modify in every heifer in this class. And yet, to see 4 of them in production get into that stage of their life, I think you can appreciate that. This is always one of those challenges from a judge's standpoint. This is a heifer show. It's your Beefmaster heifer show, and yet all of these have pairs and are pairs. And how much emphasis do you put on a calf that's outside of them? When it's the heifer show. If it was a cow-calf show, I think I would tell you I have a tendency to put a whole lot of emphasis. And yet, even in a heifer show, I can't help but to look at that calf inside and kind of blend that into my decision a little bit. With that said, I think there's some give and take in this lineup. The brindle-colored cow here that leads off in terms of her type and kind easily suits me the best in terms of her phenotype and the feet and leg structure, her balance, the way she comes together from the profile. I think that one's a dominant winner in those particular traits. Now, some things I would tell you, there's give and take down the lineup in terms of udder structure. And that left rear quarter is a concern to me, no question. I get behind, and I don't know if she's got a blind quarter altogether or just quite a bit less milk flow in that non-show side rear quarter. And the way those teeth splay out, I'd like to see those set more perpendicular to the ground. She is pretty level on this side of her udder floor. It's still reasonably well attached. Otherwise, I just need to see that left rear quarter far, far bloomier and fuller to be ideal. The other thing that's kind of interesting in this pair, you never know how mating decisions, go. That bull calf looks nothing like his mother, and it's kind of interesting. He's kind of big and rangy looking at this stage. Maybe he's one of those growth times in a growth curve that he's spurting up and he needs time to fill out. Hopefully he will, but that's a moderate, really nice bodied, really well balanced cow and kind of a big lanky calf at this stage in the game, but I think still puts some good things together as a pair. I wish we could modify the length of the teats in the second place cow. Otherwise, I'd call her the best uddered. I think in terms of balance of udder, all four quarters have and milkiness to them. That udder still being relatively youthful for a 2-year-old. She puts the most good together there. And a bull calf at side that I think's got a nice shape to him. His front end structure needs time to kind of sit back in him a little bit, but I still don't know if that's not the best calf when it's all said and done. The cow needs to be a little better hooks to pins, doesn't smooth and balance out like that class winner does from a profile standpoint, but I think a very logical place to go for second. I think you could justify third and fourth probably either way. The length, the size, the shape of the teats, and the maturity of the udder on the third cow is just too much for me. That's why she can't compete with those top two. That's just too mature of an udder, held too deep and close to the base of the hock there. It needs to be tighter into the body wall. But the biggest thing is she's just way too coarse and long in the shape of those teats. Big old bull calf that's growing well. The cow's big-bodied. There's a lot of good in her. It's that udder that's the biggest issue for me to slide her here into third. But then you go to the fourth udder. The teats are way, way better. But the balance of that udder concerns me. Good in the rear quarters. I clearly can see that there's milkiness and there's bloom to those rear quarters. Just don't see enough to her fore udder to blend that out. Still a good-bodied cow, a long-bodied cow. She's got some performance, starting to do some nice things with obviously a young green calf at side, but I just didn't see enough balance in her udder. And as you get off to the side, maybe just doesn't come together as nicely right there behind her shoulder, runs downhill just the slightest little bit. Guys, this is a great set of cows. Boy, this is again going to be a nice division. Give those exhibitors one more nice hand on an excellent set of females.
Results from class number 15 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Abby Hooper of Joaquin FFA. Second place is Madison Hornt of LaGrange FFA. Third place goes to Robbie Green of Bowie FFA. And fourth place goes to Brianna Harden of Brazoria County 4-H. We'll now bring back our class winners from classes 13, 14, and 15, and our judge will select the senior division champion. Following that, we'll select the grand champion Beefmaster Heifer. Brahman exhibitors, we need class 1 to staging. Brahman exhibitors, we need class 1 to staging.
As we pull these heifers to the side, great division, guys. These older heifers really put a lot of nice things together for us, and I think we're going to have a pair that represent this division that are really, really good and going to fit right in with our other divisional winners. Be a neat set of females to get a look at for our champions. So, again, my compliments to these exhibitors. You know, you'll notice here in these particular groups, especially, you know, the 3 class winners, even a couple of seconds, you know, we're getting to at or close to 2 years of age and up through senior yearlings with calves at side. You know, even if they didn't have calves at side, at least showing the kind of udder development that tells us they're going to be calving here in the very near future, as we hope they will. In this particular group, I think there's one heifer of our class winners that steps out and you know, really puts a lot of good together. I think you get off here to the side and you immediately see her balance, her quality, her look. I think a heifer that's got a lot of future in front of her as she goes into production for this young lady. Give this young lady out of Class 1 a nice hand. You're going to have our champion here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer, the Beefmaster Show, comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Braley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H.
Then as we go to select reserve, again, I think we've seen good in all of these cattle. But you remember back to that class, and I talked about, you know, how unique there was give and take between those 2 heifers. Some neat things in terms of mammary development and udder structure that we love so much in this second place heifer. And then the way she combined it with a shape that probably, you know, was a bit surprising. I just think it would be a mistake at this point to split those 2 up. Second place heifer will be our reserve.
And your reserve champion, senior heifer, also comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA. Congratulations to our senior division champions. We're now ready for our judge to select our grand champion, Beefmaster heifer. Brahman exhibitors, class 1 Brahman exhibitors, we need you in staging. Class 2, start making your way as well. Class 1 Brahmins, we need you in staging.
Well, guys, just a great way to start off our day. I've really enjoyed this Beefmaster division. You know, as you get an opportunity to kind of get into some of the Beefmaster shows, there's variation in the cattle. I think that's unique. I think that's fun. And I appreciate the quality that we've had. They haven't all come out in the same shape or size, but they've been good cattle. And, you know, here as we get to the end, it allows me, you know, to kind of find the one that really hits me hard and fits what I want throughout the course of the day. You and I think you'll find as we work into other breeds and divisions, I'm certainly one of those that we get these cattle closer to the production stage of their life. You get an opportunity to really see how they're maturing and what they're made of, and hopefully, we'll see some later divisions, I'm sure, as we get them in production and calf at side, maybe some advantages that can come with that. With that said, though, it's all about finding the best one, and whether it's the oldest one you saw all day or the youngest one, like I said, I think Ty often goes to those that are getting close or are already in production. But to me today, guys, it ain't close. It's this heifer that wins Division 1. She's going to be our Beefmaster champion. Congratulations, that young lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Beefmaster heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA.
I think an outstanding representative. To me, what she does is maintain breed identity and quality and balance with enough stoutness, and yet it doesn't interfere with her movement. I think just a really complete female. Probably one that's weighing as much as we need her to at this stage of the game, but she's still fresh. To me, it becomes more interesting for our reserve slot. I love this May heifer calf. When we get her stopped, she's got such a unique look and presence about her, a nice shape to her. Hopefully that hock stays sound enough as she continues to move on and progress. This heifer that won a challenging second division. I would have no argument whatsoever for those that think she's so unique, so different that, she needs to get a piece of this. To me, probably a couple of other heifers that have walked out here, have a little more American look to them than she does in some spots. But I love the extension. I think a heifer that balances out real nice, a very nice muscle shape, and she can still get out and go. And then I think just a very nice cow prospect that wins our third division. She's good structured, she's big bodied, she's practical in her look. I think that neck really comes out of the top of her shoulder beautiful. She's so smooth in her makeup. She maybe didn't have that wow factor as our champion, but she sure puts a lot of good together, enough to be our reserve here today. Congratulations to that young lady.
And your reserve champion Beefmaster heifer comes out of the senior division. Entry number 2764, exhibited by Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. Congratulations to our Beefmaster breed champions. Reminder again to all of our heifer exhibitors, we do need photos of our breed champions at least. Photos at the backdrop. We got showphotobykatina.com. You can order those pictures online, showphotobykatina.com. Please go by the backdrop and get your pictures made. We're now ready to start our Brahman Heifer show. Brahman Heifer exhibitors, class number 1, we need you in the staging area immediately. We're about to lead them into the ring. Class 2 Brahmins, start making your way to staging. Class 2 Brahmins, we need you in staging as well. Class 1 Brahmins, we need you in staging. We're leading them into the arena. Class 2 Brahmins, we need you in staging. Class 2 Brahmins, we need you in staging. Brahmin exhibitors, it looks like we're going to have a few less heifers than what we have on the list, so the classes aren't quite as big as what you see listed. We're going to move through them a little quicker than what you might think, so pay attention to the progress of the show. We need Class 2 Brahmins in staging. Class 3 and 4, we need you to start making your way up here as well.
Well, nice way to start off our Brahmin division. Again, some give and take here at the top of the lineup, but I think if you think about age and weight per day of age in this particular group, I think it's easy to get consumed with which one's bigger than the next. Every one of these heifers is big enough for April and May born baby calves. Every one of them has enough performance. Without question, the highest quality heifer, the most maternal looking heifer in the lineup, though, is the heifer here standing in front of me that the young man has. I like her maternal look. I like her femininity relative to the remainder of the class. She comes in a more conservative kind of frame. She's got the extra depth of body to go with that. That indicates to me there's our low maintenance brood cow when it's all said and done. I wish she was just a nickel stouter. If she had a little more dimension, it'd be easy to latch onto her. But for me, it's still pretty logical in this lineup because in terms of structure, body type, and just maternal look, I think she's the find in this lineup. The most muscular heifer's here in second. She's got come behind her hump there, and she's got a tremendous shape over the top side of her skeleton and back out to her hip. She's got more dimension and mass, a little coarser in the way she's built in her shoulder, and I'd like to see just a little more sweep and depth to the lower part of her rib. Young lady can really get the most out of this heifer in third, a female that I like some things about. She's just too round and off in her hip structure for me to get her in the top pair. There's the youngest heifer in this lineup. She's got some dimension to her. I like her underline well. A heifer, though, that's just too steep in that hip structure. In fact, I think it's close between her and the red heifer. This is a heifer that's starting to push it in terms of frame size for me. This is still April and May baby. She's actually one of the two younger heifers in this class. She's plenty big in terms of her frame score for me without quite enough body to go with that. If you like her length, if you like that growth pattern, then I still good things in that female. And I think she balances out better than a heifer that's more moderate that rounds things up for us. A heifer that's got some body volume, some doability to her next, just a little too short and coarse and plain up through her front end, doesn't balance out quite as good as she needs to. Study her on those hind feet. She's just a little long and weak on that rear pastern, but still rounding out things with a moderate, beat-bodied, good ribbed heifer like her. Just a testament to a very nice class to start off our Brahmins. Excellent set of heifers. Again, give those exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head out of the ring.
Results from class number 1 in our Brahmin show. First place goes to Shane Benke of Washington County 4-H. Second place is Ty Wilson of San Jacinto County 4-H. In third place, Kylie McIntosh of Bernie FFA. Fourth place is Jenna LeBlanc of East Bernard FFA. And fifth place is Lauren Hagerman of Williamson County 4-H. Now moving into the ring, we've got class number 2 in our Brahmin show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Brahmin exhibitors, class 3 and 4, we need you in staging immediately. Class 3 and 4 Brahmins, we need you in staging immediately. Class 7, be ready.
Excellent class, good depth here. Two heifers that, as they came into the ring, struck me pretty well here to lead things off, and yet I think the differences between them are relatively straightforward. Young man's heifer's got more power, no question about it. I think bolder in the turn of her rib, stouter all the way back to her hip. A heifer that also comes a little leveler to that hip structure than does our second place female, and remains a nickel stouter all the way to the ground. So power's clearly the advantage, but because of her hip structure, there's also some pieces of balance that I'd give preference to in her as well. The heifer in second's a little more refined. I think she's a bit more feminine in the shape of her neck, a little smoother in the way she's made into her shoulder, and a bit cleaner in her joint work. A heifer that's given us fits here today for that young lady, but I appreciate the way she's going after it. I read that heifer maybe just a little straight in the angle of her shoulder. Maybe both of those two could reach a little longer out of her front end, but that hump's pushed just a little far forward, and I think it's a product of that angle of her shoulder. Like to level her to her hip just a notch. Two very, very good heifers, good to give and take between the pair. 3 and 4, I think, is also a nice pair. A little plainer look to this heifer in third, but a heifer that I think has the body volume that you like, that makes her kind of fit more like that top pair of heifers. She doesn't have that elite power or refinement that you find in the first heifer, or the refinement in the second heifer, but I think a heifer that's got just a lot of good and practicality to her. This heifer that's in fourth, I like a lot about her. She's got a beautiful shape when you step behind her. She's really, really muscular. She's green. She's got no extra condition on her yet at this stage. I just hope she'll body down. She's just a little tubular in the shape of that rib and body as she comes to us today. The next two heifers, the heifer coming next, she's sure deep-bodied. She's just not quite sound enough in the way you study her in her feet and legs. She gets pretty short and choppy in her stride off of both ends, and a little plainer in her look. And the young lady, I'll congratulate her. I really think she's got a better heifer maybe than what we see here today. This red heifer that finishes out things for us, you get her standing and she balances up pretty nice. She's got some performance. I think we can all see it as she gets out on the move. She is just not at all moving good enough, really laboring on her front end in particular here today, and certainly got to judge what we see. Young lady said she took a fall, and I wouldn't argue with that. I think it sure looks like she's laboring here for us, but as she comes to the ring, we have to judge what we see structurally, unfortunately. Good class. Give all those exhibitors one more nice round of applause, though. Excellent set of Brahman females.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 2 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Spade Koenig of Callahan County 4-H. Second place is Avery Kolb of Spring Branch FFA. Third place, Tess Homeyer of Burleson County 4-H. Fourth place is Cole Hendershot of Gonzales County 4-H. Fifth place, Samantha Ramos of Pasadena FFA. And sixth place, Savannah Wood of Rusk County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class number 3 in our Brahman show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015. We need all heifers in class number 4 Brahman. Class 4 Brahman, we need you in staging. Class number 7 Brahman, we need you to start making your way to staging.
Well, again, a nice class, a trio of heifers that each have some good in them. And this top pair, if we could blend some things together, we'd sure build probably the one we could really get excited about. And I think, at the stand versus on the move is where you have to make some calls. But we've emphasized structure all day long. And I still think our class winner standing has balance and has quality to her. And when she gets out on the move, that's where she beats our second place heifer. She's so much more correct in the angle of her shoulder, the flex, and the way she handles her rear hock and pastern is so much better than our second place heifer. She doesn't overpower you in terms of dimension. She does have the edge in length. I still would give her an edge in terms of femininity, the shape of her neck, and the way she comes into her shoulder versus the red tinged heifer here in second. There's a lot to like about this heifer, though. I really like her moderation. She's stout. She's bold and good in the turn of her rib. If we just took a picture of them and looked at all of the dimensions, you might start with her. Put her out on the move. We've just emphasized structure way too much for me to not utilize it still in this class. She is way too tight moving and short stepping off of both ends for me to get her any higher than second. In fact, if you just even wanted to switch it based on length of stride alone here between 2 and 3, you'd have a case to build. I just don't see enough body in that third place heifer. She just gets overwhelmed out here. And even when you analyze structure, I don't know if she's perfect in her own right either. She needs to be leveler and more correct in that hip structure. So again, an outstanding set of heifers there, some give and take, but a good trio. Give those exhibitors one more nice hand if you would.
Results from class number 3 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Michael Curry of Houston County 4-H. Second place is Shane Benke of Washington County 4-H. And third place, Deshauna Loud of Sheldon FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 4. These are heifers that were born in January of 2015. Following this class, our judge will select the calf division champions. Brahman exhibitors, we need class number 7 to staging. Class 7 needs to be in staging. Class 8, Brahmans, you can start making your way to the arena as well.
Well, maybe as good a class as we've had top to bottom to this point in the Brahman division. Give these exhibitors a nice hand, if you would, before they head out of the ring. Excellent set of cattle. Really, really good. Here at the top end, I think, for me, these top pair of heifers really surface. And yet you get them here to the profile, and boy, it's awfully tough to beat this heifer that leads off. I think she really represents a lot of what we've tried to find in these first few classes. She's relatively moderate in terms of frame. She's got a beautiful rib cage in her, so good in the turn of her body. She's so uniform and deep and good through her lower body as well. You get off to the profile and she balances out a little nicer than the second place heifer. That neck comes out of the top of her shoulder right. She's a little more refined in the shape of her neck. And then she's quite a bit stronger right there behind her hump. And I think all of that allows her to just come together with a nicer silhouette here from the profile. Beautiful balance, really maternal, excellent, excellent female. Cover her stride just a little better to be ideal, but that's getting pretty nitpicky. Her joints are good. Her balance is exceptional. Really a nice heifer. I like a lot about this second place heifer, though. She's very genuine. You get in and study her. She is really true in the shape of her body. She's really muscular. She's very fresh. Again, she's one that's a little conservative more conservative in terms of her frame size than is our third place heifer. So I think ultimately she ends up maybe being a little more in the window of acceptability in terms of size and scope when it's all said and done. I also think she gets out and reaches her stride just a little nicer, gets out of her front end a little nicer than our third place heifer. Third place heifer is big and performance driven. Get this young lady stopped at the side, and boy, she can make that heifer come together. I love the way she sticks that heifer. She gets that head alert and good. She's stronger behind her shoulder than is the heifer that's right there in front of her. As we get that heifer on the lead, a little bigger first of all, then we get her on the lead, and she just doesn't get out and move quite good enough, a little shorter in terms of her stride. And as good as that top line can look from a great showman at the stand, doesn't quite stay together as good. We see some of those issues when she gets out on the move. Then the red heifer that comes in fourth, just a good solid female. I like her freshness of condition versus a couple of heifers that round things out. She's got some depth. She needs to be leveled in her hip structure, not as powerful as that trio in front of her. Round things out, those are still fundamentally good cattle finishing out this lineup. As I mentioned, this probably was as deep and as good a group as we've had. A little stronger top line in the speckled heifer versus the one that rounds things out. Still a long-strided, good structured heifer finishing things with some performance. Again, outstanding class. Once again, my congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from class number 4 in a Brahman show. First place goes to Rayleigh Speece of Burton FFA. Second place is Kyler Oldham of Liberty County 4-H. Third place, also Rayleigh Speece of Burton FFA. Fourth place, Molly Smith of Luling FFA. In fifth is Clayton Honky of Milam County 4-H. And sixth place goes to Faith Breed of Spring Branch FFA. Now bring back our class winners from the first 4 classes, and our judge will select the champion heifer calf and reserve champion heifer calf in our Brahman show. We need Brahman exhibitors in class 7. Brahman exhibitors in class 7, we need you to staging. Class 8, we'll be calling you shortly. Class 7, we need you in staging.
Again, what a whale of a way to start our Brahman division. These young people certainly have great cattle here in this young division. Give them a nice hand here, those of you around ringside. Great division. You know, and I like to give credit where it's due, and I don't want to take anything away from a couple other class winners, because to me, class 1 and 3, those are very functional cattle. They're cattle that are going to go do good things. They're sound in terms of their structural makeup, and they won their individual classes for that reason. But I don't think there's any question the depth and the real elite quality in this particular division came out of classes 2 and 4. In fact, probably, you know, half a dozen of my favorite heifers in this division are stacked in those 2 classes. And yet, with that said, I think there's one that sets the bar pretty high in this lineup. All you got to do is back off right to the angle that I am. I'm sure you can see it from the other side as well. There's a brood cow with a look of quality that really steps it up pretty high in this particular lineup. It's our Class 4 winner. Give that young lady a nice hand. An excellent way to start off our Brahman division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the Brahman show comes out of class number 4, exhibited by Rayleigh Spees of Burton FFA.
To me, it gets a bit closer for a reserve. I really like this second place heifer a lot. Her boldness, her freshness, you know, her stoutness and true shape was what led her into that second hole. She never quite stayed together as nice as the heifer that leads off that particular division, but I think she's got a lot of quality about her. As we've already alluded to, I think it boils down to her and that heifer out of class number 2 to be our reserve slot. The heifer from class 2, a little more length of body. She hooks up a little stronger right there directly behind her hump and back out to her hip. The heifer out of class 4, maybe just a shot more lower body and depth all the way back to her rear rib and flank. I think they complement each other quite well. Young man out of class 2, you're going to have our reserve calf champion. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in this division.
And a reserve champion heifer calf in our Brahman show comes out of class 2, exhibited by Spade Koenig of Callahan County 4-H. Congratulations to our heifer calf exhibitors. Now ready for class number 7 in our Brahman show. These are heifers that were born November and December of 2014. Class number 8, Brahman. Class 8, Brahman, we need you in staging. Class 8, we need you in staging. Class 9, you can start making your way up to the arena as well.
Guys, this is a class perhaps that poses some challenge to us. I don't know if there's just that one heifer that does everything that we're looking for, but gosh, there's good cattle from top to bottom in here, and these young people certainly deserve a lot of credit. They've brought a good set of females. I think the biggest challenge in this particular lineup is where structure falls and where you want to, start to draw a line on some things. I think the top pair of heifers move acceptable. I think we could change some structural things on both of them still. What I think the class winner does is tie that into a little more moderate frame size and a little more correctly balanced kind of package here from the side. I really would like to change the shape of those front feet. And I think she splays out because her toes aren't shaped quite right and square enough and good enough as we come down to the ground on her front feet. That needs to be modified. But I think you get her profiled here to the side. I think you still see the balance, the quality, the look in a moderate kind of package that we've looked for kind of all day long. I like the cleanliness of her joints and refinement just a little better than our second place heifer. At first, I wanted to give a structural advantage to the second female. You really study her feet, they're just different. Neither one of them are quite right. She's pretty splay-footed, pretty long-toed, and so we need to change the foot shape in probably both of those heifers. She's long, she's performance-driven. She maybe takes as long a stride as anything that's out here, but I still don't know that she's quite perfect in the way that she's shaped and goes all the way down to her foundation. Like we said, not quite that extra look of balance of the class winner. The red-tinged heifer here in third. We get them stopped at the profile. I could argue that she puts as good a package together from a balance standpoint as any. She's bold and she's true in the shape of her rib to go with that look. She's so strong behind her hump, level all the way back to her hip. We can go ahead and lead her on out. That's why she's third. She's just too short and tight moving off of both ends of her structure. I think any of us can see it in motion. That heifer really comes significantly short of hitting her stride, and I think third's as high as you can get her because of that. Even if you wanted to make a decision on moving her down the line a spot or two, I guess I could see it. My problem was I don't think we found a real extraordinary structural upgrade to go ahead and get in front of her beyond that. The next heifer needs to be leveler to her hip. Bottom line, if she was level her hip, I could call her better structured and move her up a spot. A little flatter made than a couple of the heifers on either side of her, but I like her moderation, and again, her length of steps a little better than the next heifer. Big, performance-oriented heifer with as much muscle shape as any comes next in the lineup. Like to tone her down in her size just a little bit, give her a little more body volume to match that extra frame, but a big power heifer nonetheless that you like. Another big heifer that probably sits in about the same boat as the one in front of her comes next. She doesn't have quite the muscle shape, though, as you get behind her, a little frailer featured as well, but certainly a big, growthy heifer there nonetheless. As we work our way down the lineup, some cattle that still have some doability and some good in them, in just about every one of those cases as we start to work our way down, just cattle that weren't quite sound enough in terms of their feet and legs, cattle that needed a little more body to accommodate the frame that they happen to have. But really an interesting class to sort. Good cattle. Congratulations to all those young people. Give them one more nice hand, if you would, on an excellent set of females here.
Results from class number 7 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Mackenzie Moreland of Coryell County 4-H. In second place is Abby Homeyer of Caldwell FFA. Third place is Shelley Curry of Houston County 4-H. Fourth place, Jacob Harmon of Callisburg FFA. In fifth place is Kylie McIntosh of Bernie FFA. Sixth place, Madison Ernest of Needville FFA. In seventh is Savannah Rojas of Pasadena FFA. Eighth place is Samuel Moore of Magnolia FFA. In ninth is Bailey Grissom of Uvalde County 4-H. And 10th place, Michaela Henry of Jim Ned FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 8 in our Brahman show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. We need all Brahman heifers in class 9 and 10 to staging. All Brahman heifers in class 9 and 10 to staging.
Well, again, a very nice set of fall-born heifers here, and I just think the good complete heifer leads off the class. I don't know that she's dominant in any one particular area, but to me, she poses the best combination of traits as we set this lineup together. And here on this top pair, to me, it's about feet and leg structure that makes the difference. Study these cattle at the ground, the shape of their rear feet, the way they plant from their ankle down, going away. She's quite a bit squarer and truer in the way she goes all the way down to her foundation. And because of it, she maintains her top line more correctly when we get her out at the lead. Heifer that doesn't blow you away in terms of body, but I think she still has plenty of rib and body volume. I think, again, just the one that balances out and puts together the combination of traits in this lineup. No question, the big ribbed, high volume power heifer within the class stands here in second. And if we could change those rear feet on her, it would make a huge difference. Everything would stay together so much better when she's in motion. I love that body shape. I love the dimension that she's got. With that, a heifer, though, that rounds out of her hip just a little much, and if you'd have a chance to come and study her rear feet, I think you'd see what I do. Just need to change her in the shape of that rear foot. It would definitely handle her pastern, her ankle quite a bit different. We can go ahead and lead her on out. I think you'll see just the way she handles her top line, just not quite good enough in the way she sets out and travels. I like a lot about this red tinged heifer in third. Boy, she's long and she's really shapely. For her frame, she doesn't have quite enough body depth. I'd like to just give her more volume there, but I think there's some quality in that one. As she bodies down a little more, she might start to give that top pair all they want. Just today comes off a little tubular in terms of her rib and body shape. Young lady can bring this red heifer together on the profile and give you a nice look. She is naturally just a little rounder in her hip structure, not quite that extra shape and dimension of that top grouping in here, but she's a performance heifer that's got some body volume and some practicality to her. As we round things out, there's a nice gray heifer that comes next that's very refined and feminine, just needs to be stouter all the way through. A speckle-necked red heifer there that's just a little too round and short in her hip structure, but from her hip forward, sure got some body volume and good. Then we round things out with a red heifer that's long. She's still very flexible to the point she's a little weak on that rear pastern with too much extra set to her hind leg. I just wish she had more dimension to match that frame. Again, an excellent class, top to bottom, very, very good. One more time, my congratulations to those exhibitors if you'd give them a hand.
Results from class number 8 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Caroline Shearer of Victoria County 4-H. Second place is Garrett Pierce of Coryell County 4-H. Third place, Michael Curry of Houston County 4-H. Fourth place is Abby Klein of Spring Branch FFA. And fifth is Presley Kolb of Spring Branch FFA. Sixth place, David Taylor of Hamilton County 4-H. And seventh place, Molly Smith of Luling FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 9 in our Brahman show. These are heifers that were born July and August of 2014. Class 10 Brahman. Class 10 Brahman, we need you in the staging immediately. Class 13 Brahman, you can start making your way to staging.
Well, certainly not the easiest class that we've had. We've got obviously different frame scores, different kinds of cattle out here in this trio of heifers. And each of these young ladies, though, I think sure need to be commended. They've got good cattle. They just come in a little different shape. If we're going to stay committed, though, to the things that we've tried to evaluate all day, I think the gray heifer just needs to win. And when we get them off here to the profile, I think you see how she comes together just quite a bit more correctly balanced than the next two heifers, much like we've tried to find all morning long. So much stronger and more correct there behind her hump, level her back to her hip. If she would stride a little bit longer out of her front end, I'd give her the complete structural advantage of this lineup because everything comes together so much nicer. She's a bit more conservative in her frame size, and I think because of that, kind of gives you the look that she would always be a little lower input kind of female than the two big red heifers that follow her. As I alluded to, maybe just a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder than we'd prefer, but I think she still handles herself plenty good on the move. The big red heifer here in second, no question, she is long and she's got a beautiful shape to her up high. She's muscular. She probably hits her stride as well as anything in the class. A heifer that, because she's a little more extreme in her frame, doesn't have quite the body depth to match that, and I'd like to level her just a touch back there to her pin set. Then the red tinged heifer that comes third in the lineup, probably a little deeper sided than the heifer that's right in front of her, just a little up and down in terms of her top line. She's one that breaks a little bit right there behind her hump. You come back and she gets a little steeper back through her hip, doesn't balance out as good up high as maybe you'd like. A heifer, though, that still is deep. She's got a ton of growth and performance at this stage in the game, like that red heifer in front of her does as well. Again, I think a trio of heifers that just have some give and take in that particular lineup. Again, congratulations to those three young ladies.
Results from class number 9 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Savannah Allen of Hopkins County 4-H. In second place is Keely Ernest of Needville FFA. And third place, Miranda Rich of Magnolia FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 10. These are heifers that were born in May and June of 2014. Following this class, our judge will select our junior division champions. We need all of our class winners from classes 7, 8, and 9 in staging area. We also need all entries in classes 13. Class 13 Brahmins, we need you in staging.
Outstanding class here. If you would, those of you around ringside, give this set of young people a nice hand. Really, really good set of cattle. Yeah, again, I think there's some fun things to evaluate in this class. To me, the top pair of heifers just kind of fit together as a pair. I think there's some pieces in the third and fourth heifers that you can like just as much as what we find in this pair of heifers. But I think those are the two that match up really well here at the top end. The gray heifer, when you get up on top of her, boy, just a beautiful spread, really a bold turn to her rib, a notch more performance to that heifer. I think there's give and take structurally. I think this heifer reaches with a little more length of stride as she comes out of her front end, so I appreciate that about her. The red heifer is a little leveler back to her pin set. As we go to the ground, probably the one thing I wouldn't mind, I think this gray heifer is really sound. She really gets out and handles herself plenty good. The shape of that rear foot could be modified just a little bit in her to be ideal, but a striking heifer, a heifer with quality, power, performance, dimension. I level her out her hip just a tick, but that's a really, really nice heifer. I like the red heifer a bunch too, guys. And this heifer, as we said, from the profile, boy, she comes together so nice. This young lady can flat get one stuck out here. Really strong behind her hump, really level back to her hip, moderate in her frame and good in her body. As we get her out on the move, the call I made on her, just a little bit short-strided, perhaps just a touch angle. The angle of that shoulder could be changed just a touch to be ideal, but that's a heifer that really comes together so nice when we get her at the stand. Maybe the freest moving heifer of the entire group's here in third. I like that. I like the freshness of condition she comes to us in, the joint quality that she's got, a heifer that toes them all straight ahead. She's not as powerful as the heifers on either side of her. She just needs a notch more to her, a notch more dimension all the way through, but she's refined. She's got female quality. She's very, very good in terms of feet and leg structure. I like a lot about that one if we could just stouten her up and make her a little bolder everywhere. If you wanted to switch 3 and 4 for that reason, I wouldn't argue. Here's one that comes off a little coarser for me and just doesn't blend as smooth as the trio of heifers that are in front of her. She's long, she's stout, she's powerful. There's a lot of good in that heifer. She could have won some classes we've seen earlier in the day. Just a really deep, high-quality top 4 in this particular lineup. The red heifer that comes next is powerful as well. She's got a big old top in her, a heifer that rounds a little much in her hip and just doesn't get out and handle herself quite good enough in motion, opens up in the base of her shoulder just a little bit too much. Round things out with still a very functional pair of females. The next heifer's got some body depth and a moderate frame, just not as well balanced. And then the heifer that finishes things up just needs more depth and body volume to her, but still very sound in her feet and leg structure. Excellent class, good quality cattle from top to bottom. Again, my congratulations to those young people.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 10 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Lauren Bolchik of Waller County 4-H. Second place is Jenna LeBlanc of East Bernard FFA. And third place is Carly Prim of Lone Oak FFA. Fourth place goes to Maddie Hagan of Fairfield FFA. Fifth place is Ernest Homeyer of Caldwell FFA. Sixth place is Montana Childry of Rosebud Lot FFA. And seventh place is James Condry of Yo FFA. We'll now have our class winners from classes 7 through 10 moving into the arena, and our judge will select the junior division champion.
Again, a wonderful division of just good, fundamentally sound cattle that I think really represent this breed and what it's supposed to be. You know, we kind of stair step up in age, and you see some performance similarity in those cattle relative to their age. They weren't the biggest cattle in their classes. They kind of fit in the middle of the road in most cases. I think we've got adequate performance, but what they do is they put it into a package that has balance and quality to go with it. I just think there's two heifers that need to win this division, though. I think they really set the bar again pretty high, are going to match up nice with our earlier division. I think in terms of quality and balance with a shot of extra dimension, I just think it's pretty tough to get around these two heifers that came out of our final class. Young lady right here in the pink, you're going to have our champion in this junior division. Give her a nice round of applause, but I don't see any reason why we should separate them. Young lady with your red heifer, you're going to have reserve. Give all of these exhibitors, though, one big nice hand. Really a great division of cattle here for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Lauren Bolchik of Waller County 4-H, and reserve champion junior heifer, also out of class 10, exhibited by Jenna LeBlanc of East Bernard FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready for class number 13 in our Brahman show, class 13. These will be females that were born March and April of 2014. Attention heifer exhibitors, just a couple of reminders. This is a blow and go show. There are no grooming products to be used, no paint, no dye. Those heifers will be checked as they come into the staging area. Also a reminder that all exhibitors need their registration papers with them as they come to the staging area. You must have your registration papers when you come to the show ring. Pictures today are being taken by Show Photo by Katina. You can go online to purchase those photos at showphotobykatina.com. We'd like to remind our breed champions, you must take a picture at the backdrop if you are a breed champion. Those females will also be drug tested, and we need a parent present when the heifer is tested. So if you're a breed champion, make sure you get your picture taken and then go to the drug testing area, and we need a parent to be present with the exhibitor as well. Releases will be written at the end or conclusion of each breed. Just a reminder that you must go by the livestock office and have your release stamped before you leave to go get your trailer. So once you get your release, go by the livestock office to get it stamped before you go get your trailer.
Very good class, guys. In fact, we're going to get all the way down this lineup. There is, there's 5 other heifers standing over there right now that are all really, really good. In fact, even go down to that final heifer. If we put some good feed underneath of that heifer, she could move up this line quite a bit. This is just an outstanding lineup, top to bottom. Again, one more time, if you would, congratulate this set of young people for a really nice set of big Brahman heifers. I'll tell you though, to me the red heifer, from the minute they came in the ring, I thought she was going to be pretty difficult to get around. I think she puts together a really, really nice blend of pieces. Again, she balances out really nice for us. A heifer that's got femininity and yet you still get on top of her, and she's got dimension. So good out of her hip and hind leg. To me, easily the best structured heifer that we have in this top grouping. And where she beats the second heifer to me is coming right at you. She's a little squarer and truer from her shoulder all the way down to her front feet, and she's fresher in terms of the condition she comes to us here today. She's not as big-bodied. That's an advantage I'll give the second heifer. She's bolder in the turn of her ribs. She's deeper back there through her flank than their class winner is. She's got a little more condition on her. Then she opens up a little too much as she comes at you and wants to pigeon toe a little bit on those front feet as she sits them down. So I'd like to sit her square and true her there and just lean her up just a tick in her condition. Problem is our third place heifer, although leaner, I don't think comes together any better for us at the profile because she just needs to be longer and leveler out there through her hip structure. If we could do that, I could consider a switch, but a heifer that really is fresh, she's good in terms of her ribbon body, I think has some maternal quality about her as well, and stays here in this top grouping again because of her structure. I think a really nice female there as well. Just a good doing heifer that comes next, maybe one that gets a little shorter in her stride and a little plainer in her look. In particular, when we talk about length of stride, it's more up in her front end, but she's one that's got a little more condition on her, a little plainer in her muscle shape as you get directly behind. There's a big stout heifer, the white heifer that comes next, big old top and hip in her, a little long in her teats as we start to study the formation of that udder, and a little plainer in her look as well. The gray heifer coming next just doesn't have quite enough dimension to her. She's got some balance and some refinement as you study her, but you step in behind, pretty clear there's just not enough dimension. The next heifer has a slight advantage in that regard, so you could switch them, but she comes off a little straight in her hock for me at times. A heifer, though, that kind of has some balance and some quality about her. We already mentioned this final heifer, that if we could just put some better feet underneath of her, she'd can tend to move up the lineup. Young lady clearly knows that, and you can see it even when she moves, but a nice muscle shape to that heifer, some balance. That, in terms of quality and look, is maybe as good a heifer as we've had round out a class of that depth all day long, just needs to be sounder. Excellent class once again, really good quality on the top end.
Results from class number 13 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Morgan Mason of Gonzales County 4-H. Second place is Kayla Mason of Gonzales County 4-H. Third place is Cade Miller of Freestone County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Reed Benke of Washington County 4-H. Fifth place, Haley Birch of Fayette County 4-H. Sixth place is Carly Prim of Lone Oak FFA. And seventh is Bailey Miller of Freestone County 4-H. And eighth place went to Savannah Allen of Hopkins County 4-H. Now ready for class number 14 in our Brahman show. These are females that were born January and February of 2014. We need all entries in class 15 Brahmins. Class 15 Brahmins, we need you in staging. Brangus exhibitors. Brangus exhibitors, we are nearing the end of our Brahman show, so we'll be calling for the first classes of Brangus shortly. Brangus exhibitors will be calling for you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our show superintendents for our Junior Heifer Show. Our superintendent of our Junior Breeding Beef Heifer Show is Dr. Marcy Beverly from Sam Houston State University in Huntsville, Texas. Our assistant superintendent is Dr. Mark Anderson, also from Sam Houston State in Huntsville, Texas. And helping out in the ring and helping stage cattle in the back, check tattoos. All the individuals that helped you unload yesterday, those are all students from the Department of Agricultural Sciences and Engineering Technology at Sam Houston State. So we appreciate them being here with us and helping with and coordinating the show here in Austin. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their efforts with the show.
Well, class that has some challenge to it, especially 3 through 5. I wouldn't take issue with any direction you maybe want to take those 3 heifers. But to me, the white heifer here that leads things off, again, one that we could pick little holes in, but I think she's pretty dominant in this particular group, and I think you see it when we get them parked here at the profile. There's the one that balances out the most effectively. She's easily the best behind her hump there and all the way back to her hip, the longest and levelest in her hip structure. We get her out on the move. She still handles herself good enough. Let her go. I think you need to let her get out in stride, and she looks a little better. Don't hold her back on us. She's moderate. She's big-bodied. I could lean her up just a little bit to be ideal to make her fresher. To me, the heifer that just kind of finds a hole into second is here in the young lady's red heifer. I think sound enough to do so with the body volume and adequate dimension. To me, she's not in the same league as our winner, just in terms of elite balance, levelness, correctness. She is a little fresher in her condition, though. It's an interesting heifer here in third, and she's one that, I could defend her in any spot, third, fourth, fifth here. But to me, she has the most difficult pieces to build, and that's where I like her. She's bold and stout. She's got a big hip. She's got dimension, and yet she's still pretty elegant and refined up through her front end. She just comes into a couple of pieces in between there. A little off behind her shoulder, rounds too much in her hip, and she gets a little too splay-footed on her front feet. So a few too many issues to get her in the top pair. But boy, what's good about her, I think, is very, very unique and good. The gray heifer that comes next, when we get her standing still, again, there's one from the profile that's got some pretty neat pieces about her as well. So level and really, really good out of her hip. She's too straight in her hock. She needs a little more dimension all the way through for me, but a heifer that I think's got some attractiveness and some features relative to balance that you've got to like. Then we finish things up with a heifer that's still pretty functional in terms of her basic build and kind. She can get out and cover her stride, perhaps even a little longer step in off her hind leg than the heifer that preceded her there. A little up and down in her top line, a little narrower to her base than you might prefer, just not quite the balance in her that you find in some of those in front. But again, 5 awfully good heifers there from top to bottom.
Results from class number 14 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Shane Benke of Washington County 4-H. Second place is Sarah Esquivel of Pasadena FFA. Third place, Justin Rosso, Brazoria County 4-H. In fourth place was Bryson Bacon, Frankston FFA. And fifth place goes to Reed Benke of Washington County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class number 15 in our Brahman show. These are females that were born September and December of 2013. Following this class, our judge will select the senior champion heifer in our Brahman show, and following that, the grand champion Brahman heifer will be selected. We need our division champions from the calf division and junior division back to the staging area. Calf division and junior division champions in the Brahman show, we need you in staging. And this is your first call, Brangus Class 1. Brangus Class 1, this is your first call.
Ladies, outstanding pair here as we wrap up this division. And again, I think a pair that's very, very close. I think depending on, again, where you want to put your emphasis, I think there's a lot to like in both of these two females. Again, probably if you're backing off of the cattle versus standing right on top of them, you're going to see two different views of these females. A little more length, a little more femininity, a little more refinement in our class winner. Certainly more power. If you're sitting up here in the stands and looking right down the tops of those two heifers, you're going to like the red tinged or red topped heifer there's mass. So that's the first things that hits you between those two. We've sided with that femininity, those balance traits all day long. And to me, another advantage that we have in our class winner, you watch those cattle come directly to you and stride off of their front end. I think she's a little more correct there. Maybe not perfect, but a little more correct. If I was going to modify something to be the front of those front teats, I'd like to shorten the length of those front teats as we start to see some development to that udder. No question, the moderate power heifer of the class is this heifer that stands in second with a red tinge to her. Man, she's got a tremendous top shape and a lot of hip. That is a really, really unique breeding piece. A heifer that's a little long in that navel for me, a little coarser in the way that shoulder's built. Then when she comes right at you, she wants to roll that shoulder and pigeon toe just a little more than I would prefer. Those are the differences between two very, very good females. Some give and take. Congratulations again to those two young ladies on a very, very nice pair. The gray heifer that comes next, kind of the dark gray heifer, so smooth. I really like the way she blends neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib, very refined, very feminine. With that, needs to be a little stouter. She just needs to be a little wider built, more powerful all the way through, but a heifer that I think has got enough of a balance advantage over four that we're going to keep her there in the third slot. Our fourth heifer might have a shot more width as you study her right from behind, a little bolder in the turn to her rib cage, a little wider to her base. But a heifer, as you back off, a little too much of her weight thrown up front. And it's more than just skin. She's deep up through her chest. She's got a little too much shoulder relative to her flank. Just throws her off balance a little bit from the profile. But guys, those are four senior yearling heifers that really have a lot of good in them. Again, my congratulations to each one of those young people.
Results from class number 15 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Shelley Curry of Houston County 4-H. In second place is Allison Drabick of Moulton FFA. Third place went to Clayton Hankey of Milam County 4-H. And fourth place went to Tyler Powell of Needville FFA. Our judge will now select our senior champion heifer in the Brahman show, and we'll follow that up with selection of the grand champion heifer. Brangus exhibitors, Class 1, Brangus, we need you in staging. Class 1, Brangus, we need you in staging.
Guys, outstanding senior division. We're going to have a great lineup of Brahman cattle here to select for our grand female in your breed. But again, these three class winners, I'm very, very pleased with what we have out here, and I think they embody the things we've tried to emphasize all day long. You know, I don't want to take anything away from our second place females. I think each one of them really, really brings some strong things to the table. But it really does boil down to a couple of class winners that are going to be our champion and reserve in this lineup. And again, class 3 was a really good set of cattle. But guys, I want to draw your attention to the front two heifers here. They're going to be our champion and reserve, just a matter of which order I'm going to put them in. I think those two heifers really, really have some cool parts to them. And I'll talk about this red heifer first of all. I think we get these cattle out on the move, boy, she motors. She is so long-strided and good in her joints, good to the ground, big feet underneath her, but she flexes right in her pastern and in her hock and still remains stout structured, but as we mentioned, joint quality is still excellent in her. I think the most unique thing about that heifer, she's fresh, but you get up on top of her, you don't expect her to have the dimension she has until you get in and you analyze her. She has got a tremendous top, a big old hip in her, and yet to me it doesn't impede her look of quality and balance from the side. She's not the biggest ribbed heifer. That's where the heifer that stands behind her has an advantage. She's definitely deeper through the center part of her body, all the way back to her flank. Another advantage, maybe just as you study them in their top line, you could argue that the red heifer runs downhill just the slightest little bit. So I'd give that edge to the heifer that stands there behind her as well. Maybe a little more condition on her, a heifer that doesn't quite get out and cover her stride as effectively as the red heifer, but I love her broodiness and her rib and body, and I will tell you that young man really knows how to get the most out of that heifer. When we get her standing here at the profile, he pulls her together awfully nice. Guys, I don't want to take anything away from the other four heifers. Those are tremendously good cattle. They all are going to have their day of being champions. I'm sure they already have. These are my two champions right here. The really, really unique one for me that's going to win this particular division is going to be this red heifer. That'll be our champion. The gray heifer will be reserved. Congratulations to those young people.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer in the Brahman show comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Morgan Mason of Gonzales County 4-H.
Good job, guys.
And reserve champion senior heifer comes out of class 14, exhibited by Shane Binke of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. Our judge will now select our grand champion Brahman female.
Well, again, it's just been a pleasure to share my thoughts on the cattle with you. And in this Brahman division, we've had a very, very nice set of females to get to sort through. Again, there's been give and take, and probably as much as anything, an opportunity to really analyze some structure differences. A breed that I think is really extraordinary in terms of the value and their purpose, and yet I think one that also has a focus on moving forward and trying to make these cattle better, and in particular maybe better at their foundation and their joints, their structure, and feet. And I think we've had an opportunity to analyze that and dig in and find cattle that could do that and yet still represent everything else this breed is designed to be. You know, as we get these three divisions out here, I mentioned early in the day, you know, to me, size is something we each have our own ideal in our mind, and you can see there's some differences in frame score between those cattle. I'd skip away from that and go and then prefer you look at their body type, their feet and leg structure, and some of the balance features that I think they do have in common, and I think those cattle are each really nice in their own way. With that said, though, as good as this division has been, we've had some things to sort through and some calls to make within each one of those divisions. Again, I think there's one lead-off individual in this breed show that really sets the bar high and gives us an outstanding image of what good Brahman cattle can be. You know, during the course of the day or earlier in the Beefmaster show, if you were here, I said, you know, I always am one with a tendency to give credit to those animals that are showing their worth as they continue to mature, but most importantly, I'm out to find the best one. For the second breed in a row, I think the best one came out of our first division. Young lady, you're going to have our champion. Give her a nice round of applause, if you would.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Grand Champion Brahman female comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Rayleigh Speece of Burton FFA.
For reserve, I sure think you could justify any one of these three heifers. Boy, this is another good young heifer calf that comes in next that this young man has. She followed that heifer because of the way she stayed together from a profile and balance standpoint compared to a third one that I liked quite well within that division. Also, you know, this heifer out of the second division, boy, she's big and powerful and bold in her rib. A heifer that we said we could modify the shape of that rear foot just a little bit and level her in her hip structure. And then a red heifer that comes in a little more moderate frame, but probably one of the best footed and moving heifers that we've seen all day long. She's fresh. She's really got a nice muscle shape to her. You know, maybe for some she might be a little on the more moderate or small side than you might prefer. I just think she's pretty darn good, and because of it, she's going to be our reserve champion. Young man, give him a nice round of applause. Good heifer there as well.
And reserve champion Brahman heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Morgan Mason of Gonzales County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion Brahman exhibitors. Reminder again, we need all of our breed champions to get their picture taken, get your photos made at the backdrop. That concludes our Brahman show for today. We're now ready to move into the Brangus. We need all Brangus heifers, Class 1. Hope they're all in staging area. Class 2, 3, and 4, please make your way to staging. Brangus heifers, Class 2, 3, and 4, please make your way to staging.
Well, as these three young ladies bring their Brangus heifer calves around, a very, very nice class once again. And, you know, I hear at the top end, I think there's two heifers that hit you pretty hard when they come in the ring. Again, they're a little different kinds of females. And I'll be honest, I never considered a switch here because this class winner is just more my kind. I think just from a maternal standpoint, I think she has a female character about her that's pretty dominant in this lineup. She is so much smoother in the way she's built in that shoulder. I like her rib and body depth. I know these are young heifer calves, but it's never too early to study udder and shape of teats. The shape of her teats, the spread of her teats is far, far maternal in terms of look. She's still good in her hip and hind leg, and she has plenty enough muscle, in my opinion. The heifer in second is more muscular, no doubt about that. I love her top shape, her hip. She is so stout to the ground, bone work and mass, and yet she doesn't get overly coarse in her hock. I think the class winner's still a little better jointed than her, but I still think she's sure good enough there. That one is really unique. She's a tremendous breeding piece. She's just a little coarse for me, a little open there at her shoulder, not quite the sweep to her body, and as we've already alluded to, those teats are a little tight together, and they're pretty coarse for a young baby heifer calf at this stage in the game, but two really, really neat heifers there at the top end. The heifer in third got a little extra navel flap there, but a heifer that I think has some quality from a brood cow standpoint. She's moderate, she's good-bodied, she's still sound when she gets out at the lead. Just a little plainer look in general in that female. She's not as long-bodied as either of that top pair of females, just a little plainer as you study her up front, but fundamentally I think an awfully good cow prospect nonetheless. The heifer here next has more performance. There's more growth and length in that female. She's got some muscle to go with it. She just gets a little rough in her top line, a little steeper in her hip structure, and not as correct in the way she travels off of either end of her skeleton as that pair that lead off. Or the trio, excuse me, in front of them. Then we've got a pair that finish things out that I could sure justify going either way. When we get them standing still, I like the balance and the length of body and the levelness of top line in the young man's youngest heifer in the class. I wish she was a little freer moving and took a longer stride off of both ends for us. We round out the class with maybe a heifer that hits her stride a little better. I think part of that is because she's a little too round in her hip structure and kind of gets her hind leg up under. A little coarser made. I like the muscle shape that she's got, just needs to be smoother and better balanced. Again, a very, very nice class. I think a really nice heifer that sets a good trend for us early in the day here in our Brangus show.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenix. Results from Class 1 of our Brangus show. First place goes to Faith Bice of Waller FFA. Second place is Amy Hessler of Industrial FFA. Third place is Emmy Figueroa of Brenham FFA. Fourth place, Brianna Medina of Brazoria County 4-H. Fifth place is Knut Janisch of Belleville FFA. And sixth place is Charles Davis of Huntsville FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 2, and these are heifers that were born March of 2015. We need all heifers in Class 3 and Class 4 Brangus. Class 3 and Class 4 Brangus. We need you in staging immediately. Again, all heifer exhibitors, the class list that we have includes all heifers that were entered, so there looks like our classes are quite a bit larger than they actually are. So classes are smaller than what we have on the list, and we're going to move through them quicker than you think. So again, try to keep up with the show, pay attention to it. We need these Class 3 and Class 4 Brangus heifers to the staging area.
Well, I don't think it takes long in this pair to at least study and see the differences in this pair of heifers. They're not built from the same mold by any means, but I think there's good to be seen and maybe a surprise or two in analyzing this pair of females. Certainly the cow, the brood cow, the pair is the one we're going to lead off with. So much bigger ribbed and bodied, a little easier fleshing look about her. I think perhaps her bigger advantage, though, as we get them out in motion, is the way she flexes in that rear hock and reaches in terms of length of stride off of her hind leg. a heifer I would like to strengthen right behind her shoulder. That's what throws her balance off. She needs to be stronger in that top line and hook together just a bit nicer in that regard, but a fundamentally good female in terms of feet and leg structure, body volume, fleshing ability, and a basic maternal look. I think she's pretty good. The heifer here in second definitely is stronger down her top line. I think the surprise in this pair is the muscle shape that this one has. You get right behind her, she really comes good back to her pin set. She's very stout in terms of her bone work. Heifer, though, as you get off to the side here, I think it's pretty apparent that she just needs more depth and more sweep to the lower portion of her body. Then we get her out in movement. I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit, give her a little more flexibility when we set her out on the lead. But again, really a nice pair of heifer calves there for those two exhibitors.
Results from class number 2 in the Brangus show. First place goes to Ty Thomas of Needville FFA. And second place goes to Christian Rodriguez of Pasadena FFA. We have no entries in Class 3 of Brangus, so we're moving to Class 4. Class 4 Brangus are heifers that were born in January of 2015. Following this class, our judge will select the calf division champion. We need all entries in Class 7 and 8. Class 7 and 8, Brangus, we need you to staging immediately. Attention, Brangus exhibitors, we need Class 7 and 8. Class 7 and 8, Brangus, we need you in the staging area.
When they first come around in the ring, I thought we'd have a runaway kind of winner, and then another one showed up to give you a tough competition here. There's two nice heifers in this class, and again, third and fourth are no slouches by any means. But these two, although again very different, both in terms of the performance they bring to the table and future that they have in front of them in terms of growth, but also some of the other features that I think are really nice trade-offs between this pair. No question, growth and performance favors our class winner, and I like that about her. But there's some other features that are more important to me here in this particular pair. I like the stoutness that she goes to the ground, a little heavier bone, a little bigger foot underneath of that female. I like the way she reaches and really plants the ground, with authority. I think she's got really a nice breed type about her as well when we start to study her head and ear and just the little extra evidence of breed type that I see in her that I really appreciate, not to the point that she's really excessive in any regard. I think the thing that's interesting in this pair, you want to make her the power heifer. I don't know necessarily if she has any more muscle relative to her frame. This little heifer in second, you get up on top of her and study her. She's really got a nice turn up high. She's got a bold shape to her rib cage. She's one that might be, a little smoother there in the way she comes into the top of her shoulder and then into her forerib. Really a beautiful body though and a moderate frame. Very maternal looking to me. I think a pair that really offer a lot of good. For some, she might be a little on the small side. You call her moderate or small. That's, I think, for each their own opinion on that. Moderate, small, whatever you want to call her, she's good, and I like her. That's a nice pair of heifers here at the top end. There's a good heifer here in third, a heifer that I wish would get out in stride a little easier. She's too short in her step as she goes out on the move. She's still got a little more to her and maintains her top line with a little more correctness than the heifer that's going to round things out. That's a big, long-bodied heifer that's still pretty correct in her feet and legs, even that finishes out. A heifer, though, that's a little more extreme in her look. With her frame, she needs to have a little more body, a little more width and natural dimension all the way through, and she can get a little bit easier in her top line there as we get to the stand. Nice group of heifers from top to bottom. Again, a pair of heifers that are going to work really nicely into a very good division here to start off the Brangus show.
All right, results from class number 4 in our Brangus show. First place goes to Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. Second place is Mackenzie Burke of Austin County 4-H. In third place is Callie Stewart of Victoria County 4-H. And fourth place goes to Abby Carson of Lampasas FFA. Now bring our class winners back, and the judge will select our champion and reserve champion heifer calf. Brangus exhibitors, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. We need you to staging 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Well, again, a wonderful calf division here in our Brangus show, and we haven't had big numbers in these classes, but we end up with 3 class winners that I think bear resemblance to one another. I think that's always nice from a judge's standpoint. And yet there's some pretty unique cattle here that stand second. That second place in Class 1, that one's got as much length and as much true stoutness as anything in the lineup. Just wasn't exactly my kind, a little coarse. And then a heifer that stood second in Class 3 that if you like moderate, big-bodied cattle, you're going to like a lot about her, just in a little smaller kind of package. So we ended up with 3 heifers more up here on that one classes that were a little more middle of the road, and yet really struck me as the kind that were right from a maternal standpoint, had quality and balance to them. There's 2 of them that stay together a little better from the profile. Don't want to take anything away from our second place heifers, but our champion and reserve are going to come out of Class 1 and 3 in this particular division. I think they mirror one another in a lot of ways. One of them struck me immediately when she came into the ring with just that little extra something in terms of quality and balance from the profile. Young lady that won Class 1, going to have our calf champion. Give her a nice round of applause. Young lady out of Class 3 will be reserved. Great way to start off the Brangus show. Looking forward to another really good breed division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the Brangus show comes out of Class 1, exhibited by Faith Bice of Waller FFA. And the reserve champion heifer calf comes out of Class number 4, exhibited by Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to the calf division winners. We're now ready for class number 7 in the Brangus show. These will be heifers that were born November through December of 2014. Brangus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 8, 9, and 10 to staging. Brangus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 8, 9, and 10 to staging.
Well, again, very nice set of late fall-born heifers here in our Brangus division. And, you know, when they hit the ring, I was kind of hunting for my second place heifer right away, because this heifer that came in, she was second when she walked in the ring. Well, she's going to lead out first and do so pretty easily in this particular lineup. And she caught my attention pretty quick. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I quite appreciated these next two heifers as much as I should have. They walked in on either side of her, and all of my attention was drawn to her. Those are three pretty good Brangus heifers at the top end of this lineup. You know, that one really puts a lot of good together, though. I think her hip and hind leg is so much more attractive and yet still functional than the next pair of heifers. That's why she finds her spot as the leadoff heifer in this lineup. I would like to smooth her just a bit at the base of her shoulder and maybe tuck that chest up just a little bit neater into her. But from there back, she's bold, she's stout, she's beautiful bodied. I really like that one's feet and structure. I think an excellent way to start. The second heifer is the most like her in terms of rib and body and moderation. She's not in the same league as that heifer in terms of quality from the side, because she's a little frailer featured with a little extra set to her hind leg. She could also be neatened up just a touch up front. I like the length of body in the next heifer. I think she's still functional in her structure, even though she's got a little extra set to her hock and can get a little uncoordinated when we set her out in motion. Heifer that could hook up just a tick stronger right there behind her shoulder, but a notch longer bodied perhaps than both of the heifers that stand there in front of her. This is a neat heifer that's got some pieces I really am drawn to that comes next. She doesn't move quite sound enough out of her front end and wants to open up a little in the base of her shoulder, but a heifer whose neck is really attractive and neat up front. She's got a nice shape to her. She's maybe not quite as big bodied perhaps as the pair of heifers that led off the class, and she can get a little tight in that rear pastern and off her hind leg as she goes. But get her stopped. That's a heifer that presents some neat pieces. Young lady does a great job of showing her. Good bodied, easy doing heifer that comes next. It's just a little too plain in her look, a little extra leather up front, and more importantly, it's just the shape of her head and neck, not as much as that skin below it that I'd like to make more refined. The next heifer is one that is intriguing. She's got some muscle shape to her, really impressive from behind. That young lady can get her stopped and pulled together, and she gives you times where you kind of like her. A little too round in her hip, kind of cresty in her neck. Pretty long in those teats for this stage in development, but again, some neat parts to her. And then a heifer that rounds things out. That's just a little coarse in her makeup for me. Head, neck, shoulder just needs to be more refined and feminine as you study her. Again, a testament though to a class when you got a wide-based, bold-ribbed, stout one like her, even rounding things out. Excellent lineup, good set of fall heifers there for those young people.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Molinix. Results from class number 7 in our Brangus show. First place goes to Gabriel Yanish of Austin County 4-H. Second place is Kirsten Schlegel of Shepherd FFA. Third place, Megan Klein of Lomita FFA. Fourth place, Brianna Hicks of Columbia Brazoria FFA. Fifth place, Trevor Glens of Washington County 4-H. In sixth place was Ashley Stoddard of Brazoria County 4-H. In seventh place, John Phillips of McKinney FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 8 of a Brangus show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2014. Attention, bring us exhibitors. All entries in classes 13, 14, and 15, please make your way to staging. Bring us classes 13, 14, and 15, please make your way to staging.
Again, a very nice pair of heifers here with some give and take, obviously, as we study the two cattle. Once again, we've got a little more length and growth and performance in the class winner, but I think, again, both of them are acceptable in that regard. It's more the other traits and the way she comes together, in her shoulder and directly behind her shoulder is where I give her an edge versus the young man's heifer. That one's smoother in the way she blends from shoulder to forerib, hooks up stronger directly behind a shoulder that's just a little tighter and smoother up high as well. When she was fighting things, young lady's done a good job of getting her to move as natural as possible. She's fighting things and wanting to run on us, and at times, gave you a look that maybe she's not perfectly square in the way she plants off her hind leg. I still think that's probably the case. We could modify her a little bit in that regard, but I don't think we've got an advantage in the young man's heifer as we study that, so I think they just need to fall the way they do. Young man's heifer's really got a bold shape to her. She's really powerful and bold in the turn to her upper rib, all the way back to her hip. She doesn't maintain any additional stoutness to the ground necessarily, but the turn of her body is really, really good. I think you can see what I do even just right here standing from a profile. Gets a little weak in her top line, a little coarser and more opened up in her shoulder. That's an excellent pair of heifers there on the top end. The next heifer, I'm going to give up some performance and growth here in 3 versus 4. I think the third heifer is just so much fresher and more female-like. I like the condition she comes to us in. I know we're showing cattle and we like to put a feed bucket in front of them and get them bloomy and ready, but at the same token, I think we got to keep it in perspective and keep these cattle in the right kind of condition to go back into the production side of their life, and that's why I have her over 4, is she's so much leaner, fresher, and because of it, way, way more feminine. She could use a shot more body to go with what I think is a really nice, attractive, well-balanced kind of package. The heifer here in fourth definitely has more to her here today. She'll outweigh the third heifer by a fair amount. She's big-bodied. She's got a ton of performance in her. She's a little too coarse. She's too deep up through her front end. She's got a little extra condition. Also study back here in her udder. I'd like to spread those teats out and sit them square out on the corners of that udder. I know it's early, but I think we still need to keep that in perspective as we study them. Because she's got enough condition on her, she's starting to open up in her front end, splay out on those front feet, and not stay as sound in motion. We round things out with a heifer that's just a little too tubey and shallow back through her rear rib and flank. Good job. Throw in the fact she's pretty deep in that chest, and it kind of throws her off from the side view profile. Boy, she's long-bodied. She's still pretty stout in terms of her bone work. She's got some muscle shape. It's just that body type that needs to be modified to move her up in this lineup. Again, a very nice class, and again, two pretty awfully good heifers there at the top end.
Results from class number 8 in our bringing show. First place goes to Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. Second place is Lance Lowry of Magnolia FFA. In third place was Macy Bean of Needville FFA. Fourth place is Rochelle Yepes of Williamson County 4-H. And fifth place was Tori Goggins of Wills Point FFA. We have no entries in class 9, so we're moving to class number 10. A single entry with a heifer born June of 2014.
Well, we have just a single entry that we'll get to break down a little more as part of this division, but a heifer that I think you can tell she's long, she's really level in her top line, and back out to her hip, she's stout, she's got some bone and foot under her, she's got a big hip in her. I wish she was sounder. She's just a little too short-strided. I think it starts up front where she's a little too straight in the angle of her shoulder. But there's a heifer that's got some value in the fact that she's got performance, stoutness, and still comes together with some balance. I wish we could change that structure, but from there on, I think a pretty nice single entry here. We'll look forward to having that heifer back as part of this champion division.
And first place in Class 10 goes to Megan Klein of Lomita FFA. We'll now bring back all of our class winners in the junior division, and our judge will select the junior division champion and reserve the junior division champion. We need all Brangus heifers in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. All Brangus heifers in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging, please.
Well, again, guys, really nice division. We just had that single entry in our third class, and a lot of things to like about that heifer. When we get this lineup back out here, I don't think we can steer away from the things we've tried to emphasize all day in making these cattle functional in their structure first and foremost, and that heifer's just not sound enough in the way she gets out and travels to really contend with these other two class winners for our championship. You know, these guys, certainly the heat of this particular division comes out of the first two classes. And I like these cattle both very, very well here. That one class is, I think, a good, fundamentally practical second place out of class one, then out of class two, built out of a little different mold, but I think a nice heifer as well. It boils down to these two heifers, and the heifer up front, as we said in class, she was dominant, and you know, I wondered when that hock might come into play for part of our decision, and you'll notice I just went up and felt it. She's got a little fluid on the front side of this hock, and I wish that wasn't there. I think if you really study her feet, her joints, her movement, I think she's really as good as any of them at the ground. I just, you know, sometimes, you know, those things happen. We get a little swelling from time to time. It's not hard. It's a soft fluid on there. That heifer is really, really good otherwise, guys. I like her stoutness. I like the build of that, length of that hip. You know, a heifer that comes together really nice on the profile, a broody look about her. I wish we could clean that hock up just a little bit and smooth her just a touch at the base of her shoulder. The heifer that comes out of class two maybe does correct those concerns. She's not quite as stout for sure. And again, as we mentioned with her within her class, maybe one that could be squared up just a little bit in the way she handles her hind leg. But a beautiful balanced heifer, a heifer that comes together really, really nice when that young lady gets her stuck here from the profile. You know, again, I think they're built out of different molds. I don't want to take anything away from these second place heifers down here. It comes down to those two heifers up front. I think you can make your call either way. One of them's a little more refined, one of them's a little more feminine, one of them's a little stouter. And today I have to call what you see and what's there, and that hock's just a little too much to make her my champion. That heifer wins class two is going to win this division. The heifer that wins class one is going to be reserved.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer in the Bringus Show. It comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. And the reserve champion junior heifer comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Gabriel Yanish of Austin County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners. Now ready for class number 13 in our Bringus Show. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2014.
Well, good pair of coming 2-year-old heifers here. I think a logical place to start. I think in terms of feet and legs and freedom of movement, I think that's a heifer you really have to like. She's got a big, solid foot underneath of her. She gets out and covers some ground, yet still very feminine in the way that neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. I like the condition that she comes to us in. You maybe could modify the length of those teats just a little bit as you're starting to analyze the formation of that udder. Maybe tighten her up just a tick in that navel, square those teats out just a little bit further. But guys, I think a dominant winner in this class because of her quality, her structure, and the way she gets out and goes. From there, I think we could do some different things. In terms of finding one that's maybe a little more like our winner, that's what I did here in the second heifer. Not just the point of gestation that makes her similar to the class winner, but I think the length of body, the framework. I think a heifer that, although she splays out just a bit on her front feet, is still pretty comfortable when we set her in motion. She's not quite good enough right there in her forerib, and a heifer that, much like our class winner, we could modify some things in terms of the development of that udder, even though I do like the fact she's showing us at least the look of being quite a bit further along in calf compared to these heifers in third and fourth. Heifer in third, to me, just a notch smoother everywhere you study her than the heifer that's going to round out the class. Obviously, she's not as far along in calf, dropping as much udder today, and just a little awkward in the travel of her hind leg. But a heifer that's reasonably fresh, she's got a nice shape to her, moderate in terms of her size, and I think just a little more feminine and refined than the final heifer. Final heifer's got some body and dimension to her for sure, probably a little performance edge over that heifer right in front of her. Just a little coarse for me, and nothing quite blends together smooth enough as you come up through that front end, their neck and the way it comes into her shoulder, and then shoulder to forerib in particular. She's just too pinched in that heart, restricted in her forerib for me, and because of it doesn't have the symmetry and the balance of those cattle in front of her. But from there back, she's sure got some dimension, some performance, and some whip. Again, a very good group of heifers there from top to bottom.
Results for class number 13 in our Bring It show. First place goes to Miles Hackstedt of Needville FFA. Second place is Mary Lloyd of Caldwell County 4-H. Third place, Hunter Bean of Needville FFA. And fourth place, John Phillips of McKinney FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 14 in our Bring It show. And these are females that were born between January and February of 2014. Attention in the barn, Red Brangus exhibitors. Exhibitors. We are nearing the end of our Brangus show, so we'll be calling for our first classes shortly. Red Brangus exhibitors, please be getting your animals ready. We'll be calling for our first classes shortly.
Again, excellent class. 4 good cattle here. I think some logic in putting this class together. To me, the high-quality heifer by some margin is the young lady's heifer that's going to lead off this particular lineup. And, I like the balance and quality she presents to us from the profile. She can get out and handle herself well on the move. Certainly wouldn't mind seeing her into production like this second cow is already, but she's starting to drop some udder development. I think she'll lean up once you get that calf on her and nursing hard. I just think her feet and leg structure, her balance, her look here from the profile is just pretty dominant. We said earlier in the day when we've seen some other pairs, I really do appreciate when we get them into production at the right time and stage. I will tell you, one trade alone made me at times consider maybe even wanting to start with this heifer. That is a beautiful 2-year-old udder she's got. That is really, really nice. It is held tight to the body wall. She's level in her udder floor. All 4 quarters are obviously working, and even those teats hang perpendicular to the ground. That's an udder that's built to have longevity. If she was even in the same league as the class winner in terms of balance and quality and profile and structure, then I'd let an udder like that win a class. But unfortunately, that one's dominant, and she's quite a bit better everywhere we study her in relation to body type, in relation to balance and structure. I like her a lot. But guys, that's a beautiful 2-year-old udder, and it's in large part why she ends up being second amongst 3 other heifers that are all pretty good. This heifer that stands here in third is a good-bodied, easy-doing, practical kind of female. I like a lot about her. She can get out and move pretty well. A little extra condition on her. A heifer that needs to be a little neater up front. And one thing that does concern me a little bit, I'm not wild when that navel flap runs all the way back into their forerudder. That opportunity for now, that edema and swelling to come down as she gets into production, can become a little bit of a concern to us. So I'd like to tighten her up there, see more separation between that navel and the way it comes back into her forerudder. But a heifer that I think just has enough more femininity to her still that way she goes ahead and beats the 4th heifer. Guys, this is one of the bigger, stouter, bigger-bodied heifers that we've had all day rounding out classes. There is a lot of good in this female. She will cross the scale at an incredible weight because she is so powerful and big-bodied, not because she's just out there in terms of frame size. She's one of the bigger heifers in here that way too, but she's got a ton to her, and I like that about her. Just a little too coarse for me. A little coarse in the shape of her neck, her shoulder, even those teats as she's starting to drop udder. But guys, that's a good breeding piece for that young man too, because she's sure going to offer some power and some growth to the next generation. Great class, good from top to bottom. Congratulate those exhibitors with a nice round of applause, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 14 in our Brangus show. First place goes to Amy Hessler of Industrial FFA. Second place, Matthew Morey of Van Zandt County 4-H. Third place, Logan Ross of Sheldon FFA. And fourth place, Bryce Davis of Huntsville FFA. Now moving into the arena is class number 15. These are females that were born September through December of 2013. Following this class, our judge will select our senior division champions. So we need our class winners ready. We also need our calf division and junior division champions from our Brangus show back to the staging area.
Well, certainly two impressive cows here. I don't know that I ever considered a switch, and yet I think it's easy to discount the second cow simply because of the overwhelming power that we find in this heifer that wins, and an awfully good bull calf even that stands there beside her. This is really a powerful, bold-ribbed female that's stout all the way through that wins this particular class. Again, one that has tremendous milkiness to her. You look at the bloom of that udder, maybe pushing it for me. That's a lot of udder for a 2-year-old, but the nice thing is her attachments are so good that I think it still gives you the look that longevity can be there. The teats are shaped right. That is one powerful and yet still moderate female that's bold in her rib. Really a good bull calf here at side. In fact, from a balance and a structure standpoint, he complements his mother quite well. He actually maintains his top line maybe a little better from time to time when we set him in motion even than what that cow does. But guys, that's one excellent, excellent pair there, a cow that really puts a lot of good things together for us. This is still a really nice female here in second. You get her stopped here at the side and, beautiful in her lines. In fact, a little leveler topped and better all the way back out to her hip than the cow that wins this particular class. One that I still think is acceptable in terms of udder. It's held tight to her body. She's level through her udder floor. Those teats don't sit out quite as square and wide, and obviously she's just not as full of milk as that class winner is, but I think it's still a quality udder nonetheless. I'd like to see a little more fore-rib dimension in that heifer. I think one that you see kind of the way that navel sets back into her fore udder like we talked earlier, but a heifer that just needs to have a shot more true rib shape and body volume relative to our class winner. And then a heifer calf at side of her. I think a nice heifer calf, one that's kind of in one of those growing stages that you hope she can kind of quit growing up and start growing out a little bit more and body down, a little off in the way she travels, a little uncoordinated today, but I think still a quality image that kind of matches up nice with a good cow there. Guys, there was only 2 entries in that class, but it'd take a whole lot more to get around those 2 really, really nice cows there. Give those 2 exhibitors a nice round of applause on a good set of heifers.
Results of class number 15 in a Brangus show. First place goes to Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H, and second place goes to Karen Smart of Karnes County 4-H. As soon as we get those heifers checked out, they'll lead them back in, and our judge will select a senior division champion and then follow that up with the champion Brangus heifer. Red Brangus exhibitors, Red Brangus exhibitors. First call for class number 1 heifers.
Well, again, very good senior division. I think all three class winners are really nice. We had a super footed, sound structured heifer that's tremendously long-bodied, like the condition she's in out of Class 1. A little longer and need to be spread out in her teats and maybe tuck that navel flap up just a little bit, but I think a heifer that really set a nice trend in this division in terms of structure. You know, a big-bodied, broody-looking female that comes out of Class 2 and yet still maintains some balance to go with that. Hopefully she lays down and calves out and nurse a little bit of that extra condition off of her, because I think under it there's a really well-balanced heifer that's shaped in terms of femininity the right way. Just a little extra condition as she comes to it at this stage, but I think a really good heifer out of Class 2. Those are two really nice winners, and yet then you come back here to this winner of Class 3. And that's a powerful brood cow. She's got a nice udder underneath of her. She's got a beautiful bull calf here at side. I think it's just pretty tough to deny. Three great class winners, but a dominant champion here in this senior division. Give that young man a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H.
Well, now it gets a bit closer for me. I think all of them are defendable here as a reserve, and yet forget about that champion. I think she's a standalone winner in this particular division. If these three came out as class winners, wouldn't we still be pretty excited? I think those are tremendous cattle, and again, a cow in production here that has balance and quality about her, a heifer calf that's growing there alongside and has some similarities to her mother in terms of length and femininity, and I think in their own right an excellent pair. Ran against a pretty tough customer in that particular class, but I just don't see any reason why she shouldn't be reserved still. A good cow-calf pair here, they're going to be reserve division.
And the reserve champion senior heifer also comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Karen Smart of Karnes County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. Our judge will now select our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Brangus heifer. Red Brangus exhibitors, we need classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to staging. Red Brangus exhibitors, we need classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to staging.
Well, guys, as we work into our third breed of the day, this has really been fun. What a great Brangus show. These exhibitors sure need to be commended on just a great set of cattle that they brought out here in this particular division. As we work in that youngest division all the way through to this cow, I think we see good in these cattle. They're sound. They look like females, and they have enough dimension to match that. I think this has just been really, really fun. With that said, if you'd help me in thanking all of our Brangus exhibitors around ringside, give them a big round of applause on a great set of cattle. Throughout the course of the morning, here into the afternoon, those first couple breeds, we said I always have a tendency to lean myself toward those cattle that are getting in production when things are close. In those two divisions, things weren't close. There were heifers, I thought, that dominated those divisions that came out of younger lineups. And I'll tell you, in this particular division, I think there's a dominant entry as well. I think each of these three divisional winners, we've talked highly of all of them, and I believe we should talk highly of all of them. But this is one of those times where, again, you've got a standout that wins your breed very, very handily. This time it is one of those that happens to be in production and showing us the things she's capable of. Young man, that senior champion's going to be our breed champion here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Brangus heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H.
As we said, that's one of those times where it's not a matter of giving that one the benefit of the doubt. She's just the best one. Now you got some calls to make. I really like this calf quite a bit. I think fundamentally that heifer is sound. She's good-bodied. She's got performance in her. As she continues to mature, I hope that chest kind of stays up good enough in her. She's got a little bit of depth there through her chest. So as she stays balanced, that's a heifer that's going to certainly do some neat things for that young lady. I compliment this young lady in second here in the second hole. She hadn't had the easiest heifer to show all day, but she's found a way to get the most out of that heifer. I think she has balance and some quality to her. Again, we mentioned a little off maybe in the set of that hind leg. And then that cow that stood second to our champion. Boy, she's beautifully balanced. She's so neat up front, correct in her top line, even some slight things that you might tweak in the champion that you maybe like a nickel better in her. As a big picture, she wasn't near the power cow that one was, and the calf at side was quite a bit different to me. But this is one of those decisions. I think you get this lineup and this trio out here. You like all of them. There's little things maybe you could tweak. And now you do have one that you can give the benefit of the doubt because you see where she can go in maturity. We're going to keep these cows together. Young lady, you're going to have our reserve Brangus here.
And a reserve champion Brangus heifer also comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Karen Smart of Karnes County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion Brangus exhibitors. This concludes our Brangus show, and we'll start our Red Brangus show. As soon as we get them lined up, we'll move them into the ring. Class 1 Red Brangus, we need you in staging immediately. Class 2, 3, and 4 Red Brangus, we need you to make your way to staging. Moving into the ring, we've got class number 1 of our Red Brangus show. These are females that were born on or after April 1st of 2015.
Well, again, what an outstanding way to start off the Red Brangus division. And I think here at the top end, even though one of them strikes you really hard, I like a lot about both of these heifers here at the top of this lineup. And that young man gets that dark red heifer parked there at the side. Pretty tough to deny her this win, though. I think that one's really striking, up-headed, really correct down her top line. Certainly a notch stronger there behind her shoulder, all the way back and leveler to her hip. A little stouter in her bone work, more substance all the way to the ground. I think with time she'll continue to body down. She's lean, she's fresh, as a young calf should be. I think a pretty easy place to start in this lineup. The heifer in second maybe gets out a little longer strided, but with that said, I wouldn't give her a structure advantage as a whole because she's a little frail, a little excessive in the set to her hind leg, and those long front toes are a little bothersome to me. I'd like to change her a little bit there. But guys, that's a deep-bodied heifer, a smooth, feminine-made heifer. I think just a very, very logical female to slide into second. A little more performance in three. I like the body. I like the power she's got. To me, she's just not quite as feminine as she needs to be. A little thicker and crestier at the top of her neck, a little bolder in the way she's built in her shoulder. Just not as smooth blending as that top pair of heifers from a balance standpoint. But I give her that edge in body and volume and performance versus the dark-tailed heifer here that'll round things out. I like the smoothness of that heifer in terms of her shoulder. She's a little short-strided, a little choppy as we get her out on the move today, and gives up just a little bit too much to me in terms of mass to that one right in front of her. Again, a very nice class. A good entry there at the top end that you like quite a bit, but good cattle from top to bottom.
Results from class number 1 in our Red Brangus show. First place goes to Andrew Fleming of Sealy FFA. Second place is Audrey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Third place is Carla Ortuno of Pasadena FFA. And fourth place was Esmeralda Zuniga of Pasadena FFA. Now ready for class number 2 in our Red Brangus show. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015.
We're going to let these heifers stand just like they came into the ring, and the young lady's heifer up front, again, I think just strikes you with a little more balance and quality. A heifer that's certainly neat up front. She's really correct as you study her in her top, even though, again, we could modify some little things structurally. Go to the ground, and that one's a little shallower heeled and longer footed than you'd like, a little frailer in terms of her hind leg as you study her also. But I think still the combination of traits makes her better balanced. I like the boldness and turn she's got to her rib. Certainly a growth advantage to the young lady's heifer here in second. She's a little stouter featured, a heifer that's going to certainly have an advantage in weight per day of age. And I'll give her a slight edge in terms of some breed influence things that you can appreciate in terms of her look. A little too much set to her hind leg and a little off balance compared to that class winner because she's a little coarser in the way that she's made through the lower part of her shoulder in particular. A nice pair of heifers, very, very different, but I think good heifers for both of those young ladies. Give them a nice round of applause there in our second class here.
Results of class number 2 in a Red Blanket show. First place goes to Ali Garcia of Bangs FFA. In second place is Carla Ortuno, Pasadena FFA. Now ready for class number 3 in a Red Blanket show. These are heifers that were born in February of 2015. Red Brangus exhibitors, we need all entries in class 7, 8, and 9 to staging. Classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging.
Well, again, just 2 heifers here. Quite honestly, I think a pair that you could do whatever you like between them. Probably both heifers could use just a shot more depth of rib. When I get directly behind those heifers, I see more true shape to the young man's slick-haired heifer, a little bolder in the turn to her rib. She's wider back to her pin set, steps down with a little more base width as you study her going away. When she is in motion, even standing, I think you can see that she could be a little more correct in her loin and the way her tail head sets into her top line. The dark red heifer here certainly presented nicely to us. Again, long-bodied, a heifer that's got some refinement and femininity to her. When we get her in motion, she does a different thing, kind of rolls her top and drops her pins a little bit with a little extra set to her hock. I just don't see quite the natural width and power as you get behind her as what we have in the class winner, but certainly a pair of heifers with some give and take here in our Red Brangus division.
Results from class number 3 in a Red Brangus show. First place goes to Terry Rutledge of Burnett County 4-H. In second place is Megan Rogers of Caldwell County 4-H. Now ready for class 4 in a Red Brangus show. These are heifers that were born in January of 2015.
Well, again, a pair of heifers I think you could flip-flop and justify in either direction. Certainly more growth and performance. I think a notch more true body dimension in the young lady's heifer that's going to win. And then probably kind of a deciding factor for me, study underneath in the formation or the way that udder structure is. The teats are set so much wider and truer and squarer on that heifer. Certainly the young lady's heifer there in second, a little neater in the way she's shaped up on the top side of her neck. I like the way she blends into her shoulder. That's a heifer that'll surprise you. She's got more width than maybe what I would have anticipated. She's not as stout structured in terms of her bone work, but a heifer that's got just as much muscle. I don't think that's an issue. I just like to see her deeper bodied, maybe a little stouter down to the ground. And as you look at those teats, just gathered a little too tight for me as we look at that udder. But again, an excellent pair, very different cattle. I think you could go either way and sure justify it. But those two young ladies have two good heifers in their hands.
Thank you, Mr. Molinix. Results from class number 4 of our Red Brangus show. First place goes to Taylor Gerlitz, Brenham FFA. And second place is Jody Pope of Savoy FFA. We'll get their papers checked there in the back, and then we'll bring back our class winners, and our judge will select the calf division champions. Reminder again, exhibitors, you need to bring your registration papers to the show ring with you. You need to have your registration papers on you. Also, no grooming materials are allowed. It's a blow and go show. No paint, no dye, no hair products. Red Brangus heifers in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10, we need you to staging. Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10, we need you to staging.
Well, we haven't had big numbers, just a couple heifers in most classes here in this first Red Brangus division. But boy, we got a nice way to start off this breed as well. As much as I like each of these cattle, we've had a few different shapes and sizes, small classes, so they don't look identical out here. But boy, we got a nice way to start off this breed as well. One that's pretty dominant relative to her contemporaries out here. Young man, class 1, that's going to be our calf champion. Give him a nice round of applause. I think a really good way to start things off here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the Red Brangus show comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Andrew Fleming of Sealy FFA.
You know, sometimes as you work through classes, makes you happy to give credit where it's due because, you know, as dominant as she was in that class, I really thought that was a pretty darn good heifer in second. Nice bodied, still functional enough in her structure, change her toes a little bit. Not in the same league as that winner, but you start to weigh some things out in this particular division. I think there's an easy reserve, and she stood second to our champion. The young lady's yellow heifer out of class 1 will be reserved.
And a reserve heifer calf champion comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Audrey Ivy of Bangs FFA. Congratulations to our calf division champions. We do not have any entries in class number 7, so as soon as we clear these animals out of the arena, we'll bring in class number 8 in our Red Brangus show. Single entry, September born of 2014. We also have no entries in class number 8, so we're moving on to class number 9. Again, a single entry. This is a female born August of 2014.
Just a single-born August heifer here to be our class winner, long-bodied heifer, if one that's got some femininity as you study her, really correct as you study her down her top line and back to her hip. Heifer, as you back off, I think relative to that frame and length she's got, you'd like to see her have more body, more depth back there through her rear rib and flank. Just give us a little more maternal look, a little more body volume in what is a big frame, long-bodied heifer. But certainly a nice class winner here, single entry in our summer class.
So blue ribbon winner out of class number 9 goes to Riley Ripper of Magnolia FFA. Now leading class number 10 in a Red Brangus show. These are heifers that were born May and June of 2014. Attention Red Brangus exhibitors. Red Brangus exhibitors, we need all entries in classes 13, 14, and 15 to make their way to staging. Classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging, please.
One other single entry, but a big, stout, rugged-looking heifer here that comes in our May-June class. Again, maybe one that as you study just that sweep to her lower body, maybe can deepen her just a touch and refine her just a little bit in the shape of that neck, but she gets out and moves. She's good to the ground. She's stout in terms of her bone work and foot, yet you get her here profiled from the side, a heifer that still comes together nice. Study her down her top. Tremendous muscle shape to that female. I think a really nice single entry once again. Look forward to having her back as part of this division.
And your class winner out of class number 10 in a Red Brangus show is Cassie Berkhammer of Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe FFA. Following the paper check, we'll bring back our 2 class winners to compete for our junior division champion. Class number 13, Red Brangus exhibitors. Class 13, Red Brangus, we need you in the staging area immediately. Class 14 and 15, please make your way to staging as well.
Well, we just have two entries in this junior division. Certainly two heifers that you like pieces about in each one of them, but for me, the decision's rather logical. There's a heifer that couples power and dimension into a pretty sound structural package. She can toe out just a little more than you'd prefer up front. Maybe gives up a little refinement to the other heifer, but I think more than makes up for it in the amount of dimension and volume that she has. These are our only two entries in division, so they'll be our champion and reserve. Young lady's going to have our champion. Young man will have reserve. Give them a nice round of applause if you would.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer in the Red Brangus show comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Cassie Burkhammer of Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe FFA. And reserve champion junior heifer comes out of class number 9, exhibited by Riley Ripper of Magnolia FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now ready to move into our senior division, looking at class number 13. These are our females that were born March and April of 2014.
Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe or just Sam Rayburn?
Class 13, Red Brangus, this is your last call. Class is moving into the ring. Class 13, Red Brangus, last call.
Another single entry, again, as she pulls around, maybe I think you'll see a little blend of those last two heifers. A heifer that I think has some maternal quality about her, some shape to her body and rib, and relatively fresh in her condition. She gets out and moves very, very nicely. I like the way her top line stays together as we set her in motion. I think just a good, useful kind of cow. Maybe not one that blows you away in any one particular trait, but one that blends things together pretty solid into one package. Certainly a good single entry. Again, we'll look forward to having her back as part of our senior drive.
Results from class number 13 in a Red Brangus show. First place goes to Taylor Gerlitz of Brenham FFA. Now ready for class number 14. These will be females born January and February of 2014. Class 14, Red Brangus. Last call. We need class 15, Red Brangus, in the staging area. Red Brangus, last call for Class 14. We're moving on to Class 15. Class 15, Red Brangus. Class 15, let's lead them in. Class 15, Red Brangus. Attention Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, Santa Gertrudis exhibitors. Class 1, please start making your way to the staging area. Class 1, Santa Gertrudis, please start making your way to the staging area.
Guys, this is really a compliment to a group of young people getting these cattle into production, and a really good set of cow-calf pairs out here. Give them a big round of applause. I think a really nice set of cattle out here in this lineup. It is not easy, though. I think there's quality and good in all four of these pairs. There's some give and take, some things to modify in each group as well. As we mentioned in one of the earlier divisions, when you get these heifers out here that all have a calf at side, it's pretty tough to not let that calf play a role in your decision, because ultimately that's their job. And I think you've got to weigh that out a little bit. And yet this is your heifer show here at Austin, so it's not necessarily a cow-calf division. It's really first emphasis to be placed on that female. I don't think any good production person would certainly still weigh in on that calf alongside, and that's where it becomes hard in this lineup. I'll tell you, if that cow that wins this particular class was a little more youthful and correct in the shape of those teats, I would have never made this a decision, because I like that cow a lot. I think she's got more bloom and more milkiness to her udder than the second place cow. I actually think the attachments of that udder are really good. That udder's held tight to the body wall. It's just the teat size that really concerns me, and I hope it doesn't progress any worse from this point on. That honestly is the biggest reason why I think this is close amongst these top 2 or 3 cows in this particular class. Aside from that, she's built pretty nice, and boy, this bull calf is doing an awesome job alongside. He's a little longer and weaker in his rear pastern maybe than you'd like, but he's stout, he's shaped good, he's really good balanced. I think an outstanding calf there at side. I think that cow really has a nice spread to her as you study dimension down her top and back to her hip. I think she balances out pretty decent. Obviously doing a great job from a milk standpoint. Just like to change the structure of those teats. If you want to go to the second place cow because of that, I guess I can see it. I wouldn't argue with some of those parts. I don't see enough bloom to that udder. It'll be interesting to see how this calf continues to mature. I don't know if she's got quite just the natural milk flow in that udder that you see in that class winner. And quite honestly, yes, her teats are more refined, but I don't know that they're ideal even in that regard. I like that cow a lot, though. Her body shape is right. I like her depth of rib. The balance of her udder is still pretty decent. This is a nice little heifer calf at side. She's the youngest of these top 3 calves, but I think you guys behind me get to see right now there's some balance and quality to that heifer calf. She's going to be pretty nice. Today she kind of rolls up in her top, doesn't move just perfect for us, but I think a good heifer calf there at side still. Even the third place cow, one thing I will tell this pair of exhibitors, I think it is really fun when you get to see cow-calf pairs come out like this and you see a mating decision that worked. This cow's a nice cow. That's a heck of a good heifer calf on her, though. You made a good mating decision, whatever you did, because I really think heifer calf is going to be better than mama when it's all said and done. And that's making progression the right way through proper mating decisions. I think that's a credit to you. This heifer calf's really nice. She balances up good. You think of some of the things we've looked at in the heifer show through the course of the day. We might wish we'd have had her in the heifer show if we'd have went down that young. This is a good cow. The balance of her udder is what concerns me. Her fore udder's not full enough. She's really unbalanced in that udder. When we get those cattle out on the move, she wants to roll up in her top, drop her pins. She just doesn't stay together good enough in motion. We round things out with a heifer that's, again, got a really bloomy, nice udder. Maybe doesn't blend perfect into the body wall, but its attachments otherwise are pretty nice. Teat shape is acceptable. So arguably one of the better uddered heifers rounds out the class. She doesn't balance out good enough. Her top line, her hip structure, a young bull calf here at side, I think that's going to be pretty nice, though. He's got some power to him for sure. But I think you see that cow when she gets out in motion, just not good enough in the way she stays together in her structure. That's a really fun class. Lots of things to see, describe, break apart. But again, just a compliment to exhibitors there to have pairs out here that are as good as they are. Give them one more nice round of applause, if you would. Really a good set of females there in that lineup.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 15 in the Red Brangus Show. First place goes to Taylor Gerlitz of Brenham FFA. Second place is Cassie Burkhammer of Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe FFA. Third place is Trey Ivy of Bangs FFA. And fourth place goes to Callie Damesworth of Leonard FFA. Now ready for our judge to select our champion senior heifer. And following that, he'll select the grand champion Red Brangus heifer. Again, Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, Class 1, we need you to the staging area. Class 1 Santa Gertrudis, we need you to the staging area.
Well, I think a challenging decision here in this particular lineup. The heifer that wins at first class, a coming 2-year-old, I guess, not too far away from that point. And a lot that I like about her, again, as we talked about in her class, I think, perhaps a nice blend of what we saw in those 2 heifers that were single entries in the division that preceded her. I think some balance and quality about her. She's still stout enough. She's good in terms of her structure. And again, I don't think it's my job to tell anybody how to run a breeding program. I think you've got to do what's right. But I think it is important, and I will tell you from a judge's standpoint, for me personally, I really, really like to see these cattle getting into and closer to the production side of things than what she is. And I asked the young lady, unfortunately said she lost the calf, in that heifer, and then made a decision, I guess, to start her into some embryo transfer programs. And obviously they think a lot of her in order to put that kind of investment in that female. And yet sometimes I think, for me, I'd rather maybe see him get into production, see what kind of udder she drops and all those things, before I'd make that decision personally. And yet perhaps she's got such a unique genetic base behind her that it was the time to do that. So I appreciate that thought. I just wish as a 2-year-old right now, coming 2-year-old, that we could see how's that udder going to be. Like to see her drop in with more evidence of calf. We have that obviously in the other 2. And then some little things that we wanted to tweak in those females as well, as we talk about some of the udder structure things in both of them. To me, this is a tough decision. I think you could logically justify going any direction amongst the cattle that stand out here. Again, I told you earlier, I like it when we get an opportunity when things are close to see what they're capable of doing. I see 2 cows in production that are starting to do some nice things with good calves inside. We're going to keep them to be our divisional winners out of that second class. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause if you would.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer in the Red Brangus Show goes to Taylor Gerlitz, Brenham FFA. And a reserve champion senior female goes to Cassie Burkhammer of Sam Rayburn FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and we're now ready for our judge to select a grand champion, Red Brangus Heifer. Attention Santa Gertrudis exhibitors. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, we need Class 1 to staging. Class 1 Santa Gertrudis, we need you in staging. Class 2 and 3 Santa Gertrudis, this is your first call. Class 2 and 3 Santa Gertrudis, this is your first call.
Well, again, my compliments to our Red Brangus exhibitors. Fun set of cattle to sort through. We haven't had big numbers, but we've had good quality, and I think once again we're going to have a lead-off champion in this particular breed that really does some awfully unique things in one package. But we get into some of these divisions where we only had 2, 3, 4 head, and it gets a little more difficult to find exactly what you were looking for. But boy, I think we come back out here. I'm happy with each of the 3 divisional winners, and yet there's one individual that just, to me, is in a totally different league than everything else in this Red Brangus show. There was a lot of good cattle. There's one that's really unique, I think exceptionally high quality. Young man, bring that Division I winner out. You're going to have our champion Red Brangus here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Red Brangus Heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Andrew Fleming of Sealy FFA.
Well, for reserve, obviously, it's closer in my opinion. Even thinking back, we talked about that initial class that our champion came out of, and I felt pretty lucky to have given this yellow heifer a lot of credit in that class. I think it would have been easy to discount her because of how good and how unique that class winner was that ends up winning the whole show. I'll be honest, I think she comes right back out here and she is absolutely a contender for Reserve Grand. There's a heifer that has a maternal look about her. I like the sweep to her body. She's feminine in the shape of her neck and the way it comes into her shoulder. She can get a little easy in her top line. I wish I could feel really, really confident about her structure. Those feet bother me just a little bit. She's too long in her toes and comes back into a kind of a shallow heel. If those will stay under her good enough, I think she's got a bright future. But I think as we view things here today, as good as these cattle are, you get one into production with as good a bull calf at side as what she is. I think it just makes sense to use our senior champion for reserve.
And reserve champion Red Brangus heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Taylor Gerlitz of Brenham FFA. Congratulations to our champion Red Brangus exhibitors. Reminder again that we need our breed champions to have their picture taken at the backdrop. And then also any drug testing that goes on, we need a parent or guardian to be present with that exhibitor. Moving into the arena now is Class 1 in our Santa Gertrudis show. These are heifers that were born on or after April 1st of 2015. Class 2 Santa Gertrudis, Class 3 Santa Gertrudis, we need you in the staging area. Class 2 and 3 Santa Gertrudis, we need you in the staging area.
Wonderful class to start off our Santa Gertrudis breed. I think two really nice heifers here that lead this thing off. They were actually the first one in the ring and the last one in the ring as they came, and we do have a wide age spread in here, and I would encourage you, rather than just necessarily comparing these two heifers to one another, please recognize we've got an early April heifer and a June heifer out here. So, I think it's easy to say, well, how in the world does he think those two go together or are reasonably close? Well, that's a big age separation at this stage in the game. And yet it's not about the performance or a perceived performance difference that sorts our class winner over second. I think when you get in and analyze them, both of them have quality. Both of them balance out. Both of them have a maternal look about them. And the young lady's heifer does it with more power. That's what it boils down to. Bolder in the turn of her rib. She's always going to have more dimension. It's not just a matter of maturity. She's just built wider, and I think that's what she does into a pretty uniquely balanced package. Guys, I like this heifer, this little June heifer a lot, though. I think she's very feminine, super maternal. Boy, she gets out and moves so nice in terms of feet and legs. Everything, to me, good cattle look as good or better when they're moving, and she's one of those. She probably looks even better when we set her in motion. I just think she's got quite a bit of quality to her. A heifer that just needs to be a nickel more powerful as she goes right away from you, gets just a little bit base narrow. This is a good heifer here in third, very practical. That's the word that comes to mind. We can go ahead and lead her on out, bud. She's not comfortable right now. She'll be more comfortable when you start leading her and gets that tail down for us. But just a good, useful cow prospect. She's moderate, she's deep, she's bold in her rib. She just needs to be longer and neater up front to ever compete with that top pair of heifers, but just a good, solid female standing there in third. Fourth place heifer's a lot like her standing still, not quite as comfortable in motion, and that's where she slides into fourth, and we can go ahead and lead her on out. She just never plants quite good enough on those rear legs for me, square enough and true enough on that hind leg for me to get her any higher than fourth, but a moderate, deep-bodied heifer that matches up with that top grouping quite well. That's a neat heifer in fifth. She's long, she's really shapely, a heifer that just needs more depth and turn to her rib cage. The next heifer just a little off in her hip and hind leg structure. From there forward, she's got some body volume and mass to her. I'd like to make her a little more refined about her head and neck. The next two heifers, I give up some volume to the heifer that rounds out the class, but I think they have more balance and more quality about them. The heifer that rounds things out, if you want to move her up a couple spots because she's so much deeper, I wouldn't argue with that, but she's a little deep up through her front end and certainly needs to be changed in her hind leg structure. Again, an excellent class. What a great way to start off the Santa Gertrudis division. Two really nice heifers there that lead off. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, on a really nice set of Santa Gertrudis heifers.
Results from class number 1 of Santa Gertrudis. First place goes to Emmeline Robinson of Liberty County 4-H. Second place, Mackenzie Husband of Alvin FFA. And third was Harrison Kimball of Navarro FFA. Fourth place, Berkeley Mann of Richland Springs FFA. In fifth place was Dawson Lowe of Arlington FFA. Sixth place went to Stephanie Bullard of Dimmitt County 4-H. Seventh place was Kristen Nelson of Magnolia FFA. Eighth place went to Sage Combs of Anderson Shiro FFA. And ninth place went to Leo Garcia of Sheldon FFA. Now ready for class number 2, Santa Gertrudis. These are heifers that were born in March of 2015. Class 4, Santa Gertrudis, we need you in staging. Class 4, Santa Gertrudis, we need you in staging. Attention in the barn, heifer exhibitors. The monitors in the back that show the status of the show were not working. That's because somebody unplugged them to plug in their blower. Please do not unplug the monitors.
Well, very nice trio of March heifers. Actually for me, this top pair is pretty darn close. And really it boils down to one difference that's pretty easy to see. Obviously the first thing is the performance stuff, but they're both big enough for March heifers. There's the difference right there. As much as I like about the second place heifer, she just doesn't stay together good enough at the profile. Their class winner is so much better there behind her shoulder. You couple that with her performance and her body volume, and I think that's the place you need to start, because both of these heifers are really, really good at the ground. They've got big feet underneath them. Their joints are good. They get out and they cover their stride really, really well. I like the femininity in our second place heifer a lot. She's fresh, and to me, I like the fact that she is maybe a little more moderate in her kind, long and good out of her hip and off of her hind leg. As we mentioned, it's just she stops, that top line just gets so weak in her. Things don't stay together quite good enough when we get her at the profile. Good pair of heifers, though. Again, a nice heifer here in third. Again, a moderate frame female that's got some body. I think we get off to the side and we can all see that she just doesn't balance out as good as that top pair of heifers do. She's a little too deep and short up through her front end, a little round in her hip structure. So you throw those things together, she just doesn't quite have the eye appeal of that pair in front of her, but still a useful kind of female that's got some moderation and some body volume to round out the trio. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Those three young ladies each had good cattle in that lineup.
Results of class number 2 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Madison Trojacek of Navarro County 4-H. Second place is Emmeline Robinson of Liberty County 4-H. And third place was Patricia Fernandez of Elgin FFA.
Come on, Maddie.
Moving into the ring now is class number 3 in our Santa Gertrudis show. These are heifers that were born February of 2015.
Well, just two heifers in this class. My goodness, we're really starting to put together a nice set of Santa Gertrudis cattle. And, even at the top end of these classes, it's all started with cattle that we didn't have to sacrifice feet and leg structure. Again, there's a really, really nice structured heifer. She's big-footed. She's still stout in terms of her bone work. She gets out and covers her stride really, really well when we set her in motion. To me, the difference, though, when you step off of these cattle, she's a little fresher in her look. That neck sets out of the top side of her shoulder a little nicer. She's leveler to her pin set than is our second place heifer. And I think she's got more real genuine dimension when you really study her. Now, depth of body certainly goes to our second place female. I like that extra sweep she's got through her lower ribs. She's got a good broody look about her because of it. She's still very feminine in the shape of her neck. She's one that's not quite as attractive in the build of that hind leg. Because of it, she kind of drops those pins just slightly when we get her out on the move. But guys, only 2 entries in that class. We could have had 10 other entries and they'd have been liable to be a top pair still. Those are very, very good cattle for those 2 young ladies. My congratulations.
Results from class number 3 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Aaron Ralston of Detroit FFA, and second place was Madison Cruz of Iola FFA. Now ready for class number 4. These will be heifers that were born January of 2015. Attention Santa Gertrudis exhibitors winning classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging. Santa Gertrudis classes 7, 8, and 9 to staging, please.
Again, really a nice class. I don't know that that one heifer, again, that maybe just jumped out and grabbed you like a couple of the others we've seen, but this heifer is really tough to dig big holes into. I think, again, very sound in terms of feet and legs. She's really bold and shapely when you get up on top of her, and then you get her stopped. This young lady does a super job of getting that heifer stuck for us and giving us a look. She maybe could be a little more refined in the shape of that neck, a little smoother in the way she comes to her shoulder, but a powerful, big-bodied, good structured, really nice way to start off this class as well. I like this heifer in second. She's one that can get a little up and down in her top line at times, just doesn't stay together quite as nice there, but there's some features in her that I like as well as anything in the class. She's a little more refined in the shape of her neck. That is one beautiful udder structure in her. Her teats are great. They're set wide apart. They're square out on the corners. You know, that heifer at times, as we said, can get a little easy behind her shoulder, a little rounder in her hip, but I think she represents really a maternal kind that's got some quality to her, just doesn't stay together and not quite as stout as that winner. This heifer that comes in third, she needs to be a little smoother and better up front. A little bulkier in her shoulder, a little coarser in her makeup. She's got a lot of power, a lot of body volume to her, and a moderate frame, just not quite smooth enough. You know, I like to draw attention sometimes when I enjoy watching someone. Young lady, you could show heifers for me any day of the week. I really, really enjoy the way this young lady goes about things. And you know, it's one of those things as a judge, it's going to give you the benefit of the doubt one of these days. Unfortunately, I think you have the fourth best heifer in here. If it was showmanship, it'd be a little different story. But your heifer just doesn't move quite good enough. A little too tight in that rear hock. I'd like to give her a little more body. But we get that heifer stopped. That young lady gives you every look that she can give you in terms of the correctness of lines, the freshness of condition. There's some things I like about that heifer. Certainly enjoy watching her stick that heifer. And then we finish up with a heifer that might have a little more body volume to her, but again, kind of plain in her look, a little straight in the angle of her shoulder, just doesn't get out and move quite good enough either. So she rounds out the class because she's got a little plainer look on top of it. I think a reasonably close pair, though, as we finish up because that heifer's got a little more body volume. Again, an outstanding class, just good, solid cattle from top to bottom once again.
Results from class number 4, Santa Gertrudis. First place goes to Jordan Trent of Iola FFA. Second place was Hannah Logan of Victoria County 4-H. Third place was Stephanie Bullard of Dimmick County 4-H. In fourth was Demi Harrington of Navasota FFA. And fifth place went to Justin Roscoe of Burleson FFA. Once they get those heifers processed in the back, we'll bring back in our class winners from the first 4 classes, and our judge will select the champion heifer calf. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, last call for Class 7. Santa Gertrudis, last call for Class 7.
Well, wonderful first division here in our Santa Gertrudis division. Set of Gert cattle that I really am fond of. And again, if you've been here during the course of the day, structure is always going to set a pretty high priority in my mind. And that's what I like so much about the cattle we've got out in this lineup. There's been times today where you've had some give and take and you've had to sacrifice that a little bit. We didn't have to do that really in a single class here in our Gert division so far, and I really appreciate that. You know, there's, again, some give and take in this particular lineup. You know, I think there's a close decision to be made out here in this group, but I think there is one individual that sticks out. The close decision for me is going to be for reserve, and I'm going to take a little bit of a look and really break some things down. But I think there's one heifer in this particular group that, again, really does some pretty awesome things in one package. Young lady out of Class 1, you're going to have our calf champion.
The champion heifer calf in our Santa Gertrudis show comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Emmeline Robinson of Liberty County 4-H.
Well, I think that leadoff heifer is a real standout, and I think any one of the four that are standing out here could easily be reserved. This is a nice June heifer up front, and obviously she's still green and plenty of time yet to see where she matures. And if she ends up being stout enough, then she's going to be an awfully good one because she's very maternal in her look. I think pretty feminine and correct in her structure. As we had a really nice pair of heifers out of Class 2 that you liked quite a bit about both of those heifers. If we could have talked about them and blended just a couple of things, but that was the heifer that stayed together so much better. Big bodied, lots of volume. Her pieces fit together nice. You know, again, maybe one of those that you could tweak little things, but in the big picture, she's just a pretty good, solid kind of female. A unique heifer out of Class 3. She's stout and powerful to the ground. Big, good foot under her. She gets out and goes. She's got some dimension as you study her up high. That neck still comes out of her shoulder really, really good. There's times she relaxes just a little bit in her top line, but a heifer that I think is really right in terms of her condition and stands a chance to just keep getting better. And then just a good, fundamentally sound brood cow that comes out of Class 4. A little bulkier in her shoulder, maybe not as smooth in the way she blends together as some of the others, but I think still a really, really nice female there. Give and take between them, there was probably just one of them that kind of hit me as a little bit more unique in the way she puts things together in this lineup. Like I said, I think you could defend a lot of things, but we're going to go to class number 3. Young lady, you're going to have our reserve in this division.
And a reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Aaron Ralston of Detroit FFA. We're now ready for class number 7 in our Santa Gertrudis show. These are heifers that were born in November through December of 2014. The Santa Gertrudis classes 8, 9, and 10, we need you to staging. Classes 8, 9, and 10, we need you to staging. Attention in the cattle barn. Just to get everybody up to date, we will select a Supreme American Breeds Champion heifer at the conclusion of the show today. So following the ARBs, which will be our last breed division to show, we'll breed back all breed champions, and our judge will select a Supreme Champion American Breeds heifer.
Really a nice place to start here. I think some give and take after that, but certainly the brood cow, the lineup, is the young man's heifer we're going to start off with. That's a powerful female in a moderate frame. She's got tremendous rib and body shape, really, really stout all the way to the ground. So there's maybe a little heifers that are a little more refined, a little more feminine, but she pieces together perfectly fine. She's so bold in her rib cage and stout to her hip. I like that one structure a lot. I think she's an easy place to start in this particular pair, or in this class. It's the next pair that I think you could do some different things with. I just see a little more refinement and femininity in the young man's dark heifer. She's so smooth in the way she blends together. I also like her hind leg set a little better than the power heifer that comes in third. There's the longer performance-driven heifer. If you want to switch them because of some weight per day of age and a little more dimension, then I certainly can't blame you. I wish we could make that heifer a little more correct in the travel of that hind leg. She just camps it underneath herself, has a little extra set to her hock. Good trio of heifers there at the top end, though. Fourth place heifer is just a good moderate female. She's got good body volume. Again, the set of that hind leg just isn't quite good enough for me to get her up into that top trio, but a heifer that I think has some practicality. The next heifer is just not sound enough on her hind wheels for me. A big bodied, big ribbed, good doing heifer that just needs to be changed on that hind leg. In fact, as we pulled them in, I actually considered a switch. I don't know that the next heifer's hind leg is perfect. She does handle a little better. I like her length. She doesn't have the same depth relative to her frame, and she needs to be neatened up a little bit up front. A little heifer that's a little off in her skin and hair coat that comes next makes it a little tougher to look at her, but I think she's still a good doing, practical kind of female, more so than the heifers that come behind her. Big heifer, a heifer that's a little coarse though for me, and a little round hip that comes next. Then we run into some heifers that have some structural problems as we finish out the class, not quite as sound, need a little more dimension in most cases. But again, guys, as we work all the way through that lineup, those are still pretty impressive set of heifers from top to bottom. Good cattle to represent this breed. Again, congratulations to all those Santa Gertrudis exhibitors.
Standing room only at the rodeo tonight.
All right, results from class number 7 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place went to Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. Second place, Zane Wanjura of Colorado County 4-H. Third place, Madeline Hatchtel of Mount Enterprise FFA. Fourth place was Tiffany Moree of Van Zant County 4-H. Fifth place, Annie Perez of Brazos County 4-H. And sixth was Heather Stinson of Maid Creek FFA. Seventh place was Hannah Hubbard of Angleton FFA. Eighth place went to Carly Shupak of Burleson County 4-H. Ninth place, Krista Lambeth of Wills Point FFA. And 10th place went to Celeste Meyerhoff of Galveston County 4-H. In the ring now, we have class number 8. And these are heifers that were born September and October of 2014.
This was found. They want us to make an announcement that we have it with the announcer's stand.
Attention in the barn. If you lost your debit card, we may have found it. We have one up here at the announcer stand, so if you lost your debit card, maybe this is yours, please come up to the announcer stand to claim it.
Kyle, if nobody picks up that debit card, steak tonight? All right. Good class here. Congratulations, these three young ladies. I think a nice trio of heifers. Perhaps some give and take here again at the top end, but I think you get off to the side here, check out this profile view one time and the way those cattle come together, and I just don't think there's any way to deny our class winner. I think that's easily the highest quality heifer we've got in this lineup. She's really refined in the shape of that neck, good bodied, really deep, good sweep to her lower rib as we get her out here and study her in motion. Maybe doesn't stay quite together as nice as she does there at the stand, but I don't see any major factors that keep her from winning this class. I think that's a pretty high quality heifer there that will lead things off. The heifer in second, to me, is the most like her. Obviously not as much performance, but I just see more refinement and a little more freshness to this heifer in terms of the condition she comes to us. Now, she doesn't blend as good down through the lower part of her shoulder. There's times when we get her stopped and that top line gets a little off there behind her shoulder as well. But I think that's a heifer in terms of structure, correctness of condition, and still having some female quality, needs to run in second. Third place heifer is certainly a big, high-performing female, no question about that. Young lady's dark red heifer there. A heifer that's a little too coarse for me. You study her up through her head and the shape of her neck. But probably even more importantly, when we get her out in motion, there's a heifer that just doesn't move quite sound enough. She's a little straight in her front end, a little off in her structure, both front and rear. The next heifer is one, if she'd balance out a little better, I think you could consider her up a spot or two, because I think her feet and legs are good. I think that's a heifer that's got some dimension. She's just a little too coarse in the base of that shoulder, a little off in her top line and back to her hip. None of her pieces quite fit together as smooth as they need to at the profile to kind of sneak up into that top three. Then the young man's heifer, still some moderation and body to that one. She's got too much set to her hind leg. She's a heifer that's thrown off by some extra front end, so she doesn't quite balance out like she needs to. But again, very nice set of cattle. I think a really nice heifer there that leads off again.
Results from class number 8 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Callie Kimball of Guadalupe County 4-H. In second place is Sierra Sebesta of Snook FFA. Third place, Caitlin Gibson of Paradise FFA. In fourth place, Madison Magliavaz of Sheldon FFA. And fifth place, Chad Coker of Magnolia FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 9. These are heifers that were born in August and July of 2014.
These three heifers kind of parade back around here to the profile for you. I think this top pair of heifers you could defend probably in either direction, and the class winner again probably resembles my kind just a little more. Really reaches with tremendous length of stride, both out of her front end and off her hind leg. I think she's quite a bit better in the condition she's in here today. She's quite a bit leaner than that heifer in second. Because of it, just strikes me with a little more femininity. You know, the heifer behind her, I think initially you want to make her the power heifer of this pair. And I think she probably has a slight advantage in that regard. I think melt her down and get that extra condition off her. I don't know if it's quite as dominant an advantage as maybe you want it to be. That heifer gets a little too short and thick up through her front end, a lot of brisket in her because she's a little heavier condition, maybe not just getting out with the freedom of movement is that heifer that leads off the class. But a good heifer nonetheless that sure got some natural dimension to her. The third place heifer, really long-bodied. A heifer, though, as you back off here to the side, I think we can all see just off balance. She's substantially deeper up through her front end than she is back through her flank. Just doesn't give her the eye appeal that she needs. She wants to hock in quite a bit as she goes away from you off her hind leg. I think just some subtle structure things, but primarily some balance things that slide her into the third hole. Again, a nice set of cattle there for those young people. Good give and take between that top pair.
Results from class number 9 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Zachary Horn of Brenham FFA. And second place is Zoe Hart of Pearland FFA. And third place was Joseph Stegant of Navasota FFA. Now leading in class number 10 in our Santa Gertrudis show. These are heifers that were born May and June of 2014. Following this class, our judge will select our junior division champions. So we need all of our class winners ready to come back for that. We also need classes 13 and 14 to start making your way to staging. Santa Gertrudis, class 13 and 14, start making your way to staging. Attention heifer exhibitors, those of you that have Rodeo Austin scramble heifers, following the conclusion of the judging of your breed, you can pick up your registration papers and scrapbooks from the livestock office. So Rodeo Austin scramble heifer exhibitors, following your breed, you can pick up your registration papers and scrapbooks in the livestock office.
I think you brought a cheering section, didn't you, buddy? Nice set of heifers here, and probably up at the top end, again, probably, if we could blend a few things together and build ourselves one, it'd be really fun to do, because I think there's a lot of quality in each of these cattle. And, our class winner, to me, again, she just puts the most unique quality pieces together. It's not that there isn't some things you wouldn't mind tweaking, but just I love the freshness of condition she's in, really, really extended up front. Yeah, as you get in behind that one, she's powerful. She's got a big hip in her, tremendous length of body. I like her hind leg set quite a bit. Two things to me that need to be modified. Strengthen her up behind her shoulder, and then I think we would all recognize her immediately as the really, really attractive heifer in here. I still think she is, because she's so good on both sides of that, but she needs to be stronger behind her shoulder. I need to spread those teats out a little more correctly as I start to look at the formation of her udder. But guys, that's a really neat female there that leads things off. It's a good heifer here in second. I think just a really solid brood cow. Big bodied, high volume, good doing female that just strikes you as the kind that's always going to be low maintenance. She's not quite as extended. She's not as neat up through her front end as our class winner is. I think she's very functional in her structure, but not nearly the attractiveness in the set to that hind leg you find in that winner. That was the difference. That's a good solid female there in second. It's a heifer here in third that just kind of grows on you. You put her out on the move and you start to realize, you know what, fundamentally, there's just a lot of function in cattle like her. She's really nice at the ground in terms of having some foot and correctness. We can go ahead and lead her on out. Everything stays together when she gets in motion. Heifer that's moderate in terms of her frame, has the right kind of body shape. You get off to the side, she just doesn't balance up nearly good enough, a little too deep up through her front end, and then, of course, a little shorter kind of package in general. This heifer in fourth, I'm sure she probably has fans because that's a big, stout heifer right there. Tremendous top, great big old hip in her, lots and lots of mass. With that, I probably would take that mass to a negative a little bit. She's a little coarse for me, a little coarse-headed in the shape of her neck, just a thick-necked heifer. It's not so much the base of her neck, it's the shape of that neck, and the way her shoulder's built is the same way. We can go ahead and lead her on out. To me, that's probably the biggest issue. She's just a little tight in the way she moves in her structure. Perhaps because she's loaded up with that kind of muscle, it's going to tighten her skeleton up just a little bit. The next heifer just needs more body depth. I like her length of body. I like her extension and neatness up front. I just wish she could balance herself out with a notch more body shape and depth in particular at this stage of the game. Next young man's heifer, just not quite the balance she needs in this particular lineup, a little flatter from behind as well. Then we round things out with a pair of heifers that just don't have quite the eye appeal, quite the attractiveness they need in such a good, high-quality class. Again, an outstanding lineup there. Congratulations again. This is going to be a nice division. Give those exhibitors one more nice round of applause as they head out of the ring.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 10 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Landon Stem of Anderson Shiro FFA. Second place, Harrison Kimball of Navarro FFA. In third place is Sage Combs of Anderson Shiro FFA. Fourth place, Trinidad Alanis of Pasadena FFA. Fifth place, Kaylee Leonard of Navasota FFA. Sixth place, Jordan Edmondson of Pearland FFA. In seventh was Ryan Hill of Alvin FFA. And eighth place was Stephanie Bullard of Dimmitt County 4-H. Again, as soon as they get those class winners processed in the back, we'll bring back our class winners in our junior division, and our judge will select our junior champion, Santa Gertrudis heifer. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, classes 13, 14, and 15. Please bring your heifers to staging. Classes 13, 14, and 15. Santa Gertrudis, please bring your heifers to staging.
Well, again, really a good division here, but I think there's one heifer that if you followed through these four classes, there was one that hit me pretty hard the minute she walked out here, and I think she so much embodies what good Santa Gertrudis cattle are about, and in general, what good American cattle are about. I was excited to get the opportunity to come here, and I know some people are challenged by looking at American cattle because of the differences. I love looking at American cattle because of what makes them good, and it's about reading feet and legs and structure and making brood cows out of them, no matter what kind of breed influence we might deal with. And I think sometimes we get wound up on how clean we can make them, rather than making them good first. And if they happen to, be clean and a spot or two on top of it, great. But I don't think we need to let that overshadow what really, really makes a good brood cow. The one that's going to be our champion, she might not be the cleanest necked or naveled. I think she's awesome in her structure. I think she's beautiful in her ribbon body. I think she balances out tremendously good, and I think she's an easy division winner. She comes out of Class 1. Give that young man a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA.
As we study those four heifers quite a bit closer, obviously, for reserve, I think you can defend a lot of things here. That's a nice second place heifer that needs to be a nickel stouter. That's a good looking heifer at the stand that came out of class number 2 that's still got the right kind of body that needs to be a little more correct in the angle of her shoulder. And she could be a little bit stouter to be ideal. Good solid heifer out of class 3, probably not as deep as some of the other classes, and she maybe doesn't balance out quite the same, but again, she starts with structure like we've talked about all day, and she's good there. And then our class 4 heifer, if she was hooked up a little stronger right there behind her shoulder, I think everybody would gravitate to her really quickly. I'd encourage you, as much as that kind of jumps out at you, to me, there's other great things that jump out at you, too, in the way she's made up front, the shape she's got, the correctness of condition she's in, the build of that hind leg. To me, she's the one that puts the most good together to be our reserve. Give that young man a nice hand as well.
And your reserve champion, junior division heifer, comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Landon Stem of Anderson Shiro FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready for class number 13 in our Santa Gertrudis show. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2014.
Let's go ahead and pull her around too, bud. Again, a nice set of junior yearling or coming 2-year-olds here that you really have to like a lot about these females. I really like the heifer that leads off. Again, I think she's one that's pretty dominant in this particular lineup, and it starts at her foundation. That's just a great set of feet and legs underneath of that heifer, and you build up from there. It's amazing how often when you put the right kind of structure underneath of them, things come together with balance on top of that. She's so good in her body, correct in her top line and out to her hip. Could tuck that navel up just a little better in her. I'd like to see that. And maybe even just the shape of that chest. It's just kind of odd the way it kind of sits down there in her just slightly, but take nothing away from the big picture of things. I think that's a pretty obvious winner here in this particular class. Then you've got a decision to make, and I kind of had a second or fourth type of heifer and ultimately slid her into fourth because I think these two heifers need to stay together. They've clearly got more performance and growth in them. When you step off of the pair, the young lady's heifer just has a little more elegance and refinement to her. She's quite a bit neater up front. I think she's a little fresher in terms of her condition. I do like, in fact, of the top 3 heifers, she's dropping the highest quality udder. Her teeth shape is right. The squareness of that udder is right. I like all that about her and the way that udder is starting to form. Easy behind her shoulder. A little rougher back through her tail head and the way she comes out of her hip than is our class winner, but a very nice second place. A good bodied performance heifer here in third as well. That's just a little plainer looking, but I would encourage you, let's go ahead and lead that heifer on out, follow that heifer. Watch her when she goes into motion. Things kind of pull together. Her top line kind of comes back together. She's really nice in terms of her feet and legs. I just like to freshen her up a little bit in her condition. Now, heifer that does that is here in fourth. If there was just a little bit more of her, I probably could get her up into the second hole. Just a little petite, though, I think, here in this lineup. Just not quite enough female there. I think that's a heifer that's fresh. She's beautifully presented. Young man does a great job of showing her, you study her all the way down to the ground. All these cattle sometimes will get just a little bit of swell in there above her pastern, but that right foot is swelled up just a little bit on her. But that's a really, really nice female that's moderate. She's really, really attractive. This cow that comes next, again, I like it when they're in production. Certainly appreciate that about her. She's big-bodied. That udder could be a little tighter to her body wall above the hocks for a 2-year-old. To me, the bigger issue, though, is the build of her shoulder and her chest floor just throws her off balance-wise. The next heifer, those teats need to be spread out better and squarer underneath of her from an udder standpoint. Heifer that gets just a little round in her hip, but from there forward, I think she's pretty good. The next heifer's a little plain, a little coarse in her teeth development, and a little short-bodied, but she's got some body volume. And then the cow that rounds things out for us just needs more rib and body relative to her frame and could refine that teeth shape just a little bit. But a heifer that's super long-bodied, like the fact that she's in production at this stage as well. Great set of cattle there. Once again, we had a really nice winner there at the top end.
Results from class number 13 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Seth Linus of Martins Mill FFA. Second place, Demi Harrington of Navasota FFA. In third was Brandon Moree of Van Zant County 4-H. Fourth place was Matthew Schmidt of Washington County 4-H. Fifth place, Antonia Trujillo of Burleson FFA. In sixth place, Madison Moran of Washington County 4-H. And seventh place, Brooke Wanjura of Colorado County 4-H. And eighth place was Whitney Stoltz of Arlington FFA. Now coming into the ring, we've got class number 14. These are heifers that were born January and February of 2014. Class 15, Santa Gertrudis, we need you in staging immediately. Class 15, Santa Gertrudis, we need you in staging immediately. We also need our calf champion and junior division champions back to the staging area. Simbra exhibitors, just giving you a heads up, we are nearing the end of our Santa Gertrudis show. We'll move into the Simbra following the Gerts. So first few classes of Simbra, please be getting them ready. We'll be calling for you shortly.
Well, again, one of those classes that we could sit here and argue the differences between these cattle all day. I think you could see some shuffling in these top three heifers, depending again on where you want to lay your emphasis. But let's get these heifers here stopped at the side, and I think you'll find what I do in the class winner, and that's more length, attractiveness, and balance to that heifer than what we find in the next two, and that's really why she surfaces for me. You know, I think sometimes we come out in this class and we think, wow, it's just a big advantage to already have a calf at side. She's obviously bagging down. She's not terribly far from getting to where she needs to be production-wise. Sure, perfect world. Would I like to see her with a calf at side as well? Absolutely. But I think her teats are set square and good enough underneath of her that she is going to drop a nice bag. She could use just a shot more depth through her rear rib and flank. If the cow was hooked up different behind her shoulder and into her fore rib, I could probably make a case for her to win the class, because I do like the fact that she's moderate and she's got some depth to her flank, and she's in production. She's obviously, that bull calf's going to take off and grow, because that cow's got certainly got some milk flow to her. You can see it. I think her attachments are good. Those teats are a little bigger than I'd prefer. The way they strut forward, I'd like to change. I'd like to see them hang more perpendicular to the ground. But I still think the levelness of her udder floor is right, and she's certainly got milk flow, no question about that. That calf's going to take off and go. Watch him before long. This is a nice cow prospect here in third. She's just too plain. It starts with that brisket and the shape it is up front. It just sits down so far and deep in her, and then you throw that extra set to her hind leg, and she doesn't have the balance of that top pair. But a heifer that I actually considered still as a candidate to win the class, because I think she's really good bodied. She's got the best fore rib shape to me of those three heifers, with the most uniform body depth fore rib to flank. We get her out on the lead, and I think you'll see that extra set. We can go ahead and lead her on out if you would. That extra set to her hind leg and the way she kind of gets it up underneath of herself just slightly, but I think still a nice female there in third. Good moderate heifer with some body that comes next. Just too short and plain, a little long-footed and weak down in her rear pastern, shallow-heeled, but a nice cow prospect in terms of body volume and moderation. Round things out with a heifer that's probably got a shot more muscle shape to her and a nickel more length of body. A heifer, though, that gets a little plainer and coarser up front, not quite the depth of rib we see in those cattle in front of her, and I'd like to see her bagging down a little further at this stage of the game. Again, an excellent class, challenging there in the top end, but I think some good cattle, once again, all the way from top to bottom.
Results from class number 14 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Sage Combs of Anderson Shiro FFA. Second place is Kyle Oliver of Caney Creek FFA. In third place is Zachary Perry of Magnolia FFA. Fourth place, Sage Fisher of Dimmitt County 4-H. And fifth place, Hannah Logan of Victoria County 4-H. Now moving into the ring is class number 15, our final class in the Santa Gertrudis show. And these females were born September through December of 2013. Attention Cimbra exhibitors. Cimbra exhibitors, we are finishing up with our Santa Gertrude show, so we'll be calling for Class 1. Actually, Class 1, you can start making your way to staging. Class 1, Cimbra, start making your way to staging. Classes 2, 3, and 4, we'll be calling for you shortly.
You know, guys, I love showing cows, and my brothers and I grew up, doing this at a young age and fell in love with this industry through the show ring. And to me, sometimes there's nothing prettier than seeing it both together, show cattle that have as many of these in production as what they are and doing a great job. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really, a really good class of heifers here. These cattle came in the ring, and I'll just share with you what went off in my mind as we started walking them in the ring. Young man's heifer here that leads off, she had about 2 steps in the ring, and I said, hello, that's an awfully good female. I like her a lot. Just beautiful, balanced, guys. She comes together so nice here from the side. The way she hooks together as a mature cow now, heading into production, to stay together the way she has, to have the balance and the power and the dimension. She moves tremendously good. She's got a nice calf there at side that I think you're going to see just continue to get better and better with time. There's clearly 2 things I want to modify in that cow. The teats are a little longer than I'd prefer, and we need to clean that hock up just a little bit. That right hock to be ideal, but guys, she still moves so beautifully. I just think that's an obvious cow to start here with. Then you've got some decisions to make, but boy, if that one wasn't standing in here, I think all of us would come out and say, that's a pretty darn nice cow-calf pair here we've got that could win a lot of classes, and I still feel that way. She's really got a youthful udder. It's held tight to the body wall. Those teats are probably a little more correct in terms of size and shape. She's got a nice heifer calf here at side. I like the fact that she's in production. We've got a calf at side of her here right now. She's got that extra teat on her non-show side that kind of throws off the look of her udder, but certainly not the functionality of it. I'd like to change the set of that hind leg on the cow. That's the difference to me between her and then really an elite class winner, but that's an awfully good female too. This is a good cow prospect here in third. Another one that's kind of got an extra teat here on the show side, but boy, she balances out super, super nice. I think finally made a judgment call there. How high are we going to get a heifer at this stage that doesn't have a calf out here at side with her? And it's just as high as I could get her. I could argue her in second because I think there's some balance features that maybe resemble our class winner a little bit better. I'd like to change probably the left hock in that one just a little bit in the inside of that joint, but a heifer that I think balances out so good, just needs to loosen up a little off that hind leg. This is a nice uddered female that comes next. If you wanted to move her up because she's in production already, I couldn't argue with that, I guess, but I don't think she's in the caliber of that top trio in terms of look and balance here from the side, but really a nice cow still. We can go ahead and bring out the next couple together. These are a couple cows that are maybe a little more challenging to look at. They've got bigger calves inside that are milking them down, so they don't have quite the body in them today. I don't know if they ever did, especially the cow here coming next, just a little too tubular, but that's a big old stout, rugged bull calf she's dragging behind. And then the same holds true for the next heifer here that's just milked down a little long in her teats, but needs more body dimension. I'd sure like to change those hind feet on that cow. Big, stout, rugged-looking female that finishes things up. You noticed I had one without a calf inside further up the line. I don't simply draw the line there. My problem here is I really don't see much evidence of her even dropping udder yet and where she is in production. At least that 1 1/3's really getting close and dropping some udder there for us. I just like to see that one further along and lean her up in her condition. But guys, that's still a good-footed, big-bodied, easy-doing, practical kind of female. Just needs to be further along in terms of production. Outstanding class, really fun for me to get a chance to sort through.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenix. Results from class number 15 in our Santa Gertrudis show. First place goes to Landon Stem of Anderson Shiro FFA. Second place, Emmeline Robinson of Liberty County 4-H. In third place is Madison Ralston of Detroit FFA. Fourth place, Cheyenne Taylor of Burleson FFA. In fifth is Heather Stinson of Maid Creek FFA. Seventh place is Bailey Fisher of Dimmitt County 4-H. And seventh place is Bailey Goodall of Magnolia FFA. We'll now bring back our class winners from classes 13, 14, and 15. And our judge will select our senior champion heifer. Following that, he'll select the grand champion Santa Gertrudis heifer. With that, we need our division champions back to the staging area. Santa Gertrudis, calf champions, and junior division champions. We need you back to staging. Santa Gertrudis, calf champions, and junior division champions. We need you in staging. Also, Class 1 Simbra. Class 1 Simbra. Please make your way to staging.
Well, guys, this has been a powerful division here, and you know, I'm not going to talk through the cattle anymore other than to say, you know, when this first heifer came in the ring, I thought to myself, you know, I don't know what's left in this division, but that's an awfully good cow that is so good structured and bodied. You know, we could tweak some little things in her and her underline in particular, but I thought she set a beautiful standard, and I said, you know what? I don't know what's left to come, but if she was our champion of this division, I'd sure be proud to call that one a champion, and I still think all of those things remain true. Unfortunately, there was one down here that showed up that's pretty unique, pretty powerful. I think, as much as I like about that first class winner, to deny the championship from one that's as good as this cow is and in production would be a huge mistake. Guys, that's a pretty neat female. She's going to be our champion.
Champion senior heifer in our Santa Gertrudis show comes out of class number 15. This is exhibited by Landon Stem of Anderson Shiro FFA.
This calf, you know where she's going now. I've seen halters come off in the ring before, but that's an easy way to catch one. You got a captive audience there. A good cow, a really, really good cow that stood second behind an incredible champion in this particular division. She's not built exactly like her, and we said her hind leg's not quite as good. We can change the way those teats hang to the ground for us, and a nice heifer calf as well at side. I like that pair quite a bit, but to me, there's two heifers that just mirror one another in this particular division. We're going to go down here to that first class winner to be reserved. Congratulations to that young man as well.
And a reserve champion senior heifer in our Santa Gertrudis show comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Seth Linus of Martins Mill FFA. Congratulations to our senior division winners. We'll now bring back our division champions, and the judge will select our grand champion, Santa Gertrudis heifer.
Well, I want to compliment our Santa Gertrudis exhibitors. Guys, this maybe has been as fun a breed for me to sort through as any, and not because the other breeds weren't exceptionally good and didn't have winners at the top end that are, unbelievable and elite representatives of their breed. But this is probably one of the times that we got to end up with as much consistency in our 3 divisional winners as any breed that we've had today. And you hope to get that as a judge. Nobody comes in expecting to have different kinds or hoping for different kinds. But at the same token, I think it's important to understand that good cattle can come in different shapes and sizes. And sometimes you have to have a little bit of give and take in a show in order to find the best ones, and they don't always look alike. But in this particular breed show, I think you can see similarity in those 3 division winners. Those are really nice, structured, big-bodied cattle. They've got a look of quality about them, but most importantly, as I mentioned early in the day, start at their feet. I think we've just had beautiful, structured cattle all day long. Guys, this has really been my pleasure. If you would, before we select a champion, congratulate our Santa Gertrudis exhibitors here. Excellent, excellent job. As good as they all are, guys, and as nitpicky as we can be here and there, I've just tried to call what I see in the cattle, and make sure that, even when I think there's a special one out there, they're not all perfect, and you got to see the differences. One thing I love about judging livestock is the thought that, everybody has an opinion. Most of the time, they're not afraid to share it. But if you can't come here liking your own cattle, then there's not much point in doing it. So if you're a fan of someone else than me out here because you've got a tie to those young people or to the breeding programs of the cattle in their hand, hey, that's what makes this fun. But I think there's a pretty elite female to win your Santa Gertrudis show. It's the cow right here. Give that young man a nice hand if you would.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer, comes out of the senior division. It's exhibited by Landon Stem of Anderson Shiro FFA. Congratulations, Landon.
Well, guys, I will tell you, the only thing that disappoints me about the 3 heifers that remaining standing out here is that 2 of you are going to go out home without an overall championship banner. You've won great divisions or been reserve in great divisions. They're outstanding cattle in their own right. They're going to go home and they're going to do great things for these young people. Again, we can sit here and nitpick all we want. There's one that just is so unique, so special, and the way she's built, starting at the ground, matches our cow really well. She comes out of Division 2. Young man's going to have our reserve.
And a reserve grand champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer, comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. Congratulations, Corey. This concludes our Santa Gertrudis show. Congratulations to our champion exhibitors. We'll move into our Simbraw show here shortly. Attention Cimbro exhibitors, we'll begin our Cimbro show here shortly. We need class 2, 3, and 4 to start making their way to staging. Cimbro exhibitors, class 2, 3, and 4, please start making your way to staging. Few reminders again one last time for our heifer exhibitors. This is a blow and go show, so no hair products, no dye, no paint is to be used on the heifers. Make sure you have your registration papers with you. Bring them to the show ring with you. They will be checked on our placing heifers. You can get your release stamped at the livestock office, and you need to get it stamped prior to going to pick up your trailer. All heifers will be released at the completion of their show. So all those breeds that have shown already today, you are released, but you need to go by the livestock office and get your release stamped before going to pick up your trailer. Also, we remind our breed champions, you need to get your picture made at the backdrop. Taking pictures for us today, we have show photo by Katina. They've got pictures at the backdrop, obviously, but also taking some candid shots in the show ring. So you can go online and view those photos and purchase those photos online at showphotobykatina.com. Also, like to give a shout out to Capital Farm Credit one more time for helping us with check-in yesterday. Capital Farm Credit provided the kiosk and some individuals to help run those kiosks so that we could get you checked in. I think everyone would agree that it was a much faster process, so we thank them for assisting us with that and for their support. I also like to recognize Sioux Falls Prater Equipment. They are our sponsor for our Junior Breeding Heifer Show. So those of you that are looking for some equipment, please consider going by Sioux Falls Prater, checking out their inventory. Show them your appreciation for their support of our junior beef heifer exhibitors.
Well, again, a very nice class. A lot of heifers out here, but I think some good quality, top to bottom, nice set of cattle. I think an easy winner here, certainly in terms of body and rib and dimension. There's a heifer that really puts a lot of good together, but then you get her stopped, and she's still, to me, as good in terms of balance and profile as anything in the lineup. The difficulty, I guess, you could find in her is if you want to nitpick, she doesn't get out and hit her stride quite as nice as you'd like to see. Could loosen her up just a little bit in terms of her structure. But I don't know that there's the structural upgrade in this lineup to get her beat. I think the next two heifers do a little of the same thing. So with that said, I think she just has to win. I do like the refinement of the young lady's heifer here in second, though. She is a little slimmer necked, a little smoother there at the base of her shoulder than our class winner is. But then again, she doesn't have near that body depth. She's got a little more frame, so she comes off maybe just a little more extreme looking than that class winner. But I think there's good balance and quality about that heifer nonetheless. Just an easy second, in my opinion. The gray heifer kind of fits there in third. I think it's a little less crystal ball, so to speak, in trying to figure out whether what they're going to be down the line in her versus our really young heifer there in fourth. I like the gray heifers, the third place heifer's rib and body shape, just not as smooth and refined as that heifer right in front of her. You know, from there, I think you could do some different things. This is an August-born heifer. She is by some margin the youngest heifer of what remains, and I like her structure so much better than the next grouping of heifers that I'm going to go ahead and utilize her there in the fourth hole. I think she's got a nice shape to her top and a nice turn to her rib cage. She'll body down with time. That'll come. She's just a young baby heifer calf. I just see more good in her long term than what we have in maybe some of the older heifers. The red and white heifer needs to be deeper back through her rear rib and flank. She's good in her top line. She's pretty decent in terms of her feet and leg structure. She just needs more body depth as you study her through her rear rib. The next heifer is just a little short and tight in her stride and a little frail in her movement or frail in her structure. A heifer that needs more body relative to her frame, but she balances up a little nicer than the next heifer. The next baldy heifer, again, one of those that's got some performance that leads out, just need to change her in terms of balance and look, too much front end. We go from there down, a big framed heifer that needs more body to coming next. The young man did a great job of holding on to her, by the way. And then we round out the class with just some cattle that need more natural dimension, more body volume, a couple more moderate heifers versus a couple more extreme heifers that you can do what you like with. Again, a very nice class to start off our Cimbra division. Outstanding lead-off heifer there once again.
Results from class number 1 of our Cimbra show. First place goes to Brinley Beaker of Guadalupe County 4-H. Second place is Carly Rodenbeck of Washington County 4-H. Third place, Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. In fourth place was Gerald Williams III of Liberty County 4-H. Fifth place was Cheyenne Dunn of Childress FFA. In sixth is Monty Dunn of Childress County 4-H. Seventh place was Ashley Mixon of Brenham FFA. In eighth was Corbin Haver of Aledo FFA. Ninth place went to Lexington Higgins of Austin County 4-H. And 10th place was Monty Dunn of Childress County 4-H. Now moving into the arena is class number 2. These are heifers that were born March of 2015. Cimbra exhibitors, we need all entries in class number 3 and 4 in staging. All Cimbra heifers in class 3 and 4, we need you in staging. Class number 7, be making your way towards the arena as well.
Again, a very nice class of Cimbra heifer calves here, and I just think this class falls into place the way that they sit here, and yet there's sure some things that we could discuss in each of the cattle. We get them parked here from the side. I think you'll see what I do in the class winner. Again, from a balance, a power, a rib, a body, a stoutness standpoint, there's really no comparison to her and the rest of this lineup. I will say, to get to this point in the day and emphasize structure the way we have, and to tell you the biggest thing I wanted to change about her is the way she moves. That's a little bit of a disappointment. She needs to be loosened up in that hock, and yet I still think, she's not by any means out of bounds in terms of structure, but I sure would like to loosen her up a little bit there, maybe set that tail head down into her a little tighter, but a nice heifer there to lead off. The heifer in second, I guess I could give her an advantage in terms of joint quality, and she reaches a little better off her hind leg, but then she breaks a little behind her shoulder, opens up in her shoulder, and gets a little too plain up front. So to me, as it relates to structure, we can make a modification there. We have different modifications to make here, and that's the one that strikes you with just more quality and look. But in terms of body and rib and doability, there's the heifer that's most like the one that wins the class. The black heifer, I think, has got some good in her. She's a little leaner conditioned, perhaps, than a couple of the others that are out here. I like her length of body. A heifer that just flattens up a little too much from behind and a little more extreme in terms of her framework than a pair of heifers that kind of go together that start off the class here. Black and white heifer is more moderate in her frame, but I think we sacrifice a little too much in terms of balance, so she's going to be fourth. A little too plain up through her front end and thick-necked. We get her out on the lead. She tends to roll out of her hip just a little bit too much for me. Then the gray heifer that rounds things up for us, again, a heifer that as we study from the side, she's long, she's level in that top line, probably even a little leveler to her hip than the heifer right in front of her. Back off just a little bit, and she doesn't have quite the depth of body and volume through her midrib that we find in those cattle that lead out in front of her. Again, really a nice class, a neat heifer there that leads off for us. This has been a good division thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Molinix. Results from class number 2 of our Cimbra show. First place is Miranda Skaggs of Brazos County 4-H. In second place is Megan Hine of Sealy FFA. Third place, Mackenzie Gross of Burleson County 4-H. Fourth place, Megan Rogers of Caldwell County 4-H. And fifth place, Brock Parker of Brazoria County 4-H. Now ready for class number 3. These are heifers that were born February of 2015. Attention Cimbra exhibitors, we need all entries in class number 4 and 7. In staging. Class number 4, we need you in staging immediately. Class 7, please be making your way to staging.
Again, a nice class of Cimbra heifers here. A good black heifer that leads things off. I think one from a balance standpoint that you like a lot about. I like the way that neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's long-bodied. She's fresh in her condition. I think looks like the kind that can have some future in front of her. Again, much like that last heifer, it's really more down in this one's pastern, I think, but just a little tight in the way she's going off her hind two, but certainly the quality option here in this lineup that I think really has a nice look about her. The heifer here in second, to me, just logically falls there. Maybe she'll flex her pastern a little nicer as she goes, but to me, her structure problems are more up front in the angle of that shoulder. She's not nearly as elite in terms of look as that black heifer is. She opens up just a little bit bit in her shoulder. But boy, from there back, I think a very, very good second place heifer. She's bold in her rib with some stoutness behind. And guys, don't just neglect this heifer here in third. I think that's a heifer that still has some pieces to her that you can like. A little more moderate in her frame than the top pair of heifers are. To me, she needs a little more depth to truly give you a moderate, easy doing look about her, but a heifer that's still correct in her lines, functional enough in her build. I think a nice trio of heifers there in that lineup as well.
Results from class number 3 of our Cimbra show. First place goes to Miranda Skaggs of Brazos County 4-H. In second place is Gerald Williams III of Liberty County 4-H. And third place goes to Allison Willifby of Cameron Yo FFA. Now ready for class number 4 in our Cimbra show. These are heifers that are born in January of 2015. Cimbra exhibitors, we need entries, all entries in classes 7, 8, and 10 to make your way to staging. Classes 7, 8, and 10. Cimbra heifers, we need you in staging.
Well, again, just a very nice class here, Cimbra heifers. To me, you've got a very logical place to start, and then a pair of heifers that can go probably either way, standing second and third. But again, I think just in terms of maternal quality and the look of a brood cow, there's a pretty logical winner here. She's moderate, she's beautiful in the sweep to that lower rib. She gets out and handles herself good enough in motion. She is a little short in her step and maybe not perfect in that rear pastern, but I think the angles of her skeleton sure read good enough. I think that's an awfully nice brood cow. Now you've got a choice. 2 and 3, to me, just totally different kind of cattle. I'm going to use a little more refinement and femininity in a heifer calf here in second versus a little more power and body in the red heifer that's in third. I don't mind either way you go. I think both of them are good cattle. They're just very, very different in their kind. Blend them together, and you got the one that wins. I think that's the difference between those two nice females there in second and third. And then the Baldy heifer in fourth needs a shot more body, needs to be a little better in the way she handles her structure as well. She can come over a little bit in that knee, and she's just a little too frail made and playing up through her head there. But a heifer that's got some length, she's got some performance, and weight per day of age at this stage just kind of gets outclassed here and needs to be sounder structured.
All right, results from class number 4 of our Simbra show. First place goes to Kimberly Bryan of Detroit FFA. In second place is Hannah Garlick of Fayette County 4-H. Fourth place is Mackenzie Gross of Burleson County 4-H. And fourth place is Cheyenne Dunn of Childress FFA. I'll get those heifers processed there in the back, and then we'll lead back in our class winners, and our judge will select the champion heifer calf and reserve champion heifer calf for our Simbra show. Simbra exhibitors, we need all entries in class 7, 8, and 10 to make your way to staging. Simbra exhibitors, class 7, 8, and 10, we need you in staging. Attention heifer exhibitors, our breed champion exhibitors. We will have a Supreme American Breed champion at the conclusion of the day after the ARB show. However, we will take approximately a 20-minute break after the ARB before we start that Supreme Champion drive. So we will select a Supreme Champion American heifer. We will have a approximately 20-minute break in between the ARB show and the Supreme American heifer drive.
Well, certainly a fun set of Simbra heifer calves to sort through here. And boy, if you just walked up and you saw these four heifers standing here as class winners to select your champion, you'd say, holy cow, what a great set of Simbra cattle. And I agree. I think they're really, really nice. You know, when we put them in motion, there's some things to modify in all of them. And I guess I'd just say two things. First of all, I think they're sound enough, just not quite as sound as I would like them to be. And I think with that said, we can sit here and nitpick all we want about the differences in the way that they're made structurally. I'm sure if we polled the audience to say which one of the four is the soundest, we'd get a lot of different opinions. I think they're all in the window of acceptability, but I'd sure like to modify some things about each one of them. So now it gets down to get them parked right here. Which two do you like the best? Which two mirror each other? Which two bring the most good together? And I don't want to take anything away from the seconds, but that decision does come down to the four class winners. And to me, it really comes down to the two red heifers. And I think they really both bring a lot of good to the table. You know, the differences, slight differences that I see in those two females. The young lady's heifer out of class number 1. I like a little extra sweep to her lower body. I actually like her joints a little better. I don't know that she moves substantially better, but I do like her joints a little better. I do like the way that the young lady's heifer out of class 2 probably, I guess you could say, maintains her height just a little better from her hip up to her shoulder. That class winner out of class 1 does run downhill just the slightest little bit. I think you could smooth both of them just a tick there at the base of their shoulder. Yeah, I think we could talk some other little differences between the two. It's about the one that strikes you the hardest, and the hip and hind leg that I really like, the body shape that I really like, and a close decision today. I'm going to go to this young lady out of class number 1 to be our calf champion. Class 2 will be reserved. Good job, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, champion heifer calf in the Simbra show comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Brinley Becker of Guadalupe County 4-H. And reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Miranda Skaggs of Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners. Now ready for class number 7 in our Simbra show. These are heifers that were born November and December of 2014.
Just a single entry here, but as the black heifer pulls herself around here to the middle of the arena, I think sure some things to like. A heifer that's got, relative soundness. She can get out and cover her stride pretty well. Adequate amount of body relative to a pretty moderate frame. So I think in the basic fundamentals, there's a heifer that puts some good things together. I think from a balance standpoint, maybe not as quite as striking. I'd like to level her out to her tail head and back out through her hip just a notch. And maybe as it relates to balance, fore rib to flank, maybe you could see her drop down a little more depth to her rear rib and flank. But that's a really nice single entry, a functional female. Certainly going to look forward to having her as part of our champion drive in this division here in a little bit.
Blue ribbon winner out of class number 7 is Jacob Friedrich of Rogers FFA. Class 8 is also a single entry. This is a September 2014 heifer. Class 10 Simbra, we need you in the staging area immediately. Class number 9 is in the ring. It is a single entry. It's not going to take Mr. Mullenix much time to sort it out.
Another good single entry here, a September-born heifer. Lots of performance in that one. She's tremendously long. She's stout. If we think of one that really is going to cross the scale with tremendous weight per day of age, I think you can appreciate that. With that said, maybe it could be a little more refined. I'd like to lean her up a tick in her condition, but smoother in her shoulder, tie her shoulder a little tighter there together as you study her up high. I think fundamentally speaking, she's sure sound enough again. We'll look forward to breaking her down a tick more as we get her in our division drive as well. But a good single entry once again. Congratulations, that young lady.
And your class winner for class number 8 is Mackenzie Gross of Burleson County 4-H. We have no entries in class number 9, so we're ready for class 10. Class 10, Simbra. Last call, we need you in the show ring.
There's only 2 entering classes on this new list.
Class 10, Simbra. Your class is in the ring. We also need class 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Simbra class 13, 14, and 15, we need you in staging.
Well, just 2 entries here, but I think a logical pair to sort. Certainly a little more length and performance in our class winner, but our big advantage is structure. Again, as we study angles and really watch them go to the surface out here today, she's really getting out and handling herself quite a bit more desirable. A heifer that's not blow you away with in rib and body, and I could spread those teeth just a tick more as we see that udder dropping, but she's got a square, long, good level hip. She's stout and good to the ground. She handles herself nice and still balances out pretty nicely from the profile. This heifer that's in second has got a really impressive muscle shape to her, right over rib and loin and back out there through her hip. She's really impressive in that regard. Tremendous length of body. She doesn't piece together quite as smooth. A little bolder in her shoulder and pinched in her foreribs, so she doesn't hook together as nicely there directly behind her shoulder. A little shallower in terms of her body and more tubular looking. When we get her out on the move, I think you'll see that she just doesn't get out and cover her track and handle herself quite as comfortable as that class winner does. Just a little short strided, both front and rear. But a nice pair of heifers there in a junior yearling class for us.
Results from class number 10 in our December show. First place goes to Carly Rodenbeck of Washington County 4-H. Second place is Caitlin Miller of Columbus FFA. Once they get those heifers processed in the back, we'll bring back our class winners from classes 7, 8, and 10, and our judge will select our junior division champions. All remaining Simbra heifers, classes 13, 14, and 15, we need you in the staging area. All remaining Simbra heifers, classes 13, 14, and 15, we need you in staging.
Those are the heifers wrap around here to the profile for you. A small division, you know, we've had a couple of single entries and then a two-entry class here. But I think we get these cattle back out. There's still plenty of good to be seen in them. And I think there's one that wraps, you know, some balance and quality into a pretty functional feet and leg structure. I think she's a little neater and smoother everywhere you study her than the heifer that'll be reserved, in part because she's a little leaner in her condition here as she comes to us. Really a nice set of junior yearling heifers here for this second division, but I think a pretty obvious place to be champion. It's the Class 3 winner. We're going to follow with that Class 2 winner for reserve. Give those exhibitors a nice hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer in the Simbra show comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Carly Rodenbeck of Washington County 4-H. And a reserve champion junior heifer comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Mackenzie Gross of Burleson County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners. Last call, Class 13 Simbra. Last call, Class 13 Simbra. We need you in the show ring right now. Class 14 and 15 Simbra, please get to the staging area. Class 14 and 15 Simbra, please get to the staging area. And just to make you aware, ARB exhibitors will be calling for you shortly. We're about to finish up the Simbra show and we'll be calling for you shortly. So ARB exhibitors, be getting ready.
Well, whoever lined up this class in the make-ready area did a beautiful job. They're going to stay just like they walked into the arena. I think an obvious place to start, a heifer that, you know, couples some body and dimension into a pretty attractive kind of look, gets out and handles herself, sure, acceptable enough on the move. Again, maybe not one of those heifers that just blows you away in any one particular trait, but boy, as we start combining things in this particular lineup, I think she obviously needs to win. The heifer that has the most balance and appeal to her from a profile of what remains is going to be the black heifer that comes in second, yet even she's thrown off a little bit down low. She's got a little more brisket than she does rear rib and flank, so she doesn't have that lower body sweep that you find in the class winner, and certainly gives up some performance. But I still think she's more correctly balanced. You like her top line, her levelness of hip, more refined in the size of those teats than the red and white heifer that's going to finish for us. Long-bodied heifer with some growth that finishes things out. As we've already mentioned, I'd sure like to change the udder formation in that female. Those two teats are a bit too close, a little long as well. So as that udder starts to drop and develop, concerned a little bit as to whether it'll have the balance and spread the way it needs to. I like the length of body in that heifer. She's got some stoutness in terms of muscle and some bone and substance to her. She needs more body depth for the frame and length that she's got, but I think really a nice trio of heifers once again. Congratulations to those exhibitors on a nice set of Simbra females.
Results of class number 13, Simbra heifers. First place goes to Zachary Mills of DeKalb FFA. Second place is Carly Rodenbeck of Washington County 4-H. And third place is Carter Feldhoff of George Ranch FFA. Now ready for class number 14 in our Simbra show. These are females that were born January and February of 2014. Class 15 Simbras, we need you in staging immediately. Class 15 Simbras, we need you in staging immediately. Also need our division champions to make their way back to staging. Calf division and junior division champions, Please bring your Cimbra heifers to staging.
Again, a nice class here. I think this decision makes sense, but there's certainly some things you could modify perhaps in both of these. I like the balance of our class-winning cow. I think her moderation in her body, her stoutness of structure are all advantages over our second-place female. That's a lot of udder, and for me, maybe a little more udder that we need for a 2-year-old. I'd much prefer that udder to be tighter into the body wall, a little stronger in her rear udder attachment, perhaps more than anything, to give her just the look of a more youthful mammary system. To me, she's got the look of a 4 or 5-year-old udder there instead of a young cow here just in her first lactation. But again, don't take anything away than the good in that cow, and obviously that calf is going to continue to grow and do some great things. She's got the same kind of rib shape, stoutness, and body dimension as her mother. I think a really nice pair. Just again, we'd like to refine the teat shape, tie that udder just a bit tighter into her body, make it a little more youthful for this stage of the game. Then we've got the gray heifer. This is still a good heifer, guys. Obviously, we've got a female that's in production. That heifer, as she does start to drop udder, I wish her teats were spread a little further apart and squarer out on the corners. A heifer, though, at the stand, I think, can give our class winner a run because she's very correct in terms of her lines. She's not as stout in her bone work, not as correct in the way she handles her hind leg as she needs to be to win this class, but I think a nice pair nonetheless. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause here in our junior yearling or senior yearling division, I guess.
Results from class number 14 in our Cimbra show. First place goes to Dylan Hempel, Victoria County 4-H, and second place is Travis Damasio of Magnolia FFA. Now ready for class number 15, our final class in the Cimbra show. These are females that are born September through December of 2013. Following this class, our judge will select our senior division champion and follow that up with a selection of the grand champion Cimbra heifer. So again, ARB exhibitors will be calling for you shortly. ARB heifers in the first few classes, please be getting them ready.
Again, a nice class. There's just a ton of give and take in this particular lineup, and you can argue a lot of different things. And again, as we think about quality of cow, quality of calf, or calves at side, and you got some different things to think about in here. Udder-wise, just a lot of give and take. I don't know that any of these females really have the perfect mammary system. I think there's sure differences between them. I know of the 4 calves out here, which one I sure like the best, and that's this heifer calf at side of our class winner, and that gives her an edge. I think she's a candidate to win just in her own right. If she was a little leveler out of her hip, I'd say she does so pretty handily because she's the up-headed one that's got a right shape to her. I'd like to change the way that forerunner blends into her body wall. She needs to be better in the length and the smoothness of that forerunner attachment. Still, as we think about forerunners, I'm not sure that it's any poorer than the next 2 heifers, just different in the way that she cuts up in that forerunner. Again, I like it when you can look at side and see a mating decision that's gone right, and this one has. I think that's a heifer calf that is ultimately going to be every bit as good or better than her mother when it's said and done. I like the black cow. I think she's got milkiness to her. I think, again, a heifer calf at side, that's nice. The balance of her udder is what concerns me a little bit, kind of full in her rear udder without quite as much fore udder. Those teats kind of strut out to both sides. I'd like to change that. She's got a little longer toe and a little shallower heel, so she sits down on that pastern and just a little uncoordinated in the travel of her hind legs. She's a little more moderate in her frame than is the class winner. I like that about her. There's sure some give and take there, some quality in that one. Certainly novel here to have a pair of bull calves, and for you guys, I'm sure happy that it's a pair of bull calves and not one of each. But certainly, a novel, pair here, or trio, I guess we should say, in the fact that she's had twin bull calves for us. But again, it boils down to describing the cows first. This is your female show, your heifer show, and I just don't see the same kind of quality and balance in that cow, nor the balance to her udder that she needs to get around this top pair of cows in here. She's long, she's got some dimension to her. She's certainly doing a good job thus far in raising 2 bull calves, but I just don't see quite the eliteness of balance and pattern in that cow to get her above our top pair. Again, a nice class. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause if you would.
Results from class number 15, or December show. First place goes to Zachary Mills of DeKalb FFA. In second place is Seth Garrett. Seth Garrett of Victoria County 4-H. And third place, Melanie Evans of Liberty FFA. Once they get those heifers processed, we'll bring them back around, and our judge will select our senior division champion. And then we'll follow that up with the selection of the champion Simbraw heifer.
Turn that camera off and bring that box back with you. Come up here. I've got to go start the rodeo.
Well, again, here in this senior division, we've got some give and take, and certainly some things relative to udder development and the way that those cows have bagged down that we could sure talk about. But big picture, still, I think these are outstanding females that these young people really can take a lot of pride in. For me, though, it's I guess there's a heifer that puts the most good together for me. She's moderate, she's balanced right from a structure standpoint, a correctness of line standpoint. If we made her udder more youthful and tighter to her body, this would be an absolute no-brainer. That's the biggest issue I have with her. I still think the highest quality entry here in this senior division comes out of Class 2. Let's give that exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer in the Cimbro Show comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Dylan Hempel of Victoria County 4-H.
Well, it gets close here for reserve. I think the cow on my far left and the heifer on the right are the two contenders. I think we could, again, argue the give and take, and it's close enough that, again, this is one of those times we mentioned all day long. Ty kind of goes to the one that's showing us what she's capable of doing. I think they're both nice females, but we're going to use this other pair that won Class 3 to be reserved.
And reserve champion senior heifer comes out of class number 15, exhibited by Sagri Mills of DeKalb FFA. Congratulations to our senior division winners. We'll bring back all of our division champions, and the judge will select a champion Cimbro heifer and reserve champion Cimbro heifer. ARB exhibitors, please bring classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the arena. ARB exhibitors, please bring classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the staging area.
Well, as we've worked through our Cimbro division, I don't think there's any secret. There's probably been some tweaks we could have made, in each one of these cattle. Maybe not just the one that wrapped everything together that we were looking for all day long. And yet, each one of these entries that are back out here as divisional winners have some pieces of the puzzle that are pretty difficult to make. And I really am excited still for these young people to get these cattle into breeding programs, to take what is so good about each one of these entries, maybe make that right mating decision and take things to another level in that next generation, because I think the parts are there to absolutely do it. As we come out here and we break down these cattle and we talk about some of those little things that we could modify, I think each of them could be changed in a little spot or two. And yet you back off of this group. And I think we try to find what this show deserves all day long. I think every single divisional winner that we've had to this point has had an eliteness factor about them. We can talk about all the little things that we'd like to change, but at the end of the day, there's two heifers that I step back here and I say, wow, there's an eliteness factor about those two females that need to be our champion. They both came out of Division 1. Young lady up front, you're going to have our champion. Young lady right behind her is going to have reserve.
Sorry for the delay. Our battery died here, so had to change them out. Grand champion Simbraw Heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Brinley Becker of Guadalupe County 4-H, and reserve champion Simbraw Heifer, also out of the calf division, exhibited by Miranda Skaggs of Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion Simbraw Heifer exhibitors. Now ready to move into our ARB show. We need all entries in classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to staging. Class 1, they're moving into the ring, so we need you here. Attention heifer exhibitors, we will have a Supreme American Breed champion drive after the ARB show. We will take it about a 20-minute break after we finish up the ARBs, and then we'll get all of our breed champions lined up, and the judge will select a champion and reserve champion, Supreme American Heifer, at the conclusion of the show. All right, leading into the show ring is class number 1 in our ARB show. Again, these are heifers that were born on or after April 1st of 2015. We need classes 2, 3, and 4 to staging. ARB classes 2, 3, and 4. We need you in staging.
Well, this is often the case to get in this ARB division, and we've got different types and kinds, some different breed influences that are working in on these cattle. But I think a pretty unique heifer that leads things off. I don't know if she's perfect in motion. She's one that could be a little more laid back, and the angle of her shoulder, reach out of her front end just a little nicer. But boy, we get them here parked on the profile. Tough to deny the look of that one. She's got a quality image there from the profile, a nice shape to her rib, and a moderate frame. I think a pretty nice female to lead off. The heifer in second, she might reach a little better out of her front end, but she's a little tight in that rear pastern, so I just don't see enough of a soundness advantage to switch that pair. Still balances up good. I think she fits with our class winner the best. Not quite as bold in the turn of her body as that good moderate heifer that wins, but a nice female at the stand there as well. You know, if you want to read one with some future that might be a little more correct in her hock and rear pastern, it's the black heifer that comes in third, and I actually considered her, you know, even winning the class because of it. She's kind of in one of those growth stages that you hope she's going to body down with time. She's a little bigger framed without quite enough depth to her body here at this stage, so she strikes you maybe as a little more extreme looking than that pair of heifers, but I like a lot about that female. I thought she was kind of a first or third type of deal here today. I like that female quite a bit. The fourth place heifer, you know, a little more traditional in terms of Brahmin influence look. That's not why she's fourth, though. She's fourth because she's not quite sound enough in her front end structure. When we watch that heifer go, she doesn't stride good enough out of her front end. You can even see her standing here, how she sits up on those front toes a little too much. She's bold ribbed, she's big bodied, and she's sure got a lot of performance. I just need to make her more correct in her structure. We round things out with a heifer that's got some neat pieces to her, a little rounder in the way she's built in her hip and hind leg, not quite the performance of the cattle in front of her. I guess to me it was more of a balance thing that slides her into fifth in this lineup, but a heifer that's still got some practicality in terms of being moderate and good bodied. Again, a really nice class top to bottom. Again, congratulations those exhibitors.
All right, results from class number 1 of our ARB show. First place goes to Sterling Spence of Wilson County 4-H. Second place is Carly Rodenbeck of Washington County 4-H. In third is Connor Newman of Belleville FFA. Fourth place is Leslie Gonzalez of Sealy FFA. And fifth place is Brianna Medina of Brazoria County 4-H. Now moving into the rings, class 2 of our ARB show. This is a single entry heifer born March of 2015.
Single entry, but guys, a good single entry. Really a broody female, tremendous body volume. She's sound in her structure. That's a heifer that's moderate in her frame. I think she's easily, always going to be an easy doing female that has natural fleshing ability to her. You know, there's some things you could neaten that chest floor up in her just a touch to just give her a little more, you know, quick eye appeal, but that's getting pretty nitpicky. You know, I think, again, we could have had half a dozen other ones out here, and she might have still been a class winner. I think that one's going to be really fun to break down a little further in a champion drive. Give that young man a nice round of applause. Really good single entry there.
And first place in class number 2 goes to Weston Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. Now ready for class number 3 in our ARB show. These are heifers that are born February of 2015.
Got your own.
You know, nice class here. Obviously, it doesn't take long to find our winner. That's a pretty unique female. Certainly big-bodied, certainly an easy-keeping look about her as well. Just the look of a brood cow, regardless of breed. Where you want to lay your emphasis on showing us a little breed character relative to these American cattle, you can make judgment on that. But she's the best one, bottom line. I think she wins and wins, obviously, pretty easy. Now you've got a decision to make between 2 and 3. I just think our second heifer is a little more functional in the way that hind leg's setting down and traveling today. Both of those heifers could use a shot more body. That heifer in second's got some muscularity to her, some dimension down her top, and again, as we said, just a little freer in the way she handles that hind leg. The heifer that comes there in third, young lady does a nice job of getting the most out of her. She's long-bodied, she's up-headed, she's just a little too straight and tight off of both ends. Toss in the fact she's got a little more frame without quite the body that she needs to accommodate the frame. I just don't know if she's got ultimately the fleshing ease that we need from a brood cow standpoint, but some striking pieces in terms of length and extension up through her front end. A good set of females, certainly a very unique heifer there that leads things off.
Attention ARB exhibitors, last call for class number 4. Last call, class number 4 ARB. They are moving into the show ring. Results from class number 3 of our ARB show. First place goes to Cole Newman of Austin County 4-H. Second place is Mitchell Hackstedt of Needville FFA. And third place is Brianna Hicks of Columbia Brazoria FFA. Again, moving into the arena is class number 4. These are heifers that were born in January of 2015.
Well, again, a good class, some different types in here. Start with function, and then we'll move to pretty, but function wins out always, and that's where the brood cow and the solid black heifer needs to win this class. Again, she's not the prettiest one in the lineup. There's neater fronted heifers out here that might be a bit more striking when we get them stopped at the profile, but that's a heifer that really has the look of a brood cow, the low maintenance, practical image that we've tried to find all day long to start to build things around. I think a pretty nice female. In second here, the red heifer is just enough sounder than the black heifer today, or black and white heifer, that we're going to go ahead and leave her in second. She's a little coarse in the build of her shoulder and doesn't have quite that same depth through her rear rib and flank that we find in our class-winning female, but I think a heifer that's structure still slides her into the second hole. Here's a heifer at the stand that there's a lot to like about. Boy, she might be as striking, as good in her lines, as attractive as any, and then we get her in motion and she just doesn't get out and move quite good enough. Really short stepping off of both ends. Even go back here to the length and the shape of those rear feet, not even and correct enough in that regard. But boy, stop her right there and look at her at the profile. There's sure some things to like about her. And the same holds true for the red heifer that stops here in fourth. You know, she's pretty level in her lines at the stand. You know, a moderate heifer that's got some depth of body. A heifer, though, up in her front end structure is just not quite good enough. She's coming forward in that knee at times, especially left front. She wants to shake it pretty good and come forward. There's still some good in that female, though. I can appreciate a guy that's rocking the bow tie. Not bad at all, boss. Good heifer to round things out. 4 nice females in this lineup. Again, congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results from class number 4 in our ARB show. First place goes to Sierra Schultz of Fayette County 4-H. Second place goes to Seth Linus of Martins Mill FFA. And third place was Jacob Friedrich of Rogers FFA. And fourth place was Case Patterson of Callisburg FFA. Now bring our class winners back, and our judge will select our champion, our heifer calf. We also need all entries in classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. ARB classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. We need you in staging. Where's the bio? Where do they need to come? Up here? Okay. Reserve champion Brahman, right? Morgan Mason, exhibitor of our reserve champion Brahman heifer. We need you to come to the announcer stand, please. Morgan Mason, exhibitor of our reserve champion Brahman. Please come to the announcer stand.
Well, even like we said back in that first class, destined to be some differences in type in an ARB division. We start getting some outside breed influences, different breed influences. So their cattle aren't going to look exactly alike, but I think it's still about the same fundamental procedure that we've used all day long. You know, and quite honestly, you know, I think at first glance when you look out here to this set of 4 heifers to select your champion from, the 2 heifers that are going to end up being my 2 winners may not initially strike you as being the same kind. You know, and I understand why they wouldn't, but at the same token, what I would encourage you to do is to watch these cattle move, and you'll see why I think those 2 go together. And it's because in terms of feet and legs and getting out and covering their stride and yet still having some quality and about them, they're the 2 that do that the most effectively. I don't want to take anything away from our first calf. I think she's got a neat look. Perhaps at first glance, you might think she's a little more like the heifer that's then going to end up winning this division. She's just a little too tight in her structure. Don't want to take anything away from the good, solid cow prospect that stands in the back of the lineup, because I think she's really good-bodied and functional. She just doesn't have that extra look of balance that we find in the 2 heifers that slide in the middle. Good second-place heifers, but it's those 2 heifers in the middle of this lineup that are going to be champion and reserve. There's obviously some different breed influence in those cattle. That's okay. I think there's give and take. The one that balances out just a little bit nicer for me here today, in large part because of the way her chest sets in her relative to such a good body shape, is going to be our champion. Young man's heifer out of Class 3. Give him a nice round of applause. He'll have our champion. Young man out of Class 2 will be reserved. Good job, guys. Good set of cattle out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in the ARB show comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Cole Newman of Austin County 4-H. And reserve champion comes out of class number 2, exhibited by Weston Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. Now ready for class number 7 in our ARB show. These are heifers that were born in November and December of 2014. We need all entries in classes 8, 9, and 10 to staging. ARB heifers, classes 8, 9, and 10, we need you in staging.
As the black heifer makes her way around, a single entry in this late fall class, a heifer that's got some balance to her. She's level in her lines. She's pretty correct in the build of her hip and hind leg, in my opinion. It's up front where she struggles just a little bit. She doesn't get out of her front end with quite enough length of stride, a little coarse and straight in the angle and build of that shoulder, but from there back, I think a heifer that's really nice. Good single entry. We definitely look forward to having her back as part of this next divisional drive.
Winner of class number 7 goes to Toby Carpenter of Waller County 4-H. Moving into the rings, class number 8. These are heifers that were born in September and October of 2014.
Well, nice trio of heifers. Not an easy class maybe to sort, but I think the differences are pretty evident within the trio. Up here at the top end, I think our class winner and our second place heifer are a little more comfortable out at the lead. Maybe not perfect in their structure, but I think get out and cover their stride a little more effectively than the third place heifer. And then they absolutely have a little more depth of body and rib in them. So I just see a little more natural doability in those two cattle than the heifer that's going to round out the class. Now between that pair, what I think separates them is here at the stand, where the red heifer's got a notch more length and performance. I think her lower body is balanced better. She's more even and uniform in terms of her body depth, all the way from her chest floor back to her flank. Now the young man's black heifer, I like her moderation of frame. I think she's got some shape to her rib and body. As we mentioned, thrown off a little balance-wise because she's got so much chest in her relative to her rear rib, but definitely like her structure, and I like her moderation. The heifer in third actually has as much muscle as anything in the trio. She's got some top and hip in her. She's stout in terms of her bone work. As we mentioned already, there's one that just gets a little too shallow in her body type, a heifer that's a little tight in terms of her movement as well, and just strikes me potentially as a little harder keeping on down the line because of it. Sure wouldn't mind modifying that udder structure as well. Those teats are very, very close together and a little long. But that's a nice trio of heifers. There's certainly variation in kind, some give and take in that particular class. Give those three young men a nice round of applause, though, on three good fall heifers.
Results from class number 8 in our ARB show. First place goes to Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. In second place is Dylan Prokop of Llano County 4-H. And third place is Clayton Rusky of Brazoria County 4-H. Now ready for class number 9. We've got a single entry, heifer born July of 2014. We need all ARB heifers to staging, please. All remaining ARB heifers to staging.
As this young lady comes around, just a good solid single entry here once again. I think a heifer that's pretty functional at the ground. She's got a big solid foot and a good foundation underneath of her. You see her out at the lead. She does get a little too round in her hip structure. She'll drop those pins the slightest little bit and curl her hind leg up under her. So maybe she could set down a little more stable in that regard, but I'll gladly take that over one that's too straight in their hock any day of the week. Get her stopped, and yet young lady pulls her together. I think you see the balance that I find in her. She's fresh in her condition. Good, solid single entry there. Again, one we'll look forward to having back in here as part of this divisional drive.
Class winner out of class number 9 goes to Lauren Bolsick of Waller County 4-H. Ready for class number 10 in our ARB show. These are heifers born May and June of 2014. This is your last call. Class 10 ARB. Class 10 ARB. Last call. They're moving into the arena.
They're here because our brother just showed.
ARB heifer exhibitors, we need all heifers in classes 13, 14, and 15 to staging. Classes 13, 14, and 15, we need you in the staging.
Good class. Some differences once again in type and kind. For me, an easy winner though. I think again in terms of quality and balance, a heifer that's maybe pushing it in terms of frame score just a touch. But even go back to early in the day, I told you I didn't feel like it was our job to first tell you how big they need to be. Let's make them good first, and then if we get it down to being nitpicky and you can make a call on frame score, then go for it. So wouldn't mind toning her down in that regard. But make her a little smaller, she'd still be good. I like the quality, the balance, the femininity that she's got. She gets out and handles herself good on the move. A little like a heifer we saw earlier today. Her joints and her angles are beautiful. I wouldn't say she exactly covers her stride, but I don't know if you can make a heifer that long-bodied exactly cover her stride. Her flexibility and her reach is really good, both front and rear. Good cow here in second, lots of body and volume and doability to her, to the point that extra condition hinders her balance just a little bit. She's got too much chest in her, a little too much through her underline. I'd like to space the udder formation in that one, maybe even starting to show us a little bit of condition even down in the udder. That's when it really starts to concern me. But bold rib, big-bodied, practical look to that female, just needs to be leaner to give her a little more balanced look. The next heifer is leaner, but she's also too tight in her structure, a little tubular in terms of her rib and body type. There's some neat parts in her. She's really level, a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite the American look that maybe some of the others do out here. But the bigger reason she's in third is that she's just a little too tight in terms of both her structure and her body type, but certainly some good pieces to build on. The heifer that rounds out the class, to me, just doesn't have quite enough balance. She's thrown off from the side. She's too deep up front, a little up and down in terms of her top line. You get behind her, she's just a little flat and narrow built. There is a heifer, though, that can get out and move with some flexibility, some reach off of her hind leg. Probably does cover that step just a little nicer than the heifer right in front of her, but sacrifices too much balance and dimension in the process. Again, an excellent class. I think really a neat winner there at the top end.
Results of class number 10 in our ARB show. First place goes to Avery Carpenter of Waller County 4-H. Second place is Sierra Schultz of Fayette County 4-H. Third place, Reed Yanish of Austin County 4-H. And fourth place, Bennett Jansen of Victoria County 4-H. Once they get those heifers processed, we'll bring back our class winners, and our judge will select our junior division champion.
Well, certainly a good junior division. I think there's some logic to the decision here in this particular lineup. I think we get them here to the side profile, though. You see some quality, some balance in all of these cattle. That heifer that won the first class maybe could be a tick sounder out of her front end, but from there back, I think she's definitely a contender to get a piece of this division, depending on where you weigh out your priorities. A nice red heifer that, maybe could use a shot more natural dimension to her, and as we talked in class, not perfect in her front end structure either, but I think still a solid kind of cow prospect. At the stand, I think the heifer there standing in the third hole you like a lot about. I think she balances up pretty nicely with the exception of that hip. We could level her out of her hip. You start to see that in motion. But like we said in her class, at the ground she's good. She's got good feet underneath of her. I think she's still sound. Then you come back to that heifer that won our final class. She balances out beautifully. She's fresh in her condition, really correct in her lines, easily the best structured. Tone her down a notch in terms of frame score. Wouldn't argue with that in the slightest, but she's easily the best one in this drive. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause. Bring that fourth class winner out. She'll win this division.
Champion junior heifer comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Avery Carpenter of Waller County 4-H.
For reserve, that kind of blue heifer with the white underline, boy, she's just not lean enough, fresh enough in her condition for me to get her into this decision, even though I like her body volume. To me, it boils down to the first class winner and the third winner to select your reserve champion. That first class winner, just a little too straight and twisted up on those front feet for me. I think at the ground, our third class winner's better. Level her out of her hip and it'd be a no-brainer for me. I still think that's the second best one. Young lady in the pink, you're going to have reserve champion here in this division.
And reserve champion junior heifer in our ARB show comes out of class number 9, exhibited by Lauren Bolsick of Waller County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Now ready for class number 13. These are heifers born March and April of 2014.
Nice pair of heifers, but I really do like this brindle-colored heifer quite well that leads things off for us. I just think just a really solid brood cow. She's not the biggest one in the world, but I think she's plenty big enough. You think about what her mature weight's going to be, and I don't know that we need to get them all that much bigger than what she is. I think she just has a look of quality there when we get her stopped. She's really, really refined in the shape of that neck. It comes out of the top of her shoulder right. She's got a beautiful turn to her rib cage. A heifer that we could modify some things in both udders, and yet I'm still going to lean toward appreciating or liking that udder better because of the teat size and length that heifer's got in her udder. We could square them up, spread them out just a little bit better, but I still give her a slight edge in that regard. No question, the big performance heifer of the pair is the black heifer here in second. I don't think she's any more powerful, though. I think you need to watch how we put those words together. She's just bigger. She's a little stouter in her bone work. I appreciate those things about her. Still comes together good from the side. A little core coarse and long in those teats and gathered in those teats, if you would, and a heifer that maybe just doesn't have that turn to her body, that moderation we find in a good class winner. But two really nice heifers in that particular pair there. Give those two young ladies a nice round of applause, if you would. Excellent pair of heifers there.
First place out of class number 13 goes to Brooke Stoddard, Brazoria County 4-H. And second place is Hannah Garlick of Fayette County 4-H. Now I have class number 14 moving into the ring. This is a single entry heifer born February of 2014.
Well, as this young man brings that heifer on around the corner, another good single entry. Definitely a heifer from a brood cow standpoint. I think her moderation, her depth, and her fleshing ability will always pay dividends down the road. A heifer that maybe could be a little neater to look at, perhaps, a little stronger in that top line, leveler to her hip. She's a little bit long and weak in that rear pastern, could change the shape of those feet just a little bit, but she still gets out sure comfortable enough in motion that I don't think there's ever going to be any longevity issues. As you look at that udder, I kind of get a little concerned sometimes when that navel and everything blends right into the fore udder. Like to see a little more separation there, and those teats are a little gathered here on this side, but really a functional, easy-doing, practical kind of female as a single entry here for that young man. Congratulations to him, and we'll look forward to having her as part of this divisional championship.
And your winner of class number 14 goes to Corey Barrett of Sealy FFA. Moving into the ring now is class number 15. Again, a single entry. This female was born November of 2013. We need our calf division and junior division champions from our ARB show. ARB calf champions and junior champions. We need you back to staging.
Well, another good 2-year-old here. Certainly one that, again, in terms of feet and legs and basic function, you like a lot about her. There's a big performance-oriented heifer that's got a lot of growth in her. I guess for me, a little coarser perhaps in her makeup. I'd like to make her a little neater and more attractive up front. Probably the bigger thing to me at this stage is I wish we could see her a little further along in terms of udder development, getting closer to calving than what we see in her right now. But that doesn't take away from the performance, the soundness of structure that she's got. A nice single entry. Again, going to make a nice component here to our champion drive here in just a second.
And your class winner of class number 15 is Savannah Allen of Hopkins County 4-H. They'll check the papers in the back on that heifer, and once they're done with that, we'll bring back our class winners from the last 3 classes, and our judge will select a senior division champion and reserve champion, and then we'll move on to the selection of the grand champion ARB heifer. Following selection of the champion ARB heifer, we'll take a short break, approximately 20-minute break, and then we'll get our breed champions lined up, and we will select our champion American heifer.
Well, four very good heifers that stand out here as part of this division. And yet I think there's one that stands alone as an image of quality with still the right kind of body shape. She's good in her structure. Again, like we've had in several other opportunities or divisions to sort throughout the course of many breeds, she might not be the biggest, the most powerful, the most of every single piece of the puzzle. I just think she's the best, and I think there's a pretty easy divisional winner. She came out of Class 1. Let's give that young lady and her heifer a nice round of applause. From there, I think there's still a logical place to go for reserve in terms of finding the other female that balances out correctly, that gives us a look of quality in this particular lineup. We gave them both credit in their class, and I think they sure deserved it, and I'm not going to split them up at this point. Young lady's second place heifer will be reserve in that division. Give those two a nice round of applause. Again, a very, very good division. We're going to have a nice champion drive here in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior ARB heifer comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Brooke Stoddard of Brazoria County 4-H. And a reserve champion senior heifer also comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Hannah Garlick of Fayette County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division winners. We'll get the heifers lined up, and our judge will select our grand champion ARB heifer.
As we wrap up this final division of the day, it's just been really exciting to work through these breeds with you. I cannot wait to get our breed champions back out here and really hash out what is going to be one awesome and fun decision for me in terms of finding a Supreme Champion American female here for what has been an outstanding day of showing breeding cattle. So my congratulations to all the exhibitors that have been out here. You guys have been cordial to me, and I hope you'll stick around and see this champion drive, whether you have one in it or not, because I think it's getting ready to be really, really exciting. This is a good set of ARB cattle, though. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause before we talk any details here. You know, this is often the case. You get into AOB, ARB divisions. You got cattle that are influenced by different breeds, registered different ways, coming from different influences, so you're bound to have different kinds. And that's okay. We've mentioned it during the course of the day that I don't think we have to just think that there's only one kind of ideal. I think we've went through lots of phases in the beef cattle industry where we thought one trait was more important than another, and we tried to make all cattle adhere to that one trait. And I think we finally found a point in production that we realized there can be cattle that come in different shapes, different sizes, different frame scores that can work for us. And I think that is shown here in 3 divisional winners that are a little bit different from one another. I think there's a pair of them that just strike me with a little more eliteness, though, once again, as I think about how good this Supreme Drive is going to come together. I think this ARB division deserves their own elite representative as well, and they're going to get it. So the heifer out of Division 3, as fundamentally good as she was, as many good things as she put together, I think it does boil down to these 2 up front. And I'll tell you the differences that I see. The young man's heifer in the youngest division, that's a heifer that has tremendous body depth and volume. Very practical look to that heifer. A heifer that's got a little extra set to her hind leg, but gets out and moves very, very nicely. A heifer that you can draw a line in terms of where she stands relative to showing us some American breed type. But don't tell me that's not a good kind of female. I don't care what color they are, what kind they are. That's a pretty nice kind of female in a lot of ways. The heifer that stands right behind her, to me, just an elite, striking look to that female. She is so long, so neat up front. That neck comes out of the top of her shoulder beautifully. She's got such an attractive hip and hind leg to her. I think because she's a frame score bigger, perhaps, than maybe some would find ideal, I think we have a tendency to maybe say she doesn't have enough body. I think that's a heifer that's got a little extra frame and so much length of body that she's never going to look as soggy, maybe middled as that first class winner does. I think she's got plenty adequate enough body for her kind, and she's really, really fresh in terms of the condition she comes to us. Those are the differences. Those are 3 good reserves, but it's going to be those 2 heifers at the front of this lineup that become our champion in reserve. They're different in their kind. And for this judge here today, a little difference also goes to one that I think just represents an American division just a little more ideal for me today. Young lady out of class number 2, or Division 2, you're going to have our champion. Young man out of Division 1 will be reserved.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion ARB heifer comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Avery Carpenter of Waller County 4-H. And the reserve champion ARB heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Cole Newman of Austin County 4-H. Congratulations to our champions. Again, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll get the breed champions lined up, and we will let our judge select our champion American heifers. Attention breed champions. Breed champions, we will make our call for you to come to the staging area around 8 o'clock. So we'll make our call then, and hopefully we'll start our champion drive, Supreme Champion drive, shortly after 8. So plan on heading towards the staging area around 8 o'clock. Attention in the cattle barn. Attention in the cattle barn. We need Morgan Mason, exhibitor of our reserve champion Brahman Heifer. We need you to the announcer's stand. You or a representative of Morgan Mason, please come to the announcer's stand. Attention in the cattle barn. Attention in the cattle barn. We need all of our breed champions to make their way to the staging area. We need all of our breed champions and reserve breed champions to start making their way to the staging area. One per. Attention in the cattle barn, we need all of our breed champions and reserve breed champions to the staging. We're ready to start our Supreme Heifer Drive. All breed champions and reserve breed champions, we need you in staging. Need our reserve champion Beefmaster. Reserve champion Beefmaster Heifer. We need you in staging. We're ready to start our Supreme Champion drive. All right, we're leading them into the ring. First off, we've got our champion Beefmaster Heifer, exhibited by Callie Ellis of LaWard, Texas. Callie plans to attend Texas A&M and major in Ag Communications and Journalism. She enjoys showing cattle with her family and friends as one of her favorite hobbies. Leading in our champion Brahman Heifer is Miss Rayleigh Speece of Burton, Texas. Her future plans are to attend Blinn College to participate on the livestock judging team and then transfer to Texas A&M and major in animal science. Some of her favorite hobbies include volleyball, livestock judging, and showing heifers. Champion Brangus Heifer is exhibited by Tanner Miller of Gilmer, Texas. Tanner plans to attend Texas A&M University and major in animal science. His favorite hobby is showing cattle. Leading in our champion Red Brangus Heifer is Mr. Andrew Fleming of Sealy, Texas. Andrew plans to attend Sam Houston State University. Some of his favorite hobbies include baseball, showing cattle, and livestock judging. Leading in the champion Santa Gertrudis Heifer is Mr. Landon Stem of Anderson, Texas. Landon plans to go to A&M and continue raising quality Santa Gertrudis cattle. He enjoys showing cattle, playing baseball, and playing football. With our champion Simbraw Heifer is Miss Brinley Biker of Seguin, Texas. Brinley plans to attend Texas A&M University and be on the equestrian team. Her favorite hobbies include showing her horses and her heifers, especially Alley Cat. And our champion ARB heifer is exhibited by Avery Carpenter of Brookshire, Texas. Avery also plans to attend Blinn College and participate on the livestock judging team. Her favorite hobbies are showing cattle and livestock judging. The reserve champion Beefmaster Heifer is exhibited by Brayley Cowan of Dodge City, Texas. Brayley plans to attend Texas A&M University and hopefully go to vet school. Her favorite hobbies are showing cattle, softball, basketball, and volleyball. Reserve champion Brahman Heifer is exhibited by Morgan Mason of Gonzales, Texas. Morgan's future plans include attending Texas A&M and majoring in a medical field. Her hobbies are playing sports and showing Brahman cattle. Reserve champion Brangus Heifer, exhibited by Karen Smart of Runge, Texas. Her future plans are to graduate Runge High School and attend Tarleton State University and major in animal science with a minor in business. Her favorite hobbies are raising cattle, showing cattle, and hanging out with her friends and family. Leading in our reserve champion Red Brangus Heifer is Taylor Gerlitz of Brenham, Texas. Her future plans include going to Texas A&M and studying to become an ag teacher. Her favorite hobby is showing heifers. Leading in our reserve champion Santa Gertrudis is Corey Barrett of Sealy, Texas. Corey plans to attend Texas A&M and major in ag business. Corey's favorite hobbies are raising registered cattle and showing those cattle. Leading in the reserve champion Simbraw is Miss Miranda Skaggs of Bryan, Texas. Miranda plans to attend the College of Veterinary Medicine at Texas A&M. And her favorite hobbies include showing livestock, judging livestock, and playing basketball. And leading in our reserve champion ARB is Cole Newman of Belleville, Texas. Cole's future plans include becoming a cattle judge himself, and his favorite hobby is showing cattle. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. These are your champions out of your American breeds. Our judge today for our American Breed Show is Mr. Chris Mullinax of Manhattan, Kansas. I'm glad to have him here with us, and as he evaluates our champions, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some of our sponsors for our Junior Breeding Heifer Show today. First sponsor is AFP, and another sponsor is our Holt Cat, our trusted source for legendary Caterpillar construction equipment. Also like to thank our superintendents again, Dr. Marcy Beverly, Dr. Mark Anderson, for providing leadership for our Junior Heifer Show, and also like to thank all of our volunteers from the Department of Agricultural Sciences and Engineering Technology at Sam Houston State for assisting with the show, serving as ring stewards, helping you guys unload yesterday, and just being helpful wherever they're needed. We thank them for their efforts.
Well, I can't start to tell you what a pleasure this has been to sort through a phenomenal set of cattle during the course of this day. As we've worked through, started early this morning, we sure started or tried to set a trend in terms of putting cattle out here that were elite representatives of their breed. We started with soundness and we built from there, and I think just a beautiful set of cow prospects, some already in production and some not far from being really, really powerful parts of breeding programs for these young people. This has really been fun for me. Before we go any further, I want to thank these young people that have been part of a long but great day of bringing us an incredible set of breeding cattle. If you would, those of you still here and part of this, help me in thanking them with a huge round of applause. This is awesome. I can tell you my feet hurt a little bit. It's been a long day. Those of you down here in the ring can also tell that my eyes are bloodshot. My 3-year-old brought home some pink eye about a week ago, and I was one of those that thought I was going to be immune to that kind of thing, and I sure wasn't. But at this moment right now, my feet don't hurt, my eyes don't hurt, because I'm pretty stoked. This is an awesome lineup and a great, great set of American cattle. And again, my congratulations goes out to every one of these young people. It's been really, really fun for me to get to sort through them and share my thoughts. And we said this in some earlier breeds. There's cattle out here that you could switch around, champions and reserves. Heck, there's other cattle that walk through this ring that I'm sure have won their share of shows and are going to continue to do that. I'm just excited to have been able to share my opinion on the cattle. Hopefully you've seen what I have, and if you care to put your emphasis in a different spot, well, I sure can't blame you, because there's been enough quality out here in this lineup to do it. I would be remiss to not thank a group of people that allowed me to be part of this. And I was here to do your steer show a few years back. We got to go down to Capitol Hill, select our champion steer there in front of the Capitol building. It was really a unique experience. My wife came along, and we just had a blast those couple of years we were here for the steers. They called me to be part of this heifer show, and I jumped at the opportunity because this is a first-class event. You've got a great group of supporters, volunteers, and people that have helped make this show grow and continue to make it what it is here today. And I was really honored when they called to ask me as part of the heifer show. But one of the unique things that I will tell you that I was probably even more honored with, they said, we would like you to come and judge the heifers. You're the first choice, and we called you first. And so you have the option to either judge the American cattle or judge the Continental and British cattle and other breeds. But our committee would sure love to see you sort the Americans if that's something that you would enjoy doing. And I never thought twice about it. And I just thank you guys for having the faith in someone north of the border to come and look at American cattle, because I love sorting these cattle. They are awesome to me. They really represent an unbelievable purpose in this part of the country. And I get around to a lot of places to people that may wouldn't quite have the respect for a different look that these cattle bring to the table. But boil it down underneath all of that, and good cattle are good cattle, and we've got representatives of it here. So I want to thank your committee for having the faith in me to come down here and sort through the eared cattle, because that was an easy choice. Once they said, we'd love for you to do that, then I immediately said, well, I would love to do what your committee would like to see me do, and I don't regret it in the slightest. This has been awesome. You got a great friend of mine that's going to sort through the other breeds here, and Dr. Dan Scheich will do a beautiful job, and I'm sure they'll have extraordinary cattle in that part of the show as well. But I'm glad I made this choice, because this has really been fun. So if you would, help me in thanking the committee members and everybody that's been out here in the ring as well. Incredible job. Now, Kyle, we got a bunch of great kids out here. You read all those bios, and not a single one of them said how they were thinking about going to Kansas State University. That's all right. You've got an incredible land-grant university, incredible universities all across this state, too, that promote the things you guys do in this ring, They're part of these events. I love seeing that. We go get a chance to travel to all your majors, including this one, and the support you have from your universities across this state, your colleges, your two-year schools, in giving these young people opportunities. I think sometimes we think about ourselves being competitors. We're not competitors. We're all building young people that are going to make an impact in this industry someday. So I'm excited to be able to work with those from Sam Houston State here today, but all of those that have been supporters of your programs throughout the years and continue to be at the university level. Guys, this is a great lineup. I'm going to highlight just a couple of heifers for you here that I think are the contenders. I think you could make a case for any one of the 7 heifers out here. Those of you that have breed champions that maybe I wanted to tweak a little bit, you probably know already what's going to keep you out of the money. But there's 4 of them out here that I want to make mention of real quickly before we select our Supreme. Guys, if you want to build a case for that Santa Gertrudis female, that cow-calf pair, then I wouldn't argue one bit with you. That is one powerful cow. She's got a beautiful look to her. She's got a nice bull calf that's going to continue to get better and better as he continues to mature and move forward. I will tell this young man, that cow, I like as many things about her perhaps as anything in the lineup. We talked about modifying the shape of those teats just a little bit. When it boils down to this awesome of a lineup, that hock keeps her out of the money. And I hope you can appreciate what I see in the cow. No question about it, she's awesome. But when we get to this level, she was so good, she had to win that breed. But I think there's another 2 or 3 heifers out here that are just as deep into contention, and just the swelling and the makeup of this right hock is enough that's going to keep her out of the money. But I could not talk about her in this lineup. Give that young man a nice round of applause. He's worked hard, and that's a heck of a good cow-calf pair. I'm going to step down here, guys, because these are the 3 to me. The 3 heifers that stand in the front of this lineup, I think each one of them are extraordinary in their own right. I think they represent their breed incredibly well. When I select a Supreme Champion, one of the things that's important to me is that you keep in perspective. And I know you're selecting an American Supreme Champion, but even within an American division, a Beefmaster is not designed to look exactly like a Brahmin, not designed to look exactly like a Brangus and so on. There's still a little breed identity involved. So, I don't try to compare these heifers necessarily to the one standing next to them. Instead, I try to look and I compare them to a breed standard. And I say, we take that heifer out to your national show, because that's how good these are. Take them to a national show within your individual breed. Which one of those heifers do I think stands a chance of really, really setting the bar high and maybe even standing a chance to win in that particular breed show? And there's one of those that I come back to and I keep saying, wow, she is my kind. She is so beautifully balanced. She is so good in her makeup. She is still stout. She is really, really good in her structure. Those 3 heifers are tremendous females in each of their own right. I love them all, but there's one that really hit me hard the minute she came in the ring. It happened early this morning, and it's a Beefmaster. Give her a round of applause. That's your Supreme Champion American female. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Supreme Champion American Heifer of the 2016 Rodeo Austin Junior Heifer Show is our Beefmaster Heifer, exhibited by Callie Ellis of Industrial FFA. Congratulations, Callie.
Because this is a great reserve Beefmaster coming into the lineup. I like a lot about her. Maybe not the elite extra quality of that heifer that wins when you get off to the profile, but an awesome cow prospect in her own right. It really does come down to the other 2 heifers we already mentioned, the Brahmin heifer and the Brangus cow here to be our reserve. As we start to weigh out the differences in that particular pair, I think about what kept them from maybe quite getting around the Beefmaster. That Brahmin heifer, awesome standing still. I love the balance and the quality she's got. just a tick shorter in her step than you might prefer. The Brahman or Brangus cow there wants to roll her top just slightly as we get her in motion. But guys, that is one awesome, awesome brood cow. Tons of body, tons of dimension in a moderate frame, doing a beautiful job with a great bull calf there at side. I think you could have made a case for any one of the trio we've already mentioned. Love that Beefmaster, but my reserve, I love her a ton too, and it's this Brangus pair right here. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Awesome set of cattle. If you would, one more time, thank all of our exhibitors. A big round of applause, those of you still here. Great set of females all day long.
And your reserve Supreme American Heifer comes out of the Brangus breed, exhibited by Mr. Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our show for the day. We'll start again 9 o'clock in the morning with our British and European breeds. Hope to see you all then.